Chapter 2379. A black ray of light streaked across the sky and then disappeared. The full moon hung in the sky, illuminating the earth. At this moment, Lin Xian was walking through the forest like a ghost. There was a huge waterfall in front of him, making rumbling sounds. A figure was sitting cross-legged under the waterfall. He was like a statue, not moving at all. Beside him, there was a saber stuck in the ground. On the other side was a full moon scimitar. The surrounding space was strangely distorted, and even light couldn't pass through it. Buzz. Suddenly, the figure opened his eyes and cut the waterfall in front of him. Who was it? Come out. Lin Xian's figure appeared behind him. In front of him, the seated figure also stood up. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as it cut through the void. However, he was blocked 3 meters in front of Lin Xian. There was an invisible force around him that blocked his terrifying gaze. Seeing this, the figure frowned. "Who are you?" Lin Xian didn't answer. Instead he asked, "Are you Hui Dao?" "That's right." The figure in front of him answered coldly, and the light in his eyes became stronger. Because he realized that the other party didn't answer his question. After Lin Xian got the answer, a smile appeared on his face. "Very well. From today onward, you'll follow me. You're courting death." Hui Dao was furious. No one had ever dared to say such words to him. He was a young expert of Immortal Palace. Clang. With a clang, the full moon scimitar beside him was pulled out. The surrounding clouds changed, and the sky lost its color. The terrifying blade light swept in all directions. A huge wave of energy slashed forward. When Hui Dao moved, Lin Xian also moved. His figure swayed and disappeared on the spot. The moment he disappeared, the space where he was standing was split into 2, and terrifying black cracks spread. Buzz. Hui Dao's saber struck the air, and he frowned. The other party's speed was faster than he had expected. However, so what? His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Soon, he locked onto his opponent on the left. In the next moment, the crescent blade in his hand slashed out again. It was as if a purple thunder had descended upon the world. Clang. The sound of an intense collision rang out, and the full moon scimitar was blocked in midair. An ancient sword swept across the sky, cutting through everything. "Who are you?" Hui Dao furrowed his brows. His opponent was very strong. He was actually able to block 2 of his blades. This surprised him. One had to know that a casual slash of his saber could easily kill a mighty figure. "Beat me and I'll tell you. If you lose, you have to come with me and become one of my people." He was overestimating himself. Hui Dao coldly snorted. "I only used half of my strength just now." "Is that so? Then you should use your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have another chance." Lin Xian smiled. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand exploded, emitting a biting cold light. He took the initiative to attack. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. In an instant, countless sword shadows appeared in the sky. They were like huge dragons as they swept across. Full moon blade technique. The scimitar in Hui Dao's hand seemed to have turned into a cold moon. It constantly crushed the void and rapidly bombarded the sword chi that filled the sky. The battle between the 2 was earth-shattering. Everything around them exploded. The tall mountain peak was split into several pieces. The huge waterfall spread out from the middle, and there was no more water flowing. The 2 of them fought fiercely, emitting a terrifying aura. "Demon Seal!" Lin Xian coldly shouted. A terrifying aura erupted from the ancient dragon abyss sword. The roar of a dragon and sword resounded. In the sky, countless sword chi appeared and spun nonstop. It was as if they were going to seal the entire world. Hui Dao's pupils constricted. He felt a threat and immediately roared. Death Moon. With a slash, the blade chi from the full moon scimitar spun in the sky, forming a purple moon. The terrifying light swept across the surroundings like a real full moon. It carried a power that made one tremble as it resisted all the spinning sword chi. The 2 of them were evenly matched in this attack. Lin Xian was surprised. He was indeed one of the experts that Xing Tian had given him. He was indeed powerful. Hui Dao frowned. Who on earth is this guy? Why can he block my killing move? He thought. He roared and the aura on his body exploded again. Moonwheel. The full moon scimitar in his hands swept out. A huge moon pushed across the sky, shattering the sword chi that filled the sky. Battle song. The ancient dragon abyss sword shone brightly. The sword hummed continuously, shaking the heavens and the earth. A terrifying demonic sound appeared, making everyone's hair stand on end. The moon that was pushed over also trembled. Then, countless cracks appeared on it. Sky shattering. With another sword, the heavens and the earth lost their color. The terrifying full moon directly collapsed, turning into countless spiritual chi and dissipating. A terrifying sword chi rose from the heavens and the earth. Buzz. Feeling the terrifying sword chi, Hu Yidao roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His body shone with a terrifying blade light. It shot into the sky, resisting the shocking sword chi. As the blade and sword collided, countless large cracks appeared in the sky. The surrounding ground was covered with tens of thousands of meters wide canyons. The terrifying blade light and sword shadows enveloped everything within tens of thousands of miles. Kid, you've completely infuriated me. Today, I'll let you see my true blade skills. Demon-slaying blade. At this moment, Hu Yidao's aura changed. It was also extremely sharp and terrifying. Dense black energy surged from his body. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into a demon king. His shocking murderous aura shot into the sky. As he slashed out, the black blade light was terrifying. It was as if a demon king had come out. Now this is interesting. Seeing the other party's violent and cold demonic blade, Lin Xian laughed. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared. His eyes emitted a piercing light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hands swung wildly. Its power increased exponentially. The sword swept out in all directions. In the sky, countless blade light and sword shadows collided, making sonorous sounds. 18 demon-slaying slashes. Hu Yidao roared angrily. His body quickly rose into the sky. He quickly waved the full moon blade in his hand. 18 rays of blade light rolled out like deadly blade energy, rampaging in the sky. Kid, go to hell. He roared crazily, wanting to kill the strong enemy in front of him. Buzz. Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. The great dragon sword soul in his body erupted again, becoming more and more powerful. In the end, the dragon's roar could be heard. The surrounding wind blew violently. Heaven and earth lost their color. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hands suddenly expanded. It turned into a giant sword that was 1,000 meters long. Lin Xian held it with both hands and slashed forward. Lin Xian roared angrily. He waved the giant ancient sword and slashed forward. The whole world was split open by the sword. Air waves rolled and slapped in all directions. There was a huge crack in the sky. Along with the ancient sword, it kept appearing in the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. 18 rays of black blade light and the giant ancient sword collided in the sky, setting off a terrifying storm. Chapter 2380. Damn it, how could his sword chi be so powerful? Hu Yidao's expression changed, and he kept retreating. However, the ancient sword was too terrifying. It directly crushed the 18 demonic sabers and then pressed down on Hu Yidao. Hu Yidao roared and once again released a terrifying black saber light, forming a black moon in the sky to resist. 1-3. In the end, 9 moons rotated in the sky as if they were going to destroy the entire world. Boom, boom. However, the sword was too terrifying. In the end, the 9 moons were shattered and turned into billowing demonic chi. Hu Yidao was once again enveloped. Phantom steps. At the critical moment, a black aura erupted from Hu Yidao's body, forming 2 black demonic wings that cut through the void. Relying on his superb speed, Hu Yidao finally dodged the sword by a hair's breadth. Phew. He panted heavily and his face was a little pale. Damn it, who is this person? His sword technique is so terrifying. His face was gloomy. He realized that he had encountered a powerful enemy. Not bad, you actually dodged my sword. You're very strong and have gained my approval. At that moment, a calm voice floated from behind Hui Dao. Buzz. Hui Dao's body stiffened, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Damn it, when did the other party get behind me? Whoosh. He did not turn his head and slashed with his saber. At the same time, the demonic wings on his back brought him forward. Clang. The full moon saber collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword and made a thunderous sound. Then, Hui Dao flew forward. However, his arm was numb, and the huge force caused the blood in his body to freeze. The sword suppressed the heavens. A terrifying sword chi appeared in the sky, like a huge dragon that kept circling. The sword chi that filled the sky turned into a sword diagram and pressed down from the sky. Get lost! Hui Dao roared and slashed out saber light crazily, tearing the sky apart. However, he could not shake the sword diagram at all. Demon-destroying palm. With a roar, he held the saber in his right hand and slapped out a huge black palm with his left hand. Heaven and earth lost their color. There seemed to be ghostly wails and howls on the black palm as if it had flown out from hell. Boom! The palm hit the sword diagram, shaking the void. Countless cracks appeared in the surroundings, and demonic chi spread in all directions. The sword diagram also trembled, and more sword light fell down and pierced through the black palm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not only that, 18 sword lights descended like 18 heavenly swords, surrounding Hui Dao in an instant. Damn it! Hui Dao roared angrily. The saber radiance on his body was swift and fierce. He wanted to break out. However, he was blocked by the terrifying sword. You forced me. Trapped in the distance, Hui Dao roared. Countless blades and flags rolled around his body, and a purple mark appeared between his eyebrows. The power in his body was also increasing rapidly. Lin Xian frowned when he saw that. He did not intend to fight a protracted battle with his opponent, so Lin Xian instantly rushed over like a divine dragon swinging its tail. You want to stop me? Impossible. Hui Dao sneered. The countless saber lights on his body formed a sphere that completely enveloped the space within a 10-meter radius. No one could break it. Buzz. Soon, Hui Dao's pupils constricted. That was because the defense formed by the saber light in front of him was cut open by the sword. An ancient sword was placed on his neck. The aura that erupted from his body instantly froze. A drop of cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. That sword was too fast and terrifying. If the other party had not stopped, his head would have been sent flying. Why didn't you kill me? Hui Dao asked with a frown. You want me to join you? Impossible. Kill me if you have the guts. Buzz. Lin Xian withdrew the ancient dragon abyss sword and said in a deep voice. I am Lin Xian, the new immortal palace master. What? You are Lin Xian, the new immortal palace master. Hui Dao was shocked. He had naturally seen the announcement from Immortal Palace. He also knew that the old palace master had abdicated and that a young man had inherited the position of Immortal Palace Master. He did not attend the enthronement ceremony because he did not think that the other party could lead him. In his eyes, the only person that he respected was the old palace master. But now, the other party's strength had truly shocked him. It seemed that he was wrong. The other party was completely different from the rumors. Although he was young, his strength was undoubtedly at the top of the younger generation. Follow me. I am in need of people now. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Good. Hui Dao said in a sonorous voice. Your strength has convinced me. I have decided to work for you. However, if I can defeat you one day, I will leave your side. Sure. Lin Xian nodded and smiled confidently. That was because he did not think that day would come. Let's go. Lin Xian turned around and rushed into the sky. Hui Dao put away the full moon scimitar and followed behind. The two of them disappeared into the night sky one after the other. In the starry hall, the dark red divine dragon and Xing Tian were waiting. Xing Tian was a little worried. That was because he did not know how strong Lin Xian was. Could he defeat Hui Dao? But soon, his brows twitched and he looked into the distance. Then he was extremely shocked. That was because he saw two figures in the sky returning quickly and arriving at the hall in the blink of an eye. Young master. Seeing that Lin Xian had returned, Xing Tian walked up. When he saw Hu Yidao behind Lin Xian, he was also shocked. Xing Tian was shocked. Lin Xian smiled. After 1/ you will be one of us. Hearing this, Xing Tian gasped. It seemed that the young master should have defeated Hu Yidao. However, the battle was over in such a short time. He dared not imagine it, because from the time Lin Xian left until now, excluding the time spent on the road, the battle probably took less than half an hour. He defeated Hu Yidao in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. That shocked Xing Tian. After all, Hu Yidao was a top elite. It seemed that the young master's strength was far beyond his expectations. Okay, let's take a rest. We still have important things to do tomorrow. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Xing Tian gave him 3 people, one of whom was Hu Yidao. Now he had subdued him. As for the other 2, Lin Xian was not in a hurry to make a move. That was because he did have other things to do tomorrow. After settling tomorrow's matter, he would take the other 2 as his subordinates. The night passed. The next day, the sun rose. Lin Xian stood in the void, inhaling and exhaling purple clouds and qi while cultivating. When the purple clouds disappeared, he returned, washed up, and had breakfast. The breakfast he had was naturally not an ordinary one. The rice was made of top-grade spiritual herbs. It was hard to find even one outside. In the past, Lin Xian could not eat such a meal because it was too extravagant. Chapter 2381. After eating a bowl of rice, Lin Xian felt that the qi and blood in his body were surging like a furnace of heaven and earth, burning fiercely with endless power. How extravagant! Lin Xian also sighed. Previously, he knew that the people of these major forces and sects had powerful resources. However, when he really came in, he realized that they were even more extravagant than he imagined. He guessed that the disciples of the sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients were treated like this since they were young. Thinking about those things that he fought desperately for, Lin Xian really felt that cultivation was not easy. After Lin Xian finished eating, on the other side, Xing Tian and Hu Yidao also arrived. "Young master, everyone is ready. They're all waiting outside." Xing Tian said. Let's go out." Lin Xian nodded. "Young master, it's fine if you bring those people to hunt, but why do you have to invite the sons of the 9 hall masters? They won't be able to rope them in." Hu Yidao was puzzled. Indeed, the 9 people had different identities, and they would inherit the hall in the future. However, Lin Xian smiled. "Who said that I'm trying to rope them in? Then why did I invite them? It's very simple, to establish my authority." Lin Xian said indifferently and walked forward. Hearing this, Hu Yidao and Xing Tian's pupils constricted. They seemed to have guessed what Lin Xian was going to do. However, their hearts were beating wildly. It was not easy to make an example of the sons of the hall masters. If they did not handle it well and caused the dissatisfaction of the 9 great halls, things would be difficult. However, the 2 of them were relieved that the old hall master was still there. They were afraid that no one would dare to rebel. At most, it would cause some dissatisfaction. Therefore, the 2 of them followed Lin Xian outside. Outside, the 500-year-old martial artists who were selected yesterday were standing there. Lin Xian looked at those people and waved his hand. "Let's go." Qixia Mountain. It was a continuous mountain range nearby. There was abundant spirit energy and many monsters, including ordinary small monsters and giant monster kings. It could be said that this was a very suitable place for hunting. Of course, only the strong could hunt. The weak martial artists would probably become lunch for these demonic beasts. Lin Xian and the others landed on the western gorge mountain from the sky. More than 500 people gathered together, and the aura they exuded shocked all the demonic beasts. The ordinary demonic beasts immediately fled. In addition to the 500 people brought by Lin Xian, there were also many young martial artists at the 9 halls. 6 of the 9 hall masters' sons had also come. This surprised Lin Xian. It seemed that other than the 2 who couldn't come because they had a mission, only Yang Jian didn't come out of the 7 who came yesterday. At this moment, these people gathered together to chat and exchange information. Many people were even guessing what was going to happen next. That was because they didn't think that the other party had asked them to come here just for a simple hunting trip. Among them, Ho Yi-chen and the rest were also gathered together to chat and laugh. Their expressions were extremely relaxed. However, when they looked ahead and saw Hu Yidao behind Lin Xian, they were also stunned. They didn't expect that Hu Yidao would also come and stand behind the new temple master. It can't be. Isn't this guy very arrogant? He has always been a loner and doesn't even pay attention to the 9 halls. Why is he standing behind that kid today? Pay attention to your words. Don't let others hear you. You should call him temple master now. All right, give him face and call him temple master. These people were chatting and laughing. It seemed that they still didn't take Lin Xian seriously. However, they were extremely surprised by Hu Yidao's appearance. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. Behind him, Xing Tian whispered, "Young master, Yang Jian hasn't come yet. Don't worry about him. When it's about time, we'll start." After waiting for about half an hour, Lin Xian found that no one else came. He stood up and waved his hand. Everyone quieted down and turned their gazes over. The main reason I called everyone here today is to hunt. Everyone is the young genius of Immortal Palace, the top elites. In the future, they will all be pillars of Immortal Palace. I just came to Immortal Palace and hoped to have a chance to interact with everyone. Therefore I held this hunt. I hope that we can work together in the future to build Immortal Palace. If you have any requests or suggestions, you can tell me. If you have any difficulties, you can also tell me. Just treat me as your friend. Lin Xian's voice spread clearly in all directions. It seemed that he didn't treat himself as the master of Immortal Palace at all. Instead, he spoke to these people with a very equal status. The people that Lin Xian called over were extremely excited. They were existences that had been suppressed before. When had they ever been valued so much? Moreover, this new temple master looked very amiable, which made them very excited. However, those people at the 9 halls didn't say anything. They naturally knew that the other party was doing this to win people's hearts. Among them, Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, who had a good relationship with Yang Jian, snorted disdainfully. A hint of disdain appeared in their eyes. What was the use of roping in those people? Those were people that their halls didn't want. Although they were elite geniuses outside, they were too ordinary in Immortal Palace. These people couldn't compare to the geniuses and elites of their 9 halls at all. It seemed that this temple master was really trash. He could only pick up people that the 9 halls didn't want. In front, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He continued to speak in a clear voice. Although today is a hunt, let's have a little excitement. It was morning now, and the sunset was already the boundary. Before sunset, whoever hunted the most powerful demonic beasts and had the most numbers would be the winner. Then whoever got first place would be the winner. As for the winner, there will be a reward. The reward will be a heaven tier cultivation method and a sub-heaven tier artifact. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. The eyes of those young martial artists blossomed with shocking light. Heaven tier cultivation method. Sub-heaven tier artifact. Heavens, they were extremely shocked. Although they were all members of Immortal Palace and were geniuses. However, heaven tier cultivation methods and sub-heaven tier artifacts weren't cabbages. It wasn't something that anyone could cultivate. Immortal Palace had a complete system of ranks and contribution points. When your cultivation strength broke through and reached the corresponding rank, you could cultivate the corresponding cultivation method. You could obtain the corresponding medicinal pills and weapons. In addition, if you wanted to skip ranks to exchange, you would need to use contribution points. The various missions issued by Immortal Palace were used to obtain contribution points. Once you accumulated enough contribution points, even if your strength wasn't enough, you could still obtain a high-level cultivation method. Therefore, although these young geniuses and elites were powerful, they were only cultivating Earth-tier cultivation methods. The highest was also peak Earth-tier. As for Heaven-tier cultivation methods, perhaps only Ho Yi-chen and Pei Yuan, these kinds of hall children, were qualified to cultivate them. As for sub-heaven tier artifacts, perhaps even Ho Yi-chen and Pei Yuan didn't have them. Even Xing Tian and Hu Yidao at the back sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, One blade, you can also participate. Young master, then I won't be polite. Hui Dao grinned. Chapter 2382. Forget it, I won't join in the fun with them. Xing Tian shook his head. Don't look at how young he looked. In reality, he didn't belong to the younger generation. If he wanted to take action, he would definitely be the first. Probably Hui Dao couldn't compare to him either. But in that case, it would be useless. He knew that Lin Xian's goal was to stimulate these people through this hunt, this kind of top-notch reward. These few days, Lin Xian's behavior greatly shocked Xing Tian. Although this youth in front of him was young, his strength was valiant, and his methods were also impressive. He had just become Immortal Palace's lord, but he acted very close, without any airs. Now, the scene of the hunt even more displayed his forthrightness and magnanimity. A generous reward for his subordinates. This was the perfect image of the palace master in everyone's hearts. Just as everyone was excited, a burst of applause suddenly sounded in the distance. Worthy of being the new palace master, really a good method of roping people in. However, these people that you gathered are a bit of trash. All of them are not wanted by our 9 great halls. Our 9 great halls' elite geniuses aren't what you can pull away with your little favors. When this voice came out, everyone's expressions changed. The 500 martial artists that Lin Xian recruited were immediately enraged, each and every one of them glaring, emitting biting cold killing intent from their bodies. The people at the 9 great halls looked like they were watching a show. Ho Yichen and the others even had a playful look on their faces. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, while Xing Tian and Hui Dao frowned, looking at the sky. Damn it, who was it? Daring to cause trouble here. The dark red divine dragon also gritted his teeth in anger. The next moment, they were stunned. The killing intent that those 500 people released previously instantly froze, because they discovered that a figure walked over from the distance. The other party stepped in the air, abnormally tall, figure like a fiend god. Yang Jian, the son of the 3rd Hall Master. Moreover, his strength was powerful, one of Immortal Palace's top heaven's prides. Therefore, those people below only dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. Yang Jian, stop talking nonsense. Xing Tian shouted coldly. Nonsense? How am I talking nonsense? Every word I said is the truth. Yang Jian stood in the void, looking disdainfully in all directions, extremely domineering. The people from the 3 halls naturally sneered. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui also harumphed coldly. However, Ho Yichen and the others did not agree. Although they were all part of the 9 great halls, their relationship with Yang Jian was also just ordinary. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't have any ill intentions towards them. They felt that this new palace master's attitude was quite good. Therefore, at this moment, they did not help either of them and looked like they were watching a show. Yang Jian looked down from the sky. When he saw Lin Xian, his eyes were filled with disdain. However, when he saw Hui Dao behind Lin Xian, he was stunned. He didn't expect Hui Dao to show up and stand behind him. Damn it! What's going on? Yang Jian was puzzled because Hui Dao was an extremely arrogant person. He didn't even give face to the 9 great halls. Why was he standing behind him? Of course, he didn't think that it was Lin Xian's ability. Instead, he thought that it was the old palace master's arrangement. Therefore Yang Jian sneered. Hui Dao, why are you siding with him too? When did your eyesight become so bad? Humph. Hui Dao harumphed coldly and ignored him. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the other party was still as arrogant as ever. However, it was just what he wanted. Today's hunt wasn't his real goal, and the reward was just a casual one. His real goal was to establish his authority. Originally, he was still thinking that if Yang Jian didn't come, who would be the best candidate for the remaining hall disciples. However, there was no need to think about it now. The other party was here. Yang Jian was powerful and had an extremely high status, but he was also incomparably arrogant. He was the best candidate to establish his authority. The other party was so arrogant and didn't put him, the palace master, in his eyes. It could be said that he was offending his superiors and had already violated the Immortal Palace's rules. Not only that, The other party even despised and humiliated the newly recruited martial artists, which could be said to have aroused the anger of the crowd. Among the other halls, probably only Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan supported Yang Jian. It could be said that they were in the minority. Therefore, even if Lin Xian took action later, there probably wouldn't be too many people supporting him. After all, whether it was in terms of numbers or rules, the other party didn't have the advantage. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. He didn't take action immediately, because he felt that it wasn't the time yet. At this moment in the sky, Yang Jian spoke again. "How is it, new palace master? I'm not too late, right?" "It's not too late." Lin Xian nodded. "Since you're here, come down and prepare to hunt together. If you can get first place, the reward is yours." Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. Among them, Pei Yuan sneered. "Would Brother Yang care about that little reward?" Xiao Hui sneered. "This palace master isn't very good. He's not even angry. It seems that Brother Yang is more dignified. I think Brother Yang is more suitable to be the new palace master." The others were also discussing, because they felt that Lin Xian seemed to be a little too tolerant and didn't even have a trace of anger. This shouldn't be. Even Ho Yichen and the others frowned. "Young master, do you want me to teach him a lesson?" At the back, Xing Tian quickly asked. At the side, Hu Yidao was also puzzled. Because he had fought with Lin Xian before, he naturally knew that Lin Xian was very powerful. He was probably stronger than Yang Jian. But why does he have to swallow his anger? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "No need, I'll deal with him later. Let's start the hunt first." "Yes, I know." Xing Tian retreated, while Lin Xian looked forward and said loudly. "Now, the hunt begins." Buzz. Hearing this, everyone was extremely excited and moved quickly. They even forgot about their previous displeasure. Those people rose into the air one after another and flew in all directions. Qisha Mountain was very vast and the mountains were millions of miles long. At a glance, it was all dense forest. Towering trees rose one after another. There were also many monsters inside, but at this moment, they were like birds startled by the twang of a bow and fled quickly. After all, this was only the periphery and there were only some small monsters. Those people also quickly flew inside. Let's go hunt. They won't be able to touch a single hair." Yang Jian laughed and left with the people of the three halls. Next to him were Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan. The two of them also brought the people of their respective halls. The group of people moved in a grandiose manner, forming a sizable force, just like the kings of Buddha Mountain. "Let's go too." Ho Yichen and the others also laughed. Among them, Ho Yichen took out a big black bow. "I haven't used my Sky Frost bow for a long time." "Damn! You even brought this treasure here?" The few people next to him were surprised. This bow was made with the bones of an 8-star monster king. It could be said that it was a peerless treasure bow. "You're cheating." "Hee, I also brought my sky-splitting panther bow." The disciples of these halls took out their treasures one after another. Chapter 2383. Hee, I've also brought my flying leopard bow. The disciples of these halls took out their treasures one after another. "Let's go." Lin Xian and the others also rose into the air. The dark red dragon followed them from the side, bored. From time to time, it would catch a few small beasts, spit out dragon flames, and roast them. "Damn it, why do rabbits smell like chicken?" The dark red dragon spat its saliva wildly. With the stimulation of Lin Xian's reward, the warriors were abnormally excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. From tens of thousands of miles away, there were occasional rumbles, tremors, and lights that filled the sky. Of course, there were also countless roars. Those were the roars of the beasts. Buzz. In front of them, there was an earth-shattering roar that shattered the clouds in the sky. Obviously, it had alarmed a powerful demon king. Everyone attacked, wanting to kill the powerful demon king. Boom, boom, boom. The demon king was a giant python. Its body was a few thousand meters long when it stood up. Its huge head was extremely terrifying as it spewed poisonous gas all over the sky. However, in the next moment, it exploded. In the sky, Yang Jian held a large purple bow with both hands and shot an arrow. It killed the terrifying Demon King directly. The scene was extremely shocking. The sky full of bloody mist exploded, turning into a rain of blood that sprinkled over the forest. Meanwhile, Yang Jian stood in the air like a god-fiend, laughing at the sky. Young Master Yang is mighty. Young Master Yang is awesome. The martial artists at the entrance of the 3 halls congratulated him one after another. That's nothing. It's just a 7-star Demon King. I can kill it easily, Yang Jian said disdainfully. Then he looked at Lin Xian with a provocative gaze. However, to his disappointment, Lin Xian looked calm and did not show any signs of anger. Yang Jian should have been smug. That was because he had already crushed the new temple master, and the latter did not even dare to be angry. However, for some reason, when he saw Lin Xian's calm gaze and expression, Yang Jian felt as if he had punched cotton and could not exert any strength. Pretentious brat. Let's see how long you can endure. Yang Jian snorted coldly in his heart. He decided to increase the intensity of his provocation. He did not believe that the other party could remain so calm. Therefore, in the next moment, Yang Jian did not set off again. Instead, he turned around and looked into the distance. At the same time, he gathered all his strength and said in a clear voice, "Palace Master, what's wrong? Are you just going to watch and not do anything? Our brothers still want to see how good your skills are." As soon as he said that, everyone turned to look at him. Hu Yidao had already left Lin Xian's side to hunt the powerful demon kings. At this moment, only the dark red dragon and Xing Tian were left beside Lin Xian. When the two heard this, their faces turned gloomy. This was especially so for the crimson divine dragon. It gnashed its teeth in anger, wanting nothing more than to grab the other party and roast him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. He smiled faintly. However, what's the point of just hunting demonic beasts? Why don't the two of us compete? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Yang Jian was also overjoyed. He was just thinking about how to provoke the other party, but he did not expect the other party to take the initiative to say such words. He was really dead. He did not know how strong the other party was. However, he was very confident in his own strength. He was one of the top prodigies in the Immortal Palace. There were not many among the younger generation who could defeat him. So what if the other party was the palace master? If the other party was not strong enough, it would still be useless. Today, he was going to suppress the new palace master in front of everyone. He was going to show everyone who was the true prodigy of the younger generation. All right, since the palace master has spoken, how can I not obey? Yang Jian laughed out loud. Then he flew forward with billowing smoke. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He naturally had his reasons for doing so. Because he felt that it was about time to make a move. When the other party was extremely arrogant, he would let the other party know what it meant by extreme joy begets sorrow. Lin Xian's figure swayed, and he also followed. He did not take out any weapon. Instead, he gathered all the spiritual power in his body and formed a large green bow. In terms of archery, Lin Xian did not think that he would lose to anyone. In fact, if he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, these people would not even be able to catch a hare. However, he was not here to show off his archery skills. Therefore, he was hiding most of his strength. His performance was ordinary, which was the standard of an ordinary prodigy. Buzz. In the distance, an angry roar sounded. Then, a black demonic shadow rushed out. Endless demonic aura surged, and a huge creature rose into the sky. It was at least a few thousand meters tall. It spread its wings and covered the entire sky like dark clouds. It was a huge black eagle. It was extremely terrifying. It had 2 heads, and its wings seemed to be made of black iron. It was extremely sharp. With a light shake, it shattered the void. The huge eagle was obviously enraged. At this moment, it spread its arms, bringing with it countless demonic winds that swept in all directions. Not good run. Many warriors retreated, hiding in the distance, drew their bows and attacked. In an instant, countless rays of light flew into the distance like shooting stars. However, they were directly blasted away by the black two-headed demonic eagle's wings. The feathers on its body were abnormally sharp. Ordinary attacks could not penetrate it at all. It was a peak 7-star demon king. It was extremely terrifying. As a result, many people were flustered, and some were even injured. Good stuff. It's very nutritious after eating it. The dark red dragon looked at the black two-headed demonic eagle in the sky and drooled. It swung its tail and was about to attack. However, it was stopped by Lin Xian. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission. Don't mess around. I'm planning. Don't ruin it. It's easy if you want to eat demonic beasts. I'll get you a few dozen later. Alright kid, you said it yourself. You have to roast them for me personally. The dark red dragon was very interested in Lin Xian's cooking. Hearing that, Lin Xian was speechless. He shook his head, but still said helplessly, Alright, you'd better stay here obediently. I'm going to reel in the net soon. It seemed that someone was going to be unlucky. The dark red dragon grinned and watched from the side. The two of them were transmitting their voices, so even Xing Tian, who was at the side, did not know that Lin Xian was going to make a big move. Lin Xian also raised his head and looked at the behemoth in the sky. Whoosh! He stopped and raised his hand to draw his bow. A green arrow flew out like a shooting star into the sky. Boom boom boom. The intense collision caused the colossal object to explode with a loud bang. Terrifying air waves rolled, and thunder fell in all directions. Boom boom boom. This attack directly pierced through the two-headed demonic eagle's wings, bringing about a large amount of blood mist. Seeing this scene, the warriors of Immortal Palace in the distance all looked over. When they saw that it was Lin Xian who attacked, they were all shocked. Meanwhile, the 500 warriors exclaimed, Temple Master is so powerful. Chapter 2384. Indeed, they could see that the longbow in Lin Xian's hand was not a treasure weapon, but one condensed with spiritual power. In other words, he could still injure the terrifying Demon King with one arrow even without the enhancement of a weapon. Indeed, it was surprising. Not far away, Pei Yuan sneered. That's nothing. It's just average. He's worse than me. He's far worse than Brother Yang. Just wait and see. Brother Yang must have killed this Demon King. Xiao Hui also sneered at the side. Sure enough, Yang Jian narrowed his eyes when he saw that scene. You have some strength, but it's nothing in front of me. He snorted coldly and drew the purple longbow in his hand. The purple longbow had an extraordinary origin. It was refined from the tendons of a purple flood dragon and was extremely terrifying. It could split mountains and rivers with a light wave. It even carried a strong pressure. It could be said to be a peerless treasure. Sure enough, as soon as he drew the bow, the surrounding wind and clouds changed, and the world lost its color. There was even the phantom of a flood dragon appearing in the surroundings, roaring ferociously and letting out waves of roars. As soon as this phenomenon appeared, everyone was shocked. Heavens, Yang Jian is too terrifying. He's actually a flood dragon. What kind of longbow is that? Why do I feel that he's even more powerful than the Temple Master? Many people discussed animatedly. The martial artists of the three halls were even more proud. That's because young Master Yang is a top expert. Not everyone could compare to him. That's the purple demon flood dragon bow, right? I didn't expect Yang Jian to be so well prepared. Ho Yichen and the others also frowned. Even the light of the bows in their hands was somewhat dim. In the distance, Lin Xian's eyes flickered when he saw that scene. He did not expect Yang Jian to have a treasure in his hands. However, that was better. The higher the other party stood, the harder he would fall. The more intimidating it would be to everyone. However, he felt that it was not enough. The other party was arrogant, but he was not angry at all. He had to give the other party some anger. Impulse was the devil. Only by making the other party lose his mind could he do something outrageous. That way, it would be easier for him to make his move. Therefore, in the next moment, he also drew the green longbow in his hand, condensing countless green rays of light. The Temple Master was also about to make his move. Many people exclaimed. At this moment, they all stopped hunting and looked over. That was because they wanted to see if it was Yang Jian who was more powerful, or the Hallmaster who was more powerful. Yang Jian naturally saw this scene and immediately sneered disdainfully. Then he released his hand. The purple light turned into a shocking bolt of lightning and rushed out, bringing with it the power of wind and thunder, as well as a terrifying roar. You want to compete with me? He was too inexperienced. Yang Jian coldly snorted. However, he soon frowned. Because the purple arrow he shot out was knocked away by someone in midair, deviating from its original trajectory. Originally, this arrow was aimed at the heart of the two-headed demon eagle in the sky. However, this time, it only hit the other party's wings, causing a slight injury. Damn it. It's that guy. Yang Jian looked at Lin Xian. That was because he realized that his opponent's arrow had hit him and deviated. Oh, sorry, I bumped into you. Lin Xian shrugged, looking apologetic. However, in Yang Jian's eyes, this only made him even angrier. Damn guy. How dare he go against me? He's courting death. He was really angry. He originally wanted to show off his skills. He wanted to show off in front of everyone. However, he did not expect that the other party would disrupt his plan. That was intolerable to him. At this moment, he did not care about Lin Xian's identity as the Hallmaster. That was because his character was arrogant and unscrupulous. He did not take anyone of the younger generation seriously. Therefore, now, his eyes were bloodshot and his heart was burning with anger. Not far away, Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui also sneered when they saw this scene. Seriously, how dare he provoke Brother Yang? If he wasn't the Hallmaster, I'm sure he would be lying on the ground now. Just wait and see. Even if he's the Hallmaster, he'll be in trouble if he provokes Brother Yang. The two of them sneered. On the other side, Ho Yichen and the others were also puzzled. What's going on? Is the new Hallmaster going to fight back? That's interesting. As expected, Lin Xian acted as if he was going to fight back. He often fought with Yang Jian and even destroyed Yang Jian's attacks from time to time. This made Yang Jian's face turn red and his lungs were about to explode. Yang Jian roared crazily. His body was surrounded by a purple aura and the shadow of a dragon circled around him, making him look extraordinary. On the other side, the green light on Lin Xian's body dimmed a little, as if it was being suppressed. This scene was even more shocking. However, Lin Xian did not stop there. Instead, he continued attacking. The two of them kept attacking and attacked the two-headed demonic eagle together. There was even a small friction in the middle. After a few moves, the two of them, they both retreated. The two-headed demonic eagle was originally powerful, but under the joint attack of the two experts, it was riddled with wounds and bloody holes appeared one after another on its body. The blood dripped down and turned into a rain of blood, sprinkling over the forest. It's about time. Lin Xian looked at the dying two-headed demonic eagle and sneered in his heart. He did not attack again. Instead, he retreated. The Hallmaster retreated. The crowd exclaimed. Pei Yuan, Xiao Hui, and the others also sneered. Sure enough, it was nothing in front of Brother Yang. Ho Yichen and the others were also surprised. Could it be that they could not defeat Yang Jian? The surrounding young martial artists exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes were filled with shock. Yang Jian, on the other hand, laughed loudly and seemed to be very proud. He was indeed overjoyed because the other party dared to go against him and even destroyed his attacks. If the other party was not the Hallmaster, he would have slapped the other party to the ground. How could he allow the other party to compete with him? However, so what if the other party was the Hallmaster? Under his powerful pressure and energy, the other party was still forced to retreat. Thinking of this, he became even more proud. The purple demon Jiao Dragon bow in his hand was constantly waving. Ray after ray of light flew out and bombarded the sky. It hit the demonic eagle's body, causing the other party's injuries to be even more terrifying. Boom! The last arrow directly hit the demonic eagle's head, causing the other party's head to explode, forming a storm in the sky. Boom! The huge corpse fell down and smashed hard on the ground. Large patches of forest collapsed. The nearby mountain peaks were shattered. The ground split open and countless cracks appeared, spreading in all directions. The dust in the surroundings turned into smoke and spread in all directions. It was killed. A peak 7-star demonic eagle king was killed by a single arrow. This Yang Jian was too terrifying. Could it be that he could already contend against an 8-star demonic eagle king? As expected of our Immortal Palace's top young expert. Chapter 2385. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Even Hui Dao frowned. He had to admit that Yang Jian was very strong. Brother Yang is mighty. That arrow just now was really too cool. Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan also flew over and came to Yang Jian's side. Yang Jian laughed complacently, his face filled with pride. He descended to the ground and stood on the mountain-like corpse. Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan also followed him. On the other side, Lin Xian's figure flashed and also came to the demonic eagle's corpse. The demonic eagle's corpse was very big, enough for a few thousand people to stand on, so it was not crowded at all. The surrounding people also stopped in midair, countless gazes looking forward. Temple Master, what do you think? Isn't Brother Yang more powerful? Xiao Hui sneered. On the other side, Pei Yuan also laughed and said, Yes, Temple Master, you lost the written test this time. Yang Jian was very proud, while Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. However, at this moment, Pei Yuan said again, Temple Master, I think you should give Brother Yang the title of Immortal Palace's #1 prodigy. Is there a need to give him that title? Pei Yuan said with a smile, How about this, Temple Master? You can make Brother Yang the Deputy Temple Master. In this way, we can do things that you can't do for Brother Yang. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and their hearts beat wildly. Ho Yichen and the others' expressions also changed. These guys are too arrogant. However, the people of the 3 halls were very excited. If Yang Xiaohui became the Deputy Temple Master, then they would also rise to the top. Lin Xian's 500 people gritted their teeth and their faces were gloomy, because they felt that the other party was too much. This suggestion is not bad. After Yang Jian heard it, he was also very satisfied. Then he walked forward and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. How about it? Agree. Let me be the Deputy Temple Master, and I'll guarantee your safety for the rest of your life. You don't have to worry about anything. As soon as these words came out, the world changed color. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that Yang Jian's ambition was not small. He actually wanted to fight for the supreme position. Xing Tian's face was gloomy. The other party was too much. He was about to say something. However, he was stunned. This was because Lin Xian had also spoken. At this moment, Lin Xian's face was completely cold, and his eyes were filled with a biting cold light. He said coldly, Take your hand away. Who told you to pat my shoulder? Do you have the right to film me? What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Even Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui were dumbfounded. Then they screamed out loud. What did you say? What did I say? Lin Xian sneered. What do you think I said? Brat, don't go too far. Pei Yuan said coldly. Lin Xian shouted coldly, How dare you? As soon as this voice came out, it was like a clap of thunder that resounded in all directions. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui were shocked. They did not expect that the new hall master, who had always swallowed his anger and kept his silence, would explode with such power. Needless to say, this sound really scared the two of them. However, Yang Jian's face turned completely gloomy. Brat, you dare to scold me? His expression was cold. Lin Xian looked at him, and his eyes flickered. What did you call me? I'm the hall master of Immortal Palace, and you're just a martial artist of a hall. When you see me, you have to respectfully call me hall master. Don't tell me you're so arrogant that you've forgotten the rules of Immortal Palace. Hall master? You're also called hall master? Yang Jian was really angry. When had he ever been scolded by a brat like this? Moreover, the other party's strength was clearly inferior to his. That was intolerable. How can someone like you be the hall master? You're so weak. If it weren't for the old hall master supporting you, you probably wouldn't even be able to enter Immortal Palace. How dare you? Yang Jian, are you trying to rebel? Seeing this scene, everyone was in an uproar. At the back, Xing Tian also shouted coldly. I'm rebelling. What can you do to me? Yang Jian shouted angrily. He was really mad. As soon as those words came out, the surrounding people were also in an uproar. They were extremely shocked. The other party actually dared to say such disgraceful words. He was really insolent. Lin Xian sneered. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Buzz. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated crazily. Then, it erupted with terrifying energy. Lin Xian stretched out a green dragon hand and slapped forward. Bang! Yang Jian was instantly slapped to the ground. The terrifying power shattered the void. The 1,000-meter-long beast carcass under their feet instantly split open, turning into countless blood chi that scattered in all directions. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Their eyes widened. They could not believe it. Even Xing Tian was stunned. He did not expect Lin Xian to suddenly attack. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, who were at the side, were stunned. Damn brat, how dare you hit me? Yang Jian roared crazily, and his expression was abnormally cold. Murderous intent quickly emerged from his body. That was because he could not tolerate it at all. How dare the other party attack him? Moreover, the other party even injured him. To be honest, the palm just now was too sudden. He did not expect the other party to attack him. Therefore, he was completely unprepared and was slapped to the ground by the other party. I'm going to kill you. He roared crazily, and terrifying power surged out of his body. He wanted to counterattack. Bang. However, as soon as he stood up, he was slapped down. The terrifying green dragon palm slapped his body, directly shattering half of his bones. Blood spurted out crazily. Cracks that were thousands of meters long appeared on the ground and spread in all directions. Not only that, the green dragon palm did not disappear this time. Instead, it was like a green mountain that pressed down on Yang Jian's body, completely suppressing him. Countless sword chi flew out from the green dragon palm and entered Yang Jian's body to seal him. Brother Yang. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui cried out in alarm and kept retreating. Damn it, let go of our brother Yang. The people of the 3 halls also roared angrily. They all pulled out their swords and roared, How dare you touch our young master Yang? Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, Xing Tian roared, Who dares to attack? Do you all want to rebel? He was a peerless expert. At this moment, his voice carried incomparable power, causing the blood in everyone's body to surge. In an instant, everyone was stunned in midair. Yes, the other party was the immortal palace master. Regardless of whether he was strong or not, the other party was still the immortal palace master. They actually dared to attack the immortal palace master. Even if they succeeded, they would probably end up in a miserable state. At the thought of this, everyone retreated. Lin Xian sneered and ignored the people of the 3 halls. Then he stared at Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui. But, do the 2 of you want to attack me too? Being stared at by Lin Xian's cold eyes, the 2 of them were shocked. Then they shook their heads and did not dare to do so. However, at this moment, Pei Yuan gritted his teeth and said, But Brother Yang is the son of the 3rd Hall Master. Chapter 2386. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered in disdain. 3rd Hall Master's son? So what? Even if 3rd Hall Master was here, he probably wouldn't dare to attack me. Brat, you're dead. Let go of me, I definitely won't let you go. Below, Yang Jian roared crazily. The endless power in his body wanted to attack, but it was suppressed. He couldn't use any of his strength at all. I'm dead? You still dare to threaten me now? Lin Xian sneered. Reckless thing. Do you know that you've committed a heinous crime? Insubordination. Attacking a palace master. Openly rebelling. Every single one of them deserved to die 10,000 times. I can kill you right now. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and powerful. It was like the hammer of a thunder god, fiercely smashing into everyone's hearts. Everyone's faces were filled with fear, and their hearts were beating wildly. The reason for that was because they discovered that what Lin Xian had said was the truth. If he really wanted to punish Yang Jian according to Immortal Palace's rules, he was really dead. However, everyone knew that Yang Jian's words were definitely said out of anger. He wouldn't really rebel. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yang Jian was so angry that he vomited blood. He was pressed to the ground and roared crazily. "Damn brat, you dare to convict me? You dare to kill me? You dare to touch me? Do you believe that my father won't forgive you? People of Third Hall, come over here. Save me." Hearing this, the people of Third Hall came over one after another. Buzz. However, when they ran halfway, a huge blade light slashed down from the sky, splitting the ground in front of them. A large canyon appeared, blocking everyone's path. The remaining biting cold aura on the ground made everyone's scalp go numb. Whoever dared to take a step forward would die. Hu Yidao descended from the sky. He was already following Lin Xian now. How could he allow these people to rebel? Damn it! Our young Master Yang didn't commit any crime. Why should he be arrested? No crime? Are you blind? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Xing Tian, read Immortal Palace's rules for me. Xing Tian walked out and said loudly, Immortal Palace's rules. First, rebels and traitors behead. Second, those who offend their superiors will be beheaded. Third, those who disregard the rules of the palace will be executed. After 3 consecutive slashes, countless large cracks appeared in the void as one black hole after another appeared behind Xing Tian. Very good, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Yang Jian had committed all 3 crimes, and his crimes were punishable by death. Unforgivable. Now it was time for the execution. His cold voice spread in all directions, shocking everyone. At this moment, these people were all stunned. They didn't expect that things would take such a huge turn. After all, it was Yang Jian who had been overbearing all this time. The new palace master was pressured to the point that he could not breathe. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the situation would change? The powerful and arrogant Yang Jian was pressed to the ground, unable to move at all. The new palace master, who had been silent all this while, now displayed an unparalleled domineering aura. He even wanted to kill Yang Jian. At the side, Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui's faces were filled with fear and anger. In the distance, Ho Yichen and the others were also shocked. However, among them, someone said, just wait and see. At most, we'll just punish him. We won't really kill him. That was for sure. It seemed that the new palace master wanted to establish his authority, but killing Yang Jian was not worth it. After all, he was the son of the Third Hall Master. If he killed him, the Third Hall Master would definitely go crazy. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, as well as the martial artists at the Third Hall, naturally knew this. Therefore, they pleaded for mercy. Palace Master, young Master Yang was just playing with you. Yes, young Master Yang was muddle-headed and said those words in a moment of impulse. He had no intention of rebelling. Palace Master, please let young Master Yang go. The people at the Third Hall were also shouting. As for the others, they were all stunned. Playing with him? Lin Xian sneered. Who is he to play with me? What do you take me for? A toy for you to play with? Or do you not have me in your heart at all? Lin Xian's cold voice sounded again. His eyes were like 2 sharp divine swords, sweeping across these people. Buzz. These people's hearts were beating wildly, and they felt a chill in their hearts. They did not dare to say anything else. Below, Yang Jian was roaring crazily. Kid, you better let me go. I can pretend that this didn't happen. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Don't forget that my father is the Third Hall Master. I said execute him. What? In the distance, the 500 people were stunned. Even Hu Yidao and Xing Tian were stunned. What's going on? Are we really going to kill Yang Jian? Haha. Kid, did you see that? No one dares to touch me. Seeing this, Xing Tian laughed arrogantly again, and his eyes were full of disdain. Indeed, his identity was extraordinary. The Third Hall Master was an incomparably powerful expert among the 9 Hall Masters. As the son of the Third Hall Master, no one dared to offend him. No one is going to do anything? I'll do it myself. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his body emitted a strong aura. He waved his hand, and the green dragon hand grabbed Yang Jian and suspended him in the air. The surrounding sword chi formed chains and nailed him to the ground. Damn it, open up! Yang Jian roared crazily. However, the sword chi formed by the great dragon sword soul had already sealed his body and suppressed all his strength, so Yang Jian could not break free. Insubordination, rebellion, disrespect. You will be punished by 3 knives and 6 lashes, and beheading. Lin Xian said coldly. He flipped his palm, and a blue treasured saber appeared in his hand. Then he looked up and stared at Yang Jian. How dare you touch me? Try touching me. You're dead meat if you touch me. Yang Jian shouted crazily in the air. However, at the next moment his voice stopped, and he even let out a miserable cry. That was because the blue long saber had directly penetrated his body and came out from his back. Blood spurted out and dyed the void red. Yang Jian screamed crazily in the air, and his face was distorted. Everyone was stunned by this scene. What? He really did it. How dare he do it? At that moment, Pei Yuan, Hou Yichen, and the others were full of horror. Even Hu Yidao and Xing Tian were shocked. Damn it, are you trash? Kill him! Yang Jian roared crazily. Those people in the third hall recovered from the shock and gasped. Young Master Yang. At that moment, one of them could not help but rush forward. He was also a young genius in the third hall. His body swayed and rushed into the air. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed down in an attempt to save Yang Jian. Bang! However, at the next moment, his body was split in half from the middle. His body fell to the ground. The long saber in Lin Xian's hand slowly fell. His cold voice sounded. Whoever wants to be Yang Jian's accomplice, step forward. He was killed with a single slash. Everyone was stunned again. That's a young expert. He's very powerful. Although he's not as powerful as Yang Jian and the others, he's still terrifying. He was killed with a single slash. Chapter 2387. Heavens, why is the Temple Master so powerful? That slash had stunned the people from the 3 halls. Yang Jian's pupils constricted and he screamed. Damn brat, you've been hiding your strength. He realized that Lin Xian was much more powerful than when he had fought with him previously. This caused his heart to turn cold. He felt that it might be a trap for him. In the next moment he screamed. Let me go if you dare. I want to fight you one-on-one. I can kill you with one slap. Poof. However, Lin Xian ignored him. He took out another golden long saber and stabbed it into Yang Jian's body. The third purple long saber was stabbed into Yang Jian's body. There were 3 sabers stabbed into Yang Jian's body and his blood stained the ground. This scene shocked everyone. They didn't dare to believe it. Pei Yuan, Xiao Hui, Hou Yichen, and the others were also shocked. They did not expect the new temple master to be so ruthless. Damn brat. Kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Lin Xian snorted. Now that the punishment of 3 slashes was over, it was time for the 6 lashes. At this point, he waved his hand and countless lightning bolts gathered in his hand, forming a lightning whip. The lightning whip lashed out, lashing out at Yang Jian's body. His skin and flesh were torn open and even his bones were exposed. Yang Jian's body was surrounded by lightning and the pain almost made him pass out. Kill him! Kill him! I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Yang Jian roared crazily. However, Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan kept retreating and their faces were full of fear. Are you kidding me? I don't dare to move. Otherwise, they would end up like Yang Jian. However, the people from the 3 halls were furious. Their young master was actually being tortured like this. This was something they couldn't bear. In an instant, 3 experts rushed out. Let go of our young master. Although they were angry, they were not stupid. They did not dare to attack Lin Xian directly. After all, Lin Xian was the temple master. Thus, they directly charged forward with the intention of saving Yang Jian. As long as he could save Yang Jian, there was no need for them to worry about the rest. However, Just as the three of them arrived in the air, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved the lightning whip in his hand, directly splitting the three of them apart. The three of them were cut in half at the waist. Their bodies were surrounded by countless streaks of lightning. They were charred black and emitted white smoke. The corpse fell to the ground like a clap of thunder, fiercely striking everyone's hearts. "If you're not afraid to die, then come at me." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then he waved his lightning whip again and lashed it at Yang Jian. Yang Jian's crazed screams were extremely miserable, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. However, no one dared to make a move. The sons of the great halls were extremely shocked. The other martial artists were even more stunned. Although the people from the three halls were furious, they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the three charred corpses were still there. Soon, the 6 lashes were finished. Yang Jian's entire body was charred black, and there was not a single spot on his body that was unharmed. White bones could be seen in many places. Not only that, but his internal organs were also seriously injured. It could be said that Yang Jian had never suffered such serious injuries since he was young. "I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." Yang Jian's eyes were red, and his mind was a little unclear. He opened his mouth and roared angrily. Every time he spoke, endless black smoke would rise. His entire body was about to be roasted by the lightning. The 3 slashes and 6 lashes were all over. Next, it was time to behead him. As he said that, the lightning whip in Lin Xian's hand disappeared. He slowly pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword. A sharp aura surged out from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. What? Behead him? Was he really going to kill Yang Jian? Everyone's hearts were beating wildly, and they were extremely shocked. Because although the 3 slashes and 6 lashes had injured Yang Jian previously, his life was not in danger. With a genius like Yang Jian, coupled with the treasures in the hands of the 3rd Hall Master, it could be said that he could recover very quickly. However, beheading him might not be the same. He had directly killed Yang Jian. In this world, who could bring bones back to life? Even the great emperors couldn't do it. If he died, there would be nothing left. Therefore, when everyone heard about beheading, they were all stunned. No way, he was really going to make a move? Ho Yichen and the other hall disciples were shocked, not daring to believe it. As for Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, they were even trembling as if they had seen a devil. How dare he? Could it be that he was not afraid of the 3rd Hall Master's rage? One had to know that the 3rd Hall Master was ranked in the top 3 among the 9 great Hall Masters. Moreover, his personality was extremely violent. In addition, there were countless elite powerhouses in the 3 halls. If the 3rd Hall Master was angry, it would definitely be an unimaginable nightmare. "What? Kid, you dare to kill me? You actually dare to kill me?" Yang Jian was also so angry that his entire body was trembling. What kind of joke was this? In the entire immortal palace, who dared to kill him? This time, Hu Yidao was also stunned. Even Xing Tian couldn't remain calm. To be honest, he also didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually have the intention to kill. To be honest, he was very much in favor of establishing dominance. After all, everyone didn't care much about this new hall master. In fact, they even disdained him. Therefore, he felt that Lin Xian really needed to establish his dominance. Using Yang Jian's Li Wei, the effect was also the best. The previous 3 blades and 6 whips already had an effect. Didn't they see that even those hall's children had faces full of horror? But he didn't expect that Lin Xian actually wasn't willing to stop and still wanted to carry out the final execution. How could he know that this was long decided by Lin Xian? This Yang Jian was extremely arrogant, provoking him again and again, and even wanted to be the deputy hall master. He even wanted to replace him as the hall master. How could Lin Xian tolerate this? If he didn't kill Yang Jian today, he was afraid that no one would put him in their eyes in the future. Therefore, Yang Jian would undoubtedly die. Why, are you very surprised? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. What you have committed is a capital crime. I have 100 legitimate reasons to kill you. Even if you are killed, the 3rd Hall Master can't say a word. Everyone was terrified. This method was too terrifying, right? Indeed, if he was killed according to Immortal Palace's rules, no one would be able to find fault with it. However, with the third Hall Master's personality, even if there was nothing wrong with him, he would still go crazy. They didn't dare to imagine how chaotic Immortal Palace would be if Yang Jian really died. Lin Xian raised the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. In front, the martial artists at the third hall were stunned. Yang Jian's previous torture already made them angry and frightened. However, they could still tolerate it. But it was different now. Yang Jian was actually going to be killed. If Yang Jian really died, they probably wouldn't be able to live either. Therefore, they rushed over as if they had gone mad. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Offending your superiors and collaborating with Yang Jian to rebel, you all have committed a capital crime. Chapter 2388. Lin Xianxian did not hold back at all with this sword strike. The power of the great dragon sword soul was completely unleashed. Together with the power of the ancient sword, it slashed forward. All the martial artists from the three halls were shrouded. Boom! There was an earth-shattering roar, and the sky split open. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground, and countless sword chi pierced through the surroundings. The terrifying aura sent chills down everyone's spines. At this moment, the disciples of the halls and the surrounding young martial artists were all stunned. Wasn't this sword too terrifying? Although it was not aimed at them, the aftershock sent chills down their spines. Damn it, what level had the new temple master reached? They had an unfathomable feeling. After the sword slashed down and the sword chi disappeared, these people were even more stunned. Dozens of elite martial artists and young geniuses from the three halls were all killed. What a terrifying sword chi! Everyone was horrified. Yang Jian's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party's strength to far exceed his expectations. Thinking of this, fear appeared in his eyes. Damn it! You can't kill me! Put me down, or my father will never forgive you. No one can save you, not even your father. Lin Xian's eyes were cold, and the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand slashed forward. Yang Jian was terrified, and he screamed crazily. Everyone's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Blood spurted out, and a head flew up. The sword was out, and the person was dead. What? Killed? He was really killed. Yang Jian was really killed. At this moment, Ho Yichen and the other hall masters' hearts were beating wildly, and their faces were full of shock. Even Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui were trembling. Although the two of them were arrogant before, they were terrified now. The other geniuses in the distance were also shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with faces full of fear. Hu Yidao was stunned. Even Xing Tian was in a daze. He could not believe it. Lin Xian killed Yang Jian. The third hall master would go crazy. Xing Tian opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, Lin Xian kept the ancient dragon abyss sword and shouted coldly. Xing Tian. Xing Tian came to his senses and stepped forward. Lin Xian said with a heavy voice, "Use my orders to inform Immortal Palace that Yang Jiani was plotting a rebellion and was killed by me on the spot." Xing Tian said respectfully. The others continued to hunt, and the reward for the first place remained unchanged. The others hurriedly left and flew in all directions. They were not keen on hunting but wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. The reason for that was because the atmosphere there was simply too oppressive. Lin Xian's terrifying aura and pressure made it hard for them to breathe. This was especially true for Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, who immediately ran away. What kind of joke was this? Even Yang Jian had been killed. If they dared to act presumptuously, they would most likely be killed with a single slash. The others were also terrified, but the 500 people that Lin Xian had subdued were incomparably excited. They clenched their fists. Great. Originally, they were still feeling indignant for the hall master, thinking that he was too tolerant. Now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. The new palace master's strength and decisiveness had far exceeded their expectations. If they followed such a person, they would definitely become outstanding in the future. Hu Yidao also walked over. He looked at Lin Xian with a hint of respect in his eyes. Young master, Yang Jian's corpse? What's the use of a traitor's corpse? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Leave it here. Lin Xian glanced at it, then no longer paid attention to it. But don't you want to be the first place? Hurry up and hunt. Lin Xian waved his hand. Yes. Hu Yidao cupped his fists, then rose into the air and flew into the distance. This kid was too satisfying. Damn it, he had long disliked this guy. Getting rid of him was really too satisfying. The dark red divine dragon at the side waved its dragon claws and said viciously, "If you didn't do it, I would have done it long ago. Damn it, who does this guy think he is? How dare he behave so atrociously above us?" Xing Tian's eyelids were also twitching wildly. However, he was still worried. Although they had shown their power, they had completely offended the third hall master. So what? Lin Xian said indifferently. He had offended the third hall master and completely subdued the entire immortal palace. It was not a loss for him. Moreover, he was the master of immortal palace. How could he be humiliated like this? Would the previous old palace master be provoked like this? Would he tolerate such a thing? Xing Tian stopped talking. What a joke! Who dared to provoke him? Even the 6 great guardians had to be respectful. If they were to jump up and down like Yang Jian, they would have been slapped to death. Now, he did not say anything. Since things had already happened, he would think of a countermeasure. After all, he was sent by the old palace master to protect Lin Xian. Now, he could see that this new young master was very powerful. Not only was he powerful, but he was also one of the top existences in the younger generation. His temperament and methods were also extremely terrifying. To put it bluntly, he was also someone who would not be bullied. Thinking of this, Xing Tian felt a little excited. Lin Xian was still very young, but he was already so powerful. If he grew up in the future, he might be like the old palace master back then, dominating the world. Lin Xian did not participate in what happened next. He floated in the void and looked into the distance. Behind him followed the dark red divine dragon and Xing Tian. Soon, the afterglow of the setting sun arrived. The one who won in the end was naturally Hu Yidao. Ho Yichen and the other hall master's sons were not interested at all. They were thinking about Yang Jian's matter, and a few of them even wanted to escape. They wished that time would pass faster. Therefore, they did not hunt at all. The people of the other halls were also preoccupied. Therefore, the ones who really hunted were the 500 people that Lin Xian took in, as well as Hu Yidao. Among them, Hu Yidao was of course the most powerful. Looking at the monster corpses that were piled up like a mountain, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the strength of these people was indeed very powerful, as expected of the young geniuses of Immortal Palace. What made him even more satisfied was the attitude of these people. These people looked at him with a trace of respect and fear in their eyes. This was the effect he wanted. Otherwise, as the palace master, how could he lead the heroes in the future? Ruffian Dragon, pick a few that you like and bring them back for you to roast. All right, I won't be polite. The dark red divine dragon grinned and glanced at the monster corpses. He picked a few tasty ones and carried them over. All right, let's go back. Apart from the first place, the second and third place will also be rewarded. The rest of you should cultivate well. I won't treat you unfairly. Lin Xian's words were directed at the 500 people. Thank you, Palace Master. The 500 people were very excited. Next, Lin Xian and the others left Western Canyon Mountain and returned. Hu Yidao and the 500 people followed him back. Ho Yichen, Pei Yuan, and the others did not enter at all. Chapter 2389. Yang Jian's corpse was also taken away. After all, such a big thing had happened. They had to go back and report it quickly, because they felt that the matter was definitely serious. It would probably cause a huge commotion in Immortal Palace. With the third hall master's personality, he would definitely be incomparably furious when his son was killed. On the other side, after Lin Xian and the others returned, Xing Tian issued a decree that spread throughout the entire Immortal Palace. When this news spread, the entire Immortal Palace was in an uproar. They didn't even dare to believe this news. What was going on? Yang Jian rebelled? He was killed. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? Although Yang Jian was arrogant, he shouldn't have rebelled, right? Who dared to kill him? The new palace master? Heavens, are they going to go against the third hall master? Why do I feel that this news isn't true? Discussions could be heard one after another. However, when the cultivators from the various halls and Ho Yichen and the other hall masters' sons returned from Xixia Mountain and passed the news to each other, this matter was finally confirmed. Everyone was stunned. They knew that the matter was probably going to be serious. Sure enough, when the people from the third hall heard the news, they immediately went berserk. To be honest, they didn't believe it at first. What kind of joke was this? Yang Jian was their third hall master's son. Who dared to offend him? Not to mention killing him. However, when Yang Jian's corpse was carried back, the people from the third hall were all stunned. Their eyeballs almost popped out. How was this possible? How could someone dare to kill Yang Jian? Could it be that they didn't want to live anymore? After the third hall master received the news, he even came out of the secret chamber. Originally, he was in seclusion, preparing to cultivate and break through. But now, he wasn't in the mood to cultivate at all. How could he accept the fact that his own son had been killed? Boom. Speak, what happened? Who killed my son? The third hall master roared crazily like a lion. He was a tall man to begin with. At this moment, he was really like a demon king. The young cultivators under him trembled and began to narrate the entire incident. When the third hall master and the surrounding people heard that Yang Jian had been struck with 3 blades, 6 whips, and was beheaded, they were all shocked. Especially the third hall master. He roared angrily, and the entire hall directly exploded. Intolerable bullying. How dare he kill my son? I must kill him personally. No matter who he was. The third hall master had really gone crazy. A brat who had just been promoted actually dared to make a move on him? How reckless! The elders beside him hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Hall master, although that brat is detestable, he is still the hall master. We cannot be impulsive. We must plan this carefully. They frantically tried to dissuade him. Indeed, Yang Jian was judged to have rebelled and was killed. If the 3 halls directly charged into the Stellar Hall, they would probably be taken down on the spot. I don't care what kind of palace master he is. How could a brat like him have the qualifications to be my immortal palace's master? I want to see what kind of monster he is. The third hall master completely ignored him. He swore that he would definitely kill the other party in order to vent the hatred in his heart. Everyone listen to my orders. Attack the Starry Hall. Kill, kill, kill. An earth-shattering sound rang out as waves of murderous aura soared into the sky. From the looks of it, these people were really prepared to go all out. Boom. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. An enormous aura, like 100,000 mountains, pressed down. It shattered all of the murderous aura, enveloping everyone's hearts. Sensing this terrifying aura, the expressions of the people in the 3 halls changed, all of them raising their heads towards the sky. Even the third hall master's face sunk, coldly shouting, "Who is it? You actually dare to behave atrociously in my territory." Yang Guang, receive the decree. An ice-cold voice sounded, carrying with it an unmatched pressure. Hearing this voice, the third hall master's expression finally changed. Great Law Protector. What was the Great Law Protector doing here at this time? It definitely wasn't something good. You want to defy the decree? The Great Law Protector descended in midair. He was an elder, currently holding a golden scroll in his hand, releasing 10,000 streaks of radiance. I don't dare. Yang Guang, receive the decree. The third hall master knelt on one knee, kneeling on the ground. The surrounding people in the 3 halls also knelt on one knee, looking extremely respectful. Under the old hall master's orders, Immortal Palace's members were not allowed to cause trouble, not allowed to disobey their superiors. Those who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. When he finished speaking, a terrifying aura rose from the Great Law Protector's body, engulfing the 9 heavens. The Great Law Protector was extremely terrifying, his cultivation reaching the invincible king level. At this moment, an invincible pressure was released, causing the people in the 3 halls below to tremble. What? Hearing this, the people below were shocked, but they didn't dare to raise their heads at all. Yang Guang, however, suddenly raised his head, his expression becoming incomparably ugly. They were not allowed to cause trouble, and they were not allowed to disobey their superiors. Although it said that they were Immortal Palace's members, it was clearly meant for him. Moreover, this was personally issued by the old hall master. He knew how powerful the old hall master was. Even invincible kings weren't enough in front of him. It could be said that he had reached a shocking level. If he dared to resist and angered the old hall master, he would probably be slapped to death. Therefore, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, Yang Guang received the decree. Seeing this scene, the great law protector put away the golden decree, and then said in a deep voice, the new hall master was personally chosen by the old hall master, don't make a mistake. I hope you can take care of yourself. After saying this, the great law protector's figure flickered, disappearing into the void. Then the unparalleled pressure disappeared as well. Feeling the disappearance of the pressure, the martial artists in the 3 halls below all heaved a sigh of relief. It couldn't be helped. The aura of an invincible king was too terrifying. They couldn't bear it at all. Yang Guang's expression was incomparably ugly. A few elders surrounded him and quickly said, Hall Master, what should we do? What should we do? What else can we do? Do you think we still have a chance to resist? The 3rd Hall Master's face was ashen. However, soon after, he clenched his fists, and his square face became incomparably ferocious. Damn it, I can't take this lying down. Although the old Hall Master is protecting him, I don't believe that he can protect him forever. Seclusion. From now on, don't disturb me. I won't come out of seclusion until I become an invincible king. Yang Guang gritted his teeth. He was already an 8-star peak king, and he was very close to becoming an invincible king. However, it was also very difficult to break through. However, this time, he decided to enter seclusion, because only by becoming an invincible king would he have a chance of revenge. Rumble. Yang Guang entered the ground and used the earth spirit vein to enter seclusion. Although the people in the 3 halls were also angry, they became incomparably low-key. There was no other way. This decree was obviously targeted at them. If they dared to cause trouble, they would probably be killed very soon. Therefore, everything could only wait for their hall master to come out of seclusion before making a new plan. The Great Law Protector's decree was not only issued to the 3rd hall master, but also spread throughout the entire Immortal Palace. Chapter 2390. They didn't expect the old palace master to make a move at this time. Moreover, he stood firmly on Lin Xian's side. This let them know that the new palace master's position was probably unshakable. The other hall masters' eyes were gloomy. Then, they quickly warned their subordinates not to cause trouble. They couldn't afford to offend him. They could still hide. At most, they would carry out their own mission and ignore him. Pei Yuan, Ho Yichen, and the other hall masters' sons also felt their scalps go numb. Especially Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, they felt as if they had walked through the gates of hell. A matter that shocked Immortal Palace quickly calmed down just like that. The speed at which it calmed down was shocking. They couldn't believe it. Starry Hall. Hu Yidao, Xing Tian, and the others also took a deep breath after hearing the news. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This matter was similar to what he had guessed. It seemed that his position as palace master was stable. Of course, no one rebelled, but it didn't mean that he was free of trouble. Most likely, those people still obeyed his orders on the surface but disobeyed them on the surface. However, there was no rush. He could take it slow. He believed that one day, the entire Immortal Palace would submit to him. It was time to move on to the next step. Lin Xian stood up, his eyes flickering. Xing Tian gave him a list of 3 geniuses. One of them, Hu Yidao, had already been subdued by him. As for the remaining 2, he was going to meet them now. Green mountains and clear waters. It was quiet everywhere. A beautiful figure strolled in the forest as if she had walked out of a painting. It was a woman with a beautiful face. She wore a long aqua green dress. There were terrifying monster kings around, but they crawled on the ground, not daring to move forward at all. They seemed to be afraid of the aqua-green woman. However, after walking for a while, the beautiful woman stopped in her tracks. She frowned. That was because a figure appeared in front of her. "It's you." The beautiful woman frowned because she recognized the figure in front of her. It was the new palace master of Immortal Palace. She didn't care about the other party before, but after the incident with Yang Jian, she specially found information about the new palace master. There was a portrait of the other party in the information, so she could recognize him at a glance. "Peacock, come with me." The person in front of her was Lin Xian. He looked at the beautiful woman and said indifferently, "Go with you? Just based on the fact that you killed Yang Jian, this is not enough." Peacock shook her head. "Defeat me and I'll go with you." "Make your move," Lin Xian said calmly. Although he knew that Peacock was powerful, he was not afraid. Peacock waved her jade-like hands and the wind and clouds changed. A green palm slapped over, like the overturning sky seal, pressing down from the sky. The space around Lin Xian froze in an instant. Clearly, this was an ultimate technique. It seemed like the other party knew that he wasn't weak, so he used a powerful ultimate skill right from the start. Facing the giant green palm, Lin Xian waved his sleeve. Black flames surged out and danced. The energy palm above was burned to ashes. "Show me your true strength. Let me see how powerful the legendary Peacock is," Lin Xian said coldly. "You'll see." Although the attack was broken, Peacock was not surprised. She knew that the other party was not weak since he was able to become the temple master. However, she had absolute confidence in herself. In the next moment, she formed a seal with her palms. A green light appeared behind her back and the shadow of a peacock appeared. The beautiful tail slowly spread out. It was like a fairy fan. It was exceptionally beautiful. However, this beauty contained an unparalleled killing intent. Peacock spreading its tail. With an angry roar, the huge tail swept. The black spots on it were like eyes. It was very dreamy. One. In the sky, countless black rays of light flew out like lightning. They charged towards where Lin Xian was. The void shattered in an instant. The terrifying aura between heaven and earth made people tremble. Lin Xian also frowned. He did not dare to be careless. He could naturally see that the attack was extremely terrifying. Therefore, in the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared rapidly. He swung his sword. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of an intense collision was heard. Soon, all the black lightning in the sky was shattered. Lin Xian's body flickered as he charged over with the ancient sword in his hand. On the other side, Peacock snorted coldly. A green fan appeared in her hand. She kept waving it as she fought. Both of them were young prodigies. At this moment, the battle was extremely terrifying. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was enveloped by the storm. Roars rang out, and those powerful demon kings all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. On the 100th move, Peacock's eyes suddenly burst out with a green light. It was extremely cold, as if it could pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The shadow of the peacock behind him also spread its tail and swept over. The green light swept out, and a shocking murderous aura attacked. Lin Xian's heart beat wildly. He felt that his life was in danger. Therefore, in the next moment, his body flickered and instantly disappeared. As expected, as soon as he left, the void melted. Nothing could withstand the green light. How terrifying! The shadow of the peacock was strange. Lin Xian frowned. He realized that it was not just her king's domain. It also seemed to contain a trace of bloodline power. You guessed right. My ancestor is Mahamayuri, so I have Mahamayuri's bloodline power in my body, Peacock said in a delicate voice. So, it won't be that easy to defeat me. Mahamayuri. Legend has it that it was an extremely terrifying monster king. No wonder. Lin Xian came to a realization. No wonder he felt that the shadow of the peacock was so terrifying. Then, Peacock formed another hand seal. Boom! An even more violent force descended from the sky. It was obvious that she had activated her bloodline power. The The shadow behind her seemed to have come alive as it spread its wings and flew. A green light swept through the entire world. Even the entire sky was dyed green. Peacock's divine light. This was a secret technique of the peacock race. It was activated with the power of the bloodline. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying when used at this moment. Even if a peerless almighty saw it, their heart would beat wildly and they would not dare to resist it. Lin Xian's expression also changed. He had to admit that the woman in front of him was too powerful. She was not inferior to Hu Yidao at all. Moreover, she had the power of the bloodline, which was even more terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Those monster kings who were swept by the green light suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that surged in the sky. Nothing could withstand this light. Among them, more light swept toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body swayed as he quickly dodged. However, the light seemed to have locked onto him and followed him closely. The ancient dragon abyss sword was swung, and a shocking sound was heard. The long sword cut off a large piece of green light, but the entire world seemed to be completely covered. Chapter 2391. You can't escape. Although you're the palace master, I won't show you any mercy. Peacock's face was unusually cold and emotionless. Her green eyes once again emitted a shocking light. Is that so? Can't escape? You're making a judgment too early. The show has just begun. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He smiled. Then, the sword aura on his body exploded and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The terrifying sword aura rushed out and slashed in all directions. It collided with the green light that filled the sky. Suddenly, heaven and earth boiled and huge cracks appeared in the sky. The sword aura was several times stronger than before. On the opposite side, Peacock frowned when she felt the biting cold sword aura. She didn't expect him to have hidden his strength. However, she didn't think that he could resist her bloodline power. After all, he had the bloodline of Mahamayuri. In front of her, the sword aura rolled like an ocean and swept across the sky. The green light scattered endlessly. Peacock's shadow fluttered in the wind and its terrifying tail kept swaying. Their attacks continued to collide in the sky, causing the entire sky to shatter. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The terrifying sword aura exploded again. Boom! The green light was cut in half by the sword and the sharp sword aura slashed towards Peacock. What? He became stronger again. Peacock's expression finally changed when she felt the change. Her body kept swaying and at the same time, the shadow behind her was also emitting light. Finally, it blocked the sword aura that filled the sky. However, her expression was extremely solemn. She didn't expect the opponent's attack to be stronger than hers. It seemed that she had to use that move. She knew that the opponent was very strong, so she had to use a stronger trump card. The shadow behind her swayed its tail, and there were thousands of black spots on it that looked like eyes. At this moment, there were even more mysterious runes that were flickering non-stop like a mysterious eye. Thousand Demon Eye. Peacock's palm kept forming seals and the black spots turned into the Demon King's eye. It spun in the sky and emitted a mysterious power. This is a soul attack. You can't block it. Peacock's voice was cold. Indeed, this was one of her great divine abilities, an extremely powerful eye divination technique attack. Perhaps even a peerless almighty would not dare to resist this eye technique of his. You want to compete with me in ocular techniques? Lin Xian smiled. If he wanted to resist physical attacks, he would have to expend a lot of energy. After all, the other party's bloodline was extremely powerful. However, if they were to compete in eye techniques, he would be able to determine the victor in an instant. Sure enough, in the next moment, a golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Then, he quickly activated his heavenly secret god eyes, forming a golden vortex to resist the 1,000 demon eyes. What? How could this be? Seeing the other party's golden eyes, the peacock's eyelids twitched wildly. Then, a great fear rose in her heart. Not only that, but her soul was also trembling, as if it was being sucked into a strange space. Damn it! Eye technique, he actually knew eye technique as well. In an instant, Peacock's face turned incomparably pale. She roared madly and activated the 1,000-demon eye with all her might to resist. However, the heavenly secret god eyes was an extremely terrifying eye technique. Although the 1,000-demon purple eye was terrifying, it was still unable to resist the heavenly secret god eyes. Peacock took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. Her 1,000-demon purple eye also quickly disappeared. On the other side, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes dimmed and then returned to normal. "You've lost," he said in a deep voice. Peacock wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face filled with unwillingness. "What is your eye technique? Damn it. I can't accept this. You just happened to counter me. Very well, I'll give you another chance to attack." Lin Xian was not angry, nor did he care. Because even if he did not use his eye technique, he could still defeat the other party. Hearing this, Peacock quickly swallowed 2 black pills to stop the damage to her soul and heal it. Then she took a deep breath and unleashed all the power in her body to the maximum. The shadow behind her became more solid, as if it was a real divine beast. Boom! Then, the 2 of them launched a fierce attack, the terrifying light illuminating the entire sky. Boom! A loud dragon roar came from Lin Xian's body. The sword aura in the sky turned into a giant dragon, fighting with the shadow of Peacock. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Dragon! Peacock was shocked. She could not believe it. She felt an immense pressure from the dragon-shaped phantom. Even the shadow behind him began to tremble. In the end, the shadow of Peacock was suppressed by the real dragon, her face pale. "I've lost." Peacock sighed. She realized that she could not defeat her opponent, be it soul attack or physical attack. However, she accepted her loss wholeheartedly. Because her opponent's strength was too strong, there was no luck at all. "Don't worry, you won't regret following me." Lin Xian smiled. Finally, he had subdued another powerful fighter. Peacock's strength could be said to be very strong. Thinking of this, he smiled happily. Now, there was only one prodigy left. Ghostly. An extremely terrifying assassin king. Lin Xian brought Peacock back to the Starry Palace. Then he adjusted his body to its peak and set off again. This time, he must subdue the last prodigy. When Lin Xian arrived at the place given to him by the Star Pagoda, he frowned, because he realized that there was no one around. However, he was not anxious, because Xing Tian had given him 3 places. These 3 places were the places where Ghostly often appeared. Since he was not here, he should be able to find him in the other 2 places. As expected, Lin Xian found him in the 3rd place. However, Lin Xian did not see him, but when he stepped into the 3rd place, goosebumps appeared all over his body. A faintly discernible killing intent locked onto him. Buzz. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared behind Lin Xian. The sharp dagger in his hand slashed down quickly. Bush. Lin Xian's muscles all stiffened, and with a boom, the great dragon sword soul in his body began to operate wildly, a terrifying power surging out. There was an intense collision. Bam! The figure quickly retreated, and at the same time, disappeared into the sky. How terrifying! He was not weaker than the assassins of hell. As soon as they exchanged blows, Lin Xian felt that this malicious spirit was indeed terrifying. The other party's assassination and concealment skills were very impressive. However, he had a way to see the other party. Sure enough, in the next moment, the prodigy activated his ability, and golden light surrounded him in all directions. Soon, he saw a faint figure appear in front of him. Found him. Chapter 2392. In the next moment, Lin Xian decisively made his move. One slash. Countless rays of light shone, then turned into an earth-shattering force that spread forward. These sword chi formed a fan shape, completely sealing off the area where Ghostly was. Boom! Ghostly was also shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be able to lock onto him in an instant. He felt the space around him instantly solidify, as if there was an ancient demonic mountain pressing down on him from the sky. With an incomparably sharp aura. Whoosh! In the next moment, his body swayed, and he suddenly exploded, tearing the void apart. He quickly dodged and avoided this terrifying sword wave. However, Lin Xian's second slash still came. A large black crack appeared in the sky, as if thunder was descending, and the terrifying sword light once again enveloped him. Ghostly snorted coldly. He did not expect his opponent to be able to discover him again and again. This time he was surprised again. But so what? Even if he did not hide, his strength was still very terrifying. Sure enough, in the next moment he waved the black dagger in his hand and shot out rays of black light that slid across the sky. Boom boom boom. The two collided. Like thunder from the ninth heaven, the sound pierced through the void, and the space around them was torn apart, and the entire ground was shaking rapidly. What a powerful attack! After that attack, Ghostly was even more shocked. Because he realized that his opponent's attack was too sharp, even more terrifying than him, the king of assassins. What a terrifying sword Qi, what a terrifying sword Dao. Ghostly's expression was solemn, but he did not admit defeat. White bone banner. In an instant, the world changed, and the scenery around them changed instantly. The entire space was as dark as ink. White bones were everywhere, and a terrifying murderous aura shot into the sky. For a moment, it was as if they had come to the Ghost Dao world. Ghostly was not only a terrifying assassin, but also a terrifying ghost cultivator. At this moment, when his white bone banner appeared, it was earth-shattering. Countless evil spirits charged towards Lin Xian and instantly enveloped him. Lin Xian's body exploded with an earth-shattering force, and the terrifying sword wave swept in all directions, destroying all the darkness. But at this moment, a sharp light pierced towards his back. The terrifying aura, even Lin Xian's expression changed. Assassination techniques. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect Ghostly to make a move at this time. Boom! A gigantic goddess of ice appeared on his body. The terrifying power of ice spread out in all directions, freezing everything. As expected, Ghostly's figure slowed down, and his body was covered in frost. He was about to be frozen. Seeing that his assassination had failed, Ghostly roared and retreated again. In the next moment he waved the white bone banner again. Endless resentful spirits roared, and the terrifying ghostly shadows made people's souls tremble. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by an icy aura. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand slashed forward. At this moment, he erupted with unparalleled combat strength. With a sweep of his sword, a large number of vengeful spirits were annihilated. Not only that, Lin Xian also used the demigods and semi-devils, his speed reaching the extreme as he charged towards Ghostly. Ghostly relied on his movement technique to move, but the demigods and semi-devils were truly miraculous. Finally, Lin Xian found an opportunity. He stretched out his left hand, and endless ice condensed into an ice scepter that flickered in the sky. Instantly, thousands of miles were frozen. Ghostly was also frozen. Although it was only for an instant, it was fatal to him. Buzz. In the next moment, the ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down mercilessly. Ghostly raised the dagger in his hand and the white bone banner to block. With a clang, he was forced back a few thousand meters, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The blood in his body churned non-stop. This sword had directly injured him. "Do you still want to fight?" Lin Xian asked coldly. "I haven't lost yet." Ghostly gritted his teeth and waved the white bone banner again. At the same time, his king's domain rushed out, covering the entire sky. Buzz. Cold winds blew in all directions, and countless vengeful spirits crawled out. The ground beneath their feet cracked open, and many white bone creatures emerged. Endless resentful spirits circled in the air, and it was all very terrifying. Ghostly aura filled the sky, and the terrifying army of vengeful spirits quickly charged over. Some even spat out poisonous fog, and the entire space was dark. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if millions of resentful spirits were moving out, and they firmly locked onto Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the destruction sword formation covered the surroundings. Streaks of blood-red sword qi rushed up, turning into a sea of blood in the air, roaring in all directions. Boom! Boom! The sea of blood and the mountain of corpses collided, and a shocking rainbow erupted. The scene between heaven and earth was tragic. At the same time, Lin Xian's fingers kept forming seals, and the Hell's Ice Lotus quickly flew out, spreading in all directions. At the same time, he also shot out black fire dragons, roaring in all directions. The flames roared, and the ice spread, slaughtering the millions of resentful spirits. "It's useless. My flames completely restrained you," Lin Xian said coldly. On the other side, Ghost Li's face was gloomy. He could see that it was indeed so. If this continued, his white bone banner would probably be destroyed. Therefore, in the next moment, he snorted coldly and stopped attacking. The white bone banner also quickly entered his body. "Not fighting anymore?" Lin Xian asked. On the opposite side, Ghost Li said coldly, "There's still one last attack. If you can take it, I'll admit defeat." As he said that, his domain rolled quickly, and endless black gas spread. Then, a black dagger appeared in midair, wrapped in endless black gas. The Shadow Blade. It wasn't a real weapon, but a strange world of death that Ghost Li connected to through his own secret technique and domain. It was summoned from inside. Although it was an illusion, it was extremely terrifying. Buzz. In the next moment, Ghost Li held the Shadow Blade. The murderous aura on his body suddenly erupted, and it was several times stronger than before. Buzz. With a swing of the blade, a terrifying light swept forward. This attack was too terrifying, especially the murderous aura contained in it. It could definitely make an almighty collapse in an instant. Even a peerless almighty would not dare to take it head-on. Not only that, as the Shadow Blade was swung, a terrifying crack appeared in the void. What was even more strange was that there was blood flowing out from this crack. It was extremely strange. An illusion attack? Lin Xian was surprised. He was very familiar with this, because his great dragon sword soul was like this. It was just a sword shadow, but its power was much more terrifying than a real weapon. In the next moment, he waved his arm, and the great dragon sword soul in his body rushed out. In front of him, it condensed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow. He grabbed it with one hand. It slashed forward. The biting cold sword light roared like an angry dragon, colliding with the terrifying black light in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Energy exploded. The collision between the two was destructive. However, the black light wave emitted by the Shadow Blade cracked. Then, it cracked and turned into endless ghost chi. What? It was broken. How could it be? Ghost Li was shocked when he saw this scene. He quickly retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe it. This was a powerful attack summoned from the world of death. It was extremely terrifying. Even a peerless almighty might not be able to resist it. However, the opponent's sword shadow directly shattered his attack. Chapter 2393. What's that sword shadow? It doesn't seem to be a physical weapon. Could it be the same type as my Shadow Blade? He didn't expect that the other party would have a divine ability cultivation method similar to his. More importantly, the strength of the other party's phantom was much stronger than his. The aura it emitted made him feel suffocated. In the next moment, Ghost Li took a deep breath and didn't attack again. Instead, he knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, Temple Master." He had long recognized the other party. It was just that he wasn't convinced before. Now that he was defeated by Lin Xian, he was convinced of his loss and was naturally willing to submit. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian smiled. He knew that he had already subdued Ghost Li. At this point, the three great experts that Xing Tian gave him had all been subdued. Of course, there were countless geniuses and experts in Immortal Palace. The rest still needed to be subdued slowly. "Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand and left with Ghost Li. In the following days, he lived in seclusion. In addition to continuing to understand Immortal Palace, he began to use Immortal Palace's resources to cultivate Immortal Palace's cultivation methods. As for Xing Tian, Hu Yidao, and the others, they were in charge of training the 500 young cultivators that he had subdued. Of course, there were also matters big and small in Immortal Palace that required Lin Xian's help. However, Lin Xian only needed to make a decision. As for the specific matters, of course, it was up to his subordinates to do it. Young master, according to the news from below, the great Xia dynasty has discovered an ancient tomb. It seems to be an ancient tomb passed down by a saint. It has caused a stir in the entire Zhongzhou. Not only that, but the eastern wilderness, western desert, southern ridge, and northern plains sacred grounds have also sent out experts. They're all here? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that a saint's tomb would appear in Zhongzhou. Indeed, many of them had come. Moreover, the recent news of the nest of 10,000 dragons in Zhongzhou had attracted those sacred grounds and peerless sections. Even the clan of the ancients had come. Young master, should we go and take a look too? Xing Tian asked. Of course. The saint's tomb is full of good stuff. Also, I want to meet these sacred grounds and great sects. Go and prepare, gather some people. That's right, the black demon ship should be more or less repaired. Lin Xian asked. After he became the palace lord, he handed the black demon ship over to Immortal Palace and had the people inside repair it. After all, the black demon ship was a pseudo-heaven step artifact. It had already been repaired. Furthermore, its might had also been increased. It seemed that it was time to show off. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. In the next few days, Xing Tian began his preparations. He had to go. Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly were also tagging along. Out of the remaining 500 people, he picked out 100 elites. Apart from this, there were a few attendants and elders from Immortal Palace, all of them older generation figures. There weren't many deacons, only a few dozen, and only 3 elders. There were only 200 people in total, which was indeed not a lot. But every one of them was an elite. Moreover, they were only going to check out the situation first. If they were really going to enter the great saint's tomb or encounter other dangers, they would have to leave. They could transfer people at any time. After all, they also had branches in the Grand Xia Empire. Lin Xian stood in front of a treasure vault. There were 2 golden doors in front of him, exuding a barbaric aura. He pushed it open forcefully and entered. Rays of light were emitted from inside. It was very dazzling. It was full of treasures. This was Immortal Palace's treasure vault, and it was one of them. Lin Xian could use all the resources in there, but he wouldn't use all of them. After all the experts in Immortal Palace needed the resources in there. Lin Xian took some divine crystals and some materials. Among them, he took a few formations that had already been set up and handed the remaining materials to the dark red divine dragon. During this period, the dark red divine dragon had not been idle. It had been excited ever since it obtained Immortal Palace's treasure vault. It had read a lot of ancient books in there. They were all related to formations, which could be used to improve its attainments in formations. The formations that it created now were much more powerful than before. Lin Xian had not stopped cultivating during this period. Coupled with the resources from Immortal Palace, his cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. Now, he had reached the peak of early 7 stars. In addition to the materials and formations, he also took 2 spatial scrolls. This was equivalent to a small spatial teleportation formation. It could shatter the void and bring them out of danger. Finally, Lin Xian took a cultivation method and planned to study it when he was free. This was a heaven-rank cultivation method called the 5-element sword. It could be cultivated with 5 types of sword qi, which could be converted at will. It could be said to be both offensive and defensive, and its power was also very terrifying. After receiving the 5-element sword, Lin Xian left Immortal Palace's treasure vault. In addition, Hu Yidao, Peacock, Ghostly, and the 100 selected warriors also used their contribution points to exchange for resources in the treasure vault. 2 days later, they set off. In the sky, a black ship floated. It was incomparably dark, as if it had crossed time and space from the demon world. This was the black demon ship, and it was a modified one. Not only were the damaged parts repaired, but its power was also more terrifying than before. Its appearance had also changed. It was more majestic than before, and there were even runes of Immortal Palace on it. Let's go! Lin Xian's body swayed, and he took the lead to soar into the sky. Behind him, Xing Tian and the dark red divine dragon followed. Behind them were Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly. There were also 3 elders and a few dozen deacons. Apart from them, there were the 100 young warriors. They did not expect to be able to explore the ancient tomb with the palace master this time. They were extremely excited. As for the remaining 400 people who were not selected, they worked even harder in their cultivation so that they could be selected next time. The Black Demon ship was very big and luxurious. There were all kinds of palaces, secret cultivation rooms, and places for sightseeing. Therefore, even if they had to fly for a month or 2, they would not feel bored. Moreover, these people were prepared to go into seclusion almost as soon as they boarded, cultivating and increasing their cultivation strength. Xing Tian, when we reach 9 Li Dynasty, remind me that I have something to do. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Xing Tian nodded. Lin Xian entered the room, set up a formation, and then sat down with his legs crossed. He slowly opened the jade scroll and began to study the 5-element sword. Lin Xian only had the 3 attributes of ice, fire, and lightning. He did not have the water, earth, or wood attributes. However, that was not a problem. His great dragon sword soul could instantly simulate the attributes of the 5 elements, so he did not have to worry about that. Next, he began to comprehend the 5-element sword. Chapter 2394. On the other side, Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly were also cultivating in seclusion. The 100 people on the ship were assigned different tasks. Some were responsible for guarding, some were responsible for maintaining order, and some were responsible for scouting the surroundings. Apart from that, there were also some servants with low cultivation bases on the ship. They were responsible for cleaning, cooking, and so on. The 3 elders and the deacons began to study the various information they had obtained. After all, this time, not only the Immortal Palace, but many peerless sects and sacred grounds had also come. Moreover, not only Zhongzhou, but the powerhouses from the Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, and Northern Plains had also come. It could be said that this was a flourishing period. However, the competition would probably be extremely intense. After about 10 days, Xing Tian came over and said in a deep voice, "Young master, we've arrived at the 9 Li Dynasty." Hearing that, Lin Xian put away the jade slip, stood up, and walked out of the door. Then he went to the deck and looked down. He was finally back. A few months ago, he was chased by countless people from here and engaged in an intense battle. If he did not have so many trump cards, he would have been killed long ago. Now that he was back, he naturally wanted to take revenge. The governor's mansion, the Teng family, the Tai dynasty, and the war tribe, he would not let any of them off. However, he had to deal with the Teng family and the people from the 9 Li dynasty first. Go to the governor's mansion first. Lin Xian ordered. Soon, these people turned the ship around and sailed in the direction of the governor's mansion. Qianshan City. The incident last time had gradually subsided, and Qianshan City had returned to normal. However, on this day, a huge spirit ship appeared above Qianshan City. It slowly descended like a dark cloud, projecting below. Soon, countless people raised their heads and looked at the sky, exclaiming in surprise. That was because the aura on the black ship was so terrifying that they could not breathe. This scene naturally attracted the attention of the governor's mansion. Immediately, a few powerhouses from the governor's mansion rushed up. That was because they did not know who the other party was and why they had come to Qianshan City. Therefore, they had to find out. Because of the incident with young Master Qianshan, they did not dare to be careless anymore. Just as they were about to snort coldly, a black palm shadow descended from the sky. It was like a huge palm that covered the sky, slapping down fiercely. Below, a few city lords' mansion cultivators roared crazily. They all fled. They didn't expect that the other party would launch a direct attack right from the start. What was he up to this time? Starting a war with the city lord's mansion? Who was it? How could he be so bold? Boom. Several martial artists wanted to escape, but they could not escape at all. Under this immense power, their bodies split apart and turned into a bloody mist. That enormous black palm blasted towards the city lord's mansion with an even more ferocious attitude. Heavens, what happened? Everyone in Qianshan City was shocked when they saw this. The weaker ones were directly pressed to the ground by this aura, while the stronger ones turned pale and their bodies trembled. Someone actually dared to make a move against the city lord's mansion? This was too shocking. The warriors in the city lord's mansion also came out one after another. They could feel a powerful aura descending towards them. Soon, they raised their heads, and when they saw the huge hand that covered the sky, their pupils shrank. Quick! Activate the defensive formation. The city lord's mansion's array formation lit up, and rays of light shot into the sky. The protective formation appeared, completely enveloping the entire city lord's mansion. This formation emitted a bright light, forming the most powerful defense. Clang! The black hand that covered the sky collided with the formation, causing a thunderous collision. The surrounding void cracked open, and lightning from the ninth heaven descended, bombarding all directions. All the warriors in the city were knocked to the ground. This scene was truly too terrifying. Damn it, who was it? Those warriors in the city lord's mansion also felt the world shaking, and their faces were gloomy. However, in the next moment, they screamed because cracks had appeared on their protective formation. And more. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of shattering rang out, and then more than half of the formation cracked and shattered. The terrifying palms slapped down again. Inside the city lord's mansion, the ground cracked open, and the buildings turned into ashes. Countless warriors turned into a bloody mist. This blow directly smashed half of the city lord's mansion. A series of screams sounded, and a huge roar rolled, and the airwaves rushed into the sky. Those elders roared crazily. Damn it, who was it? How dare you attack my city lord's mansion? In the deepest part of the city lord's mansion, the city lord and a few elders also rushed over. The city lord's face was gloomy, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. Half of his city lord's mansion was destroyed, and it was unforgivable. No matter who you are, you're dead meat. He was really mad. One had to know that he was not only a powerhouse, but he was also the city lord of Qianshan City. Moreover, his city lord was personally conferred by the Nine Li dynasty. Whoever dared to make a move on him was ignoring the authority of the Nine Li dynasty. This was declaring war on the dynasty. He couldn't understand who it was that was so audacious. But no matter who it was, the other party was dead meat. Pumph. A cold laugh came from the black ship above. Puma. Why, have you forgotten me in such a short time? This voice carried endless coldness. Hearing this voice, everyone's scalp went numb. The city lord and other warriors below also frowned, because they realized that this was a young voice. Had they offended anyone? Immediately, a chill rose in the hearts of several elders, seeming to have thought of something. They said tremblingly, "Could it be that the kid came back?" "What, that kid? Are you talking about that little demon king?" "Impossible, right? Wasn't he being hunted down?" These people discussed quickly. However, in the next moment, their eyeballs almost popped out, because they saw a young figure descending from above, suspended in midair. "It's really you!" When they saw the other party, they cried out in surprise, because they discovered that it was really that demon king. Not only did the other party not die, but he was also full of vigor. Even the aura on his body was stronger than before. "God, the other party is here for revenge. Damn kid, I'm going to kill you." The city lord was furious. Killing intent surged from his body, his black hair fluttering, and his entire person was incomparably hideous. There was no choice, it was this kid in front of him who killed his son. Not only that, he even killed countless experts of his city lord's mansion. How could he tolerate this? In the next moment, he roared angrily and quickly rushed to the sky, his body erupting with endless light. A terrifying aura surged, turning into a surging river, directly rushing towards Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, all the warriors in Qianshan City cried out in surprise. Chapter 2395. Heavens, this is too terrifying. They knew that the city lord was a peerless almighty. At this moment, when he attacked with all his might, it was really terrifying. That vast aura made them feel like they were suffocating. Can that kid block it? Who knows? That kid is very terrifying. Back then, so many powerhouses chased after him, but he escaped. Now that he's still alive and kicking, it shouldn't be difficult for him to block it. Discussions sounded one after another. Above, Lin Xian looked at the city lord and narrowed his eyes. Then, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, and sword chi filled the sky. Sword chi flashed, and the aura emitted from Lin Xian's body was like a divine rainbow, cutting through the void. The terrifying aura directly slashed forward. What a powerful sword chi! The city lord was also shocked, and his pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party's aura to be so strong. No wonder he could escape the pursuit of so many powerhouses. But so what? This time I must kill him. Boom! The city lord's body erupted with a piercing cold light. On his glabella, there was an incomparably terrifying rune. It was like a small sword with peerless killing intent. With this small sword as the center, countless mysterious runes flickered around the city lord, covering heaven and earth. This is? When this terrifying scene appeared, many warriors in Qianshan City were shocked. They looked at this scene and widened their eyes. Is this a killing formation? Heavens, the city lord is actually using his body as a formation. This is too terrifying. Using his body as a formation. Hearing this, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, looking at the other party's appearance, he had indeed formed a terrifying formation. However, it was different from ordinary formations. Ordinary formations were controlled by warriors. But this time, the city lord directly turned into a formation. It could be said to be incomparably strange. Kid, be careful. That guy doesn't seem to be simple. Above, on the black demon ship, the dark red dragon also transmitted a voice. He was a formation master. If he said it was not simple, it naturally meant that the formation was incomparably dangerous. After Lin Xian heard, he snorted coldly. No matter what kind of killing formation it was, he was not afraid. In the next moment, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed out. The sword chi was like a rainbow as it flashed rapidly in the sky, forming countless sword lights that pressed forward. The sword chi that filled the sky seemed to have turned into a world of its own. It was extremely terrifying. You're no match for me. Scarlet feather killing formation, destroy. The city lord roared, and the red rune on his forehead trembled rapidly. The Tao inscriptions in the surroundings spun rapidly, forming streaks of divine rainbows that shot into the sky. Boom, boom. The collision between the two was extremely terrifying. A crack that was close to 10,000 meters wide appeared in the sky, as if the sky had been split in half. It was extremely terrifying. Large amounts of rain and lightning poured down from the crack. Lin Xian snorted coldly and exploded with an incomparably cold light. This time, he was here for revenge. He had no intention of wasting time with the other party. Therefore, he immediately activated his heavenly secret god eyes. Not only that, but the great dragon sword soul also emerged from his body, forming a sword shadow, which he grasped in his hand. Floating light. The left eye of the heavenly secret divine eyes turned into a floating light that surged forward. The soul energy passed through the formation and directly affected the city lord. The city lord's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with confusion. In the next moment, he bit his tongue and forced himself out of the illusion, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. However, it was too late. At this moment, Lin Xian waved the dragon sword in his hand. Boom! The sword slashed the city lord's body, and the terrifying scarlet feather killing formation was mercilessly torn apart. Damn it, block it for me. Seeing this, the city lord roared crazily, and the spiritual energy in his body quickly circulated. It even started to burn. The sky was filled with red light, and countless runes shone, forming a solid barrier. However, it was useless. Under this sword, everything was turned into ashes. The city lord was also sent flying. The 2 layers of armor on his body were directly broken, and his chest caved in. A large amount of blood spilled out like snow. His body landed heavily on the ground below the city lord's mansion, creating a terrifying crater on the ground. What? The city lord was defeated. Everyone was stunned, including the martial artists in Qianshan City. The martial artists in the city lord's mansion were dumbfounded. How was this possible? The city lord used his ultimate move, the Scarlet Feather Killing Formation. He turned his body into a terrifying sword formation, which could be said to be extremely terrifying. He could also be invincible against a peerless almighty. However, he was easily injured by the other party's sword. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Damn it, how is this possible? The city lord crawled out of the crater, covered in blood. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect the other party to be so terrifying. Especially that sword shadow, which made his hair stand on end. Moreover, the other party was actually a soul power expert, and that eye technique was impossible to guard against. Lin Xian snorted coldly and looked below. He waved the Dragon Abyss ancient sword again, and a terrifying sword chi would be released. What? He still wants to fight? The expressions of the people in the city lord's mansion changed, and even the city lord was serious. He didn't expect the other party to still want to attack. Did he really want to kill him? But what a joke! If he killed him, would the Nine Li dynasty let him go? So in the next moment he dodged and roared. Damn brat, stop. Stop? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Give me a reason to stop. You can't kill me, I'm the city lord of Thousand Mountain City. I was personally conferred the title by the emperor of the Nine Li dynasty. If you kill me, you'll be ignoring the emperor's prestige and challenging the Nine Li dynasty's imperial power. The Nine Li dynasty won't let you go. So what? Lin Xian's voice was cold, and he wasn't moved at all. Not to mention that he was now the lord of Immortal Palace. Even if he was alone in the past, he wouldn't be afraid of such a threat. One had to know that he dared to provoke the war race, and he dared to go against the Tai dynasty, let alone the Nine Li dynasty. So in the next moment, Lin Xian attacked mercilessly. The dragon-shaped sword chi shone in the sky, and then the dragon tail swayed and rushed down. Sky shattering. When the dragon-shaped sword chi came close to the city lord, it directly shattered the sky. The entire void shattered, forming a terrifying black hole that enveloped the city lord. Boom, boom, boom. The black hole kept getting bigger and bigger, spreading rapidly like a giant beast. The surrounding people of the city lord's mansion fled frantically. However, most of them were directly swallowed up. Not only that, the surrounding buildings, land, and space were completely swallowed up. The entire city lord's mansion became a black hole that was extremely dark. After a long time, it slowly shrank. And there was nothing left in the original place, only a bottomless pit. The city lord's mansion was destroyed. The city lord was killed. The other martial artists in Thousand Mountain City looked at this scene, and their scalps went numb. They knew that this should be the end of the world. Because no one had ever dared to be so bold. Lin Xian put away the ancient sword, stepped into the air, and came to the black demon ship. Let's go to the Ting family. Chapter 2396. It was not until a long time after the black demon ship disappeared that the cultivators of Qianshan City dared to stand up. They looked at the deep pit in front of them in horror, not daring to speak for a long time. On the other side, the black demon ship flew at an extremely fast speed in the direction of the Ting family. A day later, the black demon ship stopped again. This was because they had arrived at the Ting family. The Ting family was not in any city. Instead, they occupied a spiritual mountain by themselves. After all, the Ting family was an invincible king clan. Their strength and status were much higher than the city lord's mansion. Therefore, they naturally occupied a better spiritual vein. In front of them, mountains were everywhere and surrounded by white fog. It was a fairyland. In the mountain range, there were countless palaces and pavilions. The surroundings seemed calm, but Lin Xian and the others could naturally feel that there was a terrifying formation inside. However, it was only the outer formation and could not trap Lin Xian and the others at all. Therefore, the black demon ship directly drove out and rampaged. When they arrived in front, a ray of light shot into the sky. However, it was difficult to resist the power of the black demon legacy. In an instant, the formation shattered and scattered in all directions like a mirror. Soon, the black demon ship flew into the depths of the mountains without restraint. Finally, they stopped. In front of them was a mountain gate. It was very majestic. Under the mountain gate, there were 4 disciples of the Ting family guarding it. At this moment, they felt this change and raised their heads one after another. Then, their expressions changed drastically. Not good. There were enemies. They were too shocked. To be honest, an important place like a mountain gate would usually be heavily guarded. However, in the Ting family, there were only 4 people. This was because they were very confident that no one would dare to behave atrociously in the Ting family. But now, the situation was beyond their expectations. One of them quickly soared into the sky and flew towards the mountains. It seemed that he was going to inform the others. The other 3 drew their sabers and swords and pointed upwards. One of them sneered. "Who are you? How dare you barge into the Ting family?" On the black demon ship, Lin Xian looked at this scene and shouted coldly. Hu Yidao stood up. His figure flashed and he appeared in the sky. With a clang, the full moon saber at his waist slashed out. The saber light was hazy like a full moon, emitting a terrifying aura. In an instant, the majestic mountain gate below was split into 2 halves. Not only that, but the bodies of the 3 Ting family cultivators also split open in an instant, and they fell into a pool of blood. This saber strike was simply too astonishing. Not only was the mountain gate destroyed, but the ground was also split open. A huge crack appeared and extended inwards. It was as if a huge earthquake had occurred. Rumbling sounds could be heard. This finally caught the Ting family's attention. Suddenly, countless lights lit up in the mountains. One figure after another soared into the sky. It was accompanied by angry roars. "Damn it, who is it? How dare you cause trouble in the Ting family?" Countless silhouettes rushed out. There were at least a few hundred people. One could imagine how terrifying the Ting clan was. Damn it, the mountain gate was actually destroyed. These people soared into the air. When they saw the scene before them, their faces turned extremely ugly. Their mountain gate had actually been directly hacked apart by someone. This was a blatant provocation. In the 9 Li dynasty, no one dared to provoke the Ting family like this. "Damn it, who the hell are you?" An old man shouted coldly. He looked at the pitch-black ship in front of him and frowned. This was because the aura it emitted was too terrifying. However, a cold snort sounded from the void. "Where's your clan leader? Tell him to get over here and die." "What? Tell our clan leader to get over here and die? Who in the world dares to say such a thing?" These Ting family cultivators were so angry that their bodies trembled. The old man even shouted coldly, "Go, catch him. Let's see what ability he has to say such a thing." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 rays of light flew over quickly like a meteor shower. These were 4 mighty figures. At this moment they attacked together. 4 sky-covering hands enveloped the sky, wanting to catch Hu Yidao. However, Hu Yidao sneered. Streams of light flowed on his body, and the full moon scimitar in his hand emitted a terrifying light. Subsequently, he slashed out with his saber. The saber light flickered in the air, cutting through the void and slashing at the 4 sky-covering hands in the sky. In an instant, the 4 sky-covering hands were slashed apart. Not only that, but the arms of the 4 powerhouses were also directly cut off. The 4 mighty figures held their broken arms and quickly retreated. Their faces were filled with horror. Behind them, the Ting family's cultivators were stunned. Heavens! Who exactly is this young man in front of me? He actually cut off the hands of 4 mighty figures with one slash. Isn't this too terrifying? He's definitely a peerless genius. But which faction is he from? How dare he behave atrociously in our territory? They did not attack again. The old man took a step forward and snorted coldly. "I'll ask you again, who exactly are you?" The other party only sent a young man. However, the strength that he displayed was too powerful. He had to be careful. "I'm the one who'll kill you." Hu Yidao snorted coldly and said coldly, "I've said it before, tell your clan leader to get over here and die. You're courting death. Brat, don't think that you can behave atrociously here just because you have some ability. The Teng family is not a place where you can come to." The old man was furious. He quickly attacked. A fist pierced through the void and blasted toward Hu Yidao. The air instantly exploded, and a terrifying air wave surged. It did not look like a fist at all. Instead, it was like an ancient demonic mountain. The sound that came from it was too terrifying. It shook the world, causing it to tremble rapidly. Hu Yidao did not resist it head-on. His body swayed as he quickly dodged. In the sky, the terrifying fist followed his movements and chased after him relentlessly. Seeing this, Hu Yidao frowned and stopped in his tracks. His body emitted a terrifying light, and the full moon scimitar in his hand also erupted. Waves of light were so bright that people could not open their eyes. Buzz! With a swing of his saber, the full moon scimitar slashed forward and collided with the huge fist in the sky. A shocking earth-shattering sound erupted. It was as if someone had shaken the entire space. The sound was too intense, causing the Teng family's cultivators behind to tremble. Many of them were bleeding from their ears. In the sky, the terrifying saber light and the huge fist disappeared at the same time. Hu Yidao stood proudly. On the other hand, the Teng family's elders' face changed drastically. How's that possible? The fact that the other party was actually able to contend against him was simply too surprising. The other party was only a young brat, whereas he was a figure who had lived for thousands of years. Could it be that the other party is already so powerful? He did not dare to imagine. Nevertheless, 3 middle-aged men rushed over from behind. Their auras were also unparalleled. The 3 of them said together, "Elder, we're here to help you." As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they charged toward Hu Yidao with powerful forces. Chapter 2397. Elder, let us help you. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they charged toward Hu Yidao with a powerful force. At the same time, the elder attacked again. For a time, the 4 of them suppressed Hu Yidao. However, it was difficult for them to hurt Hu Yidao. At this moment, a cold snort came from the black ship again. 4 against 1, what kind of ability is that? I'll accompany you if you dare. Whoosh! A green figure appeared in the sky. It was a beautiful woman wearing a long green dress. As soon as she appeared, a peacock appeared behind her and spread its beautiful feathers. Thousands of green divine lights shone like meteors, directly enveloping the front. Boom boom boom. The 3 middle-aged mighty figures were sent flying and vomited blood. The elder also kept retreating, but there was a huge shield in front of him that blocked the impact of the energy. Although he was not injured, his face was extremely ugly. Another young man has come. A young genius who is equally terrifying. Damn it, what kind of force is this? How can there be so many young geniuses? Could it be a peerless sect or a peerless sacred ground? Or perhaps some royal family? He could not think of any other family that could be so terrifying. However, the elder snorted coldly, and his face was extremely gloomy. Do you think you can beat the Teng family in terms of numbers? He was furious. Indeed, this was the Teng family's territory, and it was not that the Teng family did not have any powerhouses. Moreover, with so many powerhouses, he did not believe that he could not kill the other party. Soon, the Teng family's martial artists behind also rushed forward. Not only that, but there were even more powerhouses coming from all directions. They surrounded Hu Yidao and Peacock. How dare you act so atrociously in the Teng family? You're courting death. Kill him and let him know the power of the Teng family. Angry roars came one after another. Then, the purple-clothed elder waved his hand, and immediately, all the powerhouses around him attacked crazily. Hu Yidao snorted coldly, and his body emitted a terrifying saber light as he attacked crazily. The saber lights were like the Milky Way, slashing in all directions. On the other side, Peacock also used her bloodline power, and the shadow behind her became more and more powerful. The 1,000 devil eyes appeared, forming a terrifying soul attack. Many people were affected. Hee hee, I'll play with you guys too. Right at this moment, an icy cold voice sounded. Soon, a blurry shadow appeared behind the two old men. Black light flashed and two heads flew up. The corpses of the two old men fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy, a chill running down their backs. As for the purple-clothed old man, he was also roaring madly. Damn it, be careful, there's an assassin. They didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying assassin among them. It really shocked them. Sure enough, no one dared to be careless. They quickly activated their battle armors, and the defensive light in front of them completely covered their bodies. The third to make a move was naturally ghostly. After he ambushed a few experts, he waved his hand and shot out the white bone banner rice. The white bone banner waved, and a cold wind blew in the surroundings. The world darkened. Countless vengeful spirits quickly appeared. There were even mountains of skeletons and a terrifying army of death charging over. For a moment, the world collapsed. It was extremely terrifying. On the black demon ship above, Lin Xian and the others sneered as they looked down. They didn't need to do anything at all. Hu Yidao and the other two could handle it. Sure enough, about half an hour later, the world returned to normal. The Teng family's martial artists retreated one after another. Most of them were injured and many of them were directly killed. Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly stood in the void, and the aura on their bodies became stronger. The Teng family was just SOS. Peacock snorted coldly. Ghostly's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. This time, I'll be able to absorb a lot of powerful vengeful spirits. Indeed, he waved the white bone banner and absorbed the souls and blood essence of those killed. On the opposite side, the Teng family's people had extremely ugly expressions. Especially the purple-clothed old man who was the leader, he was so angry that his body trembled. There was a saber mark on his body that almost cut off his arm. At this moment, he covered his wound and gritted his teeth as he asked, "Damn it, who are you people?" He was too shocked. 3 young men had beaten them to the point that they couldn't fight back. They didn't dare to imagine it at all. These 3 people are all top prodigies. What kind of force could produce so many terrifying young prodigies? I said, "Get your clan leader here to die." Hu Yidao pointed his saber forward and said coldly, "Damn it. This is too much." The purple-clothed old man roared angrily. The surrounding Teng family's martial artists were also trembling with anger. A few of the old ones vomited blood. It was too sullen. The Teng family had never been provoked like this. However, they really couldn't win. Therefore, they could only ask for help from the family. The purple-clothed old man waved his hand, and a black rune quickly flew to the family. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, countless powerful figures rushed out from the family. Each of them was like a demon god as they stepped on the air. This time, all of the people who came were of the elder rank. Their auras were terrifying. At this moment, it was as if 100,000 mountains had shattered the void. This time, 10 elders came, and each of them was unusually terrifying. Especially the 2 at the front, they were even more valiant. They had definitely reached the level of a peerless powerhouse. "Great elder, you're here." When the purple-clothed old man saw this, he was overjoyed. The other people smiled as well. They knew the Teng family was truly furious. This time, they sent 10 elders at once. They thought that they could definitely suppress the other party. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Teng family?" The 10 elders looked around. When they saw the scene around them, their faces were terrifyingly dark. This time, before Hu Yidao and the others could speak, Lin Xian scoffed on the big black ship. His body swayed, and he quickly landed in front of them. The dark red divine dragon and Xing Tian were also with him. The others stood on the big black ship and did not come down. Nevertheless, as long as Lin Xian gave the order, these people would immediately make a move. "But have you forgotten about me so quickly?" After Lin Xian arrived in front of them, he sneered. Hu Yidao, Peacock, and ghostly stood behind him respectfully. So this is our leader? Upon seeing this, the faces of the Tung family's martial artists changed. It seemed like the other party's leader had come out. Nonetheless, what shocked them was that the other party's leader was so young. They could not believe it. Chapter 2398. What? Damn brat. It's actually you? How could you still be alive? They were too shocked because they recognized each other. Wasn't he being hunted down by the war tribe and countless powerhouses of the Tai dynasty? How could he still be alive? Moreover, he has such powerful subordinates. Damn it, who exactly is this brat? They were extremely shocked. It seemed that the other party's identity was not simple. You recognize me? That's easy. Lin Xian sneered. Are you willing to kneel and die, or are you prepared to be cut into pieces? I'll give you a choice. Kneel down obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. What? You want to kill us? Hearing this, the cultivators of the Ting family were furious. The elders also snorted coldly. Brat, although I don't know how you survived and I don't know what kind of power you have. However, you're too naive to attack the Ting family. Let me tell you, the Ting family is an invincible family. Do you think you can contend against the invincible kings of our family? The invincible kings are indeed very strong, but I don't need to contend against them. I just need to kill you. Where's your patriarch? Tell him to come and die. Lin Xian knew that the patriarch must have agreed to the pursuit of those powerhouses last time. Therefore, he wanted to kill the patriarch and the 10 elders in front of him. Only then would it be considered revenge. What? You want to kill our patriarch? You're courting death. At this moment, an elder stood out. His body emitted a powerful aura. Terrifying energy surged in all directions. Brat, I'll kill you first. This was the third elder of the other party. His strength was terrifying, and he was almost a peerless powerhouse. At this moment, he stood out with a monstrous aura. In the next moment, he threw a punch. The terrifying power shattered the void and directly rushed towards Lin Xian, wanting to kill him. Sensing this power, the cultivators of the Tung family trembled, but their eyes were filled with excitement. This was because they felt that this power was not much different from that of a peerless powerhouse. He won't be able to resist. You're courting death. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian sneered and raised his palm. The azure dragon hand condensed in his hand, and countless sword chi surrounded his fingertips. In the next moment, he slapped it. Boom. This palm contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely powerful. Therefore, he was able to blast the terrifying fist away with a single slap. Not only that, the azure dragon palm enveloped the third elder and smashed him into a bloody mist. Boom! Blood filled the air, splattering everywhere. Countless cracks appeared in the terrifying space as a black hole rapidly spread out. Upon seeing this, the Ting family's martial artists were dumbfounded. What? The third elder was killed? He was killed by a single palm strike. How could this be? An expert who was going to become a peerless almighty was killed with a single palm strike? Who was this kid? They trembled at the thought. How could this be? Why was the other party so powerful? Was the other party already a peerless almighty? Damn it, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, the other two elders also roared in anger. They pulled out their swords and sabers, and the light on their bodies quickly erupted. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden runes flickered as he activated the soul-burning secret technique. Immediately, the two of them screamed. Fifth elder. Sixth elder. When the Ting family's martial artists saw this, they roared crazily. What did the other party do? How did the other party make the two elders scream crazily with just a glance? What kind of technique was that? Nonetheless, what shocked them was yet to come. That was because the fifth elder and the sixth elder's bodies suddenly stopped trembling. Their eyes were blank and had lost their luster. Bang! In the next moment, the two of them fell from the sky and landed on the ground, creating two deep pits. Elders! They roared crazily. Countless Taoists flew down and saved the two of them. However, their scalps went numb in the next moment. This was because the two elders had long stopped breathing. They were dead. The two elders were killed by a single glance from the other party. Oh God, they retreated crazily. Some of the more timid ones' legs went weak, and they even wet their pants. This was because this technique was too terrifying. They had never seen it before. This was probably how an invincible king killed someone. The other elders were also shocked. They widened their eyes in disbelief. Who exactly was the other party? They did not know that although it was just a glance, Lin Xian had used all of his strength. In addition to the power of the heavenly secret god eyes, he could naturally kill the two elders. What he wanted was to strike like thunder and completely shock these people. What do you think? Now, do you think I'm qualified to fight against the Teng family? Lin Xian said indifferently. Now, the remaining elders, kneel down and ask your patriarch to come out and kneel to accept your death. I can spare the rest of the Teng family. His voice was like thunder, striking everyone's hearts. The Teng family's martial artists' mouths and tongues were dry, and their bodies were cold. Those who were weak directly lay on the ground with pale faces. As for the elders, their faces were hidden. At this moment, the first elder spoke. He scoffed coldly, and his voice spread in all directions like thunder. First, he calmed everyone's hearts, then he said, "Don't be frightened by him. This should be a secret pupil technique. It's nothing to fuss about directly killing the soul. As long as the soul is protected, there won't be a problem." Is that so? Looks like you're very confident in yourself. Lin Xian looked at the first elder and sneered. In the next moment, he raised his palm, and a chaotic sword chi flew out and slashed forward. This sword was too terrifying. The sky was directly cut in half, and the terrifying aura made everyone tremble. The first elder's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party to be so decisive. He attacked without hesitation. Damn it, get lost. However, he was the first elder after all. He was a peerless powerhouse, and he even had the soaring serpent's bloodline power. Therefore, he would not admit defeat so easily. In the next moment, he roared and instantly activated his bloodline power. He knew that the other party was a great enemy, so he did not dare to be careless. Boom! He struck out with his palm, and the illusory image of a soaring serpent appeared in the sky. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It kept circling and emitting light that filled the sky. It blocked the shocking chaotic sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. Energy exploded, and the surrounding space kept collapsing, but it was still blocked. Great! The first elder finally blocked it. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. The Teng family's martial artists were so excited that they cried. This was because they felt that there was hope for the Teng family. As strong as that young fellow was, he could not be a match for the first elder. On the other side, Hu Yidao and the other two elders who were next to Lin Xian sneered. This was because they knew their hall master was not only capable of this. Chapter 2399. Sure enough, at the next moment, the sword light on Lin Xian's body became even brighter. Countless sword lights lit up the sky. The sword seemed to be able to split heaven and earth apart. Boom, boom, boom. The sky shook, the earth trembled, and the mountains in the distance rumbled. What? That sword technique is so fearsome. It can actually cause a phenomenon in heaven and earth. The faces of the Teng family's martial artists took on ghastly expressions when they saw this. The Teng family's great elder had a grave look on his face too. He roared furiously, and the energy in his body moved quickly. He did not dare to be careless at all. Next, endless lights gathered above him and formed a flying serpent that spiraled in the void. It rode on clouds and mists, and its fearsome aura enveloped the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Its massive body pressed down on Lin Xian as if it wanted to crush him. At this moment, the great elder finally used his bloodline power and summoned the illusory image of the flying serpent. That power was so strong that it shocked everyone. Boom, boom, boom. The flying serpent shrouded the surroundings. Fearsome poisonous mist spread, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. The martial artists in the distance also quickly retreated. They retreated to their clan's formation and watched quietly. Young fella, go to hell. The great elder roared, and the illusory image of the flying serpent above his head completely erupted. Lin Xian also frowned. He had to admit that the great elder was indeed formidable. The great elder's bloodline power had erupted at this moment, and he also felt a slight threat. Nevertheless, he sneered at the next moment, and a dragon's roar was heard coming from his body. In the sky, the cold aura was instantly extinguished, and the fearsome poisonous gases were also blown away by the strong wind. Buzz! The sword shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A shocking sword chi descended from the sky. It was as if an immortal light had collapsed the entire sky. The great elder was shocked because he realized that his opponent's sword chi was stronger than before. In a panic, he roared madly again and activated his bloodline power. Boom! 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 Intense collisions were heard in the sky. Fearsome lights lit up the sky, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes at all. After the first attack, the great elder quickly retreated. Even so, the illusory image of the flying serpent wrapped around him tightly, so that he didn't get hurt too badly. On the other side, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward. The ancient dragon abyss sword appeared in the sky, tearing the void apart. Demon ceiling. The sword soared into the sky. Even with the superb formation, the Teng family's martial artists still sensed bone-piercing chills. In the sky, countless clouds were directly pierced through, and huge cracks appeared. The terrifying sword light was like a mountain, soaring into the sky. Countless sword chi turned into a huge seal, completely sealing off the sky. The soaring serpent roared madly and slammed into the gaps around it. However, each and every one of those sword chis was like a 5-fingered mountain. They were abnormally terrifying and could not be broken apart at all. Collapsing heaven. Another sword appeared in the sky, and the sky in front of him instantly collapsed. The soaring serpent was torn apart by the terrifying power. The soaring serpent's phantom was destroyed, and the great elder was sent flying, vomiting blood. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. His opponent had destroyed his soaring serpent so easily. How was this possible? That was the power of his bloodline. Chaotic rebellion. Lin Xian shouted coldly, and a hazy sword shadow appeared on his body. Tens of millions of sword chi crisscrossed and charged forward. The sky was instantly annihilated, and the great elder was enveloped by countless sword lights. Bang bang bang. A part of the world was pierced through. The elders roared madly and attacked with all their might, wanting to tear apart the storm. Save the great elder. As for the surrounding spirit formations, they began to tremble violently. In fact, cracks had even appeared in some places. When everything disappeared, the great elder was covered in blood. More than half of his body had been cut off. At this moment he was on the verge of death. What? How could this be? Everyone was stunned when they saw this. They could not believe it at all. You're no match for me at all. Tell your patriarch to get out here. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you. If you want our patriarch to come out, you'll have to kill me. The great elder roared madly. His face was ferocious, and the bloodline power in his body began to burn. It seemed like he wanted to risk his life to attack. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you think I don't dare to do it? Metal sword. Lin Xian shouted coldly. He waved the ancient sword in his hand, and a golden light flashed as fast as lightning, instantly slashing across. The great elder's head flew up. This sword was too fast, and it was so sharp that it was impossible to guard against it. Even a peerless almighty would not be able to dodge it. Moreover, the great elder was heavily injured, so he was killed in one strike. What sword technique is this? How could it be so terrifying? The Teng family's martial artists were horrified. The other elders also felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Hu Yidao and the others were shocked. This seems to be the metal sword of the Immortal Palace's 5-element sword. This is a heaven-class cultivation technique. Heavens, how long has it been since the palace master came? Even if it's the first day of cultivation, it's probably only been a few months. To be able to use the metal sword to such an extent, his talent is too heaven-defying. At this moment, Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly were shocked. They discovered that their hall master was simply too terrifying. Even the elders and deacons on the Black Demon ship were shocked. The 100 elite martial artists were extremely excited. Too powerful. Their palace master is too powerful. This made their blood boil. After killing the great elder with one strike, the sword chi on Lin Xian's body did not weaken. Instead, it became even more violent. It covered the entire sky, and the terrifying sword chi whistled. The Teng family's martial artists were extremely pale. Damn it, kill him. Fight it out with him. Some people in the formation gritted their teeth. Boom boom boom. They quickly activated their killing formations. One by one, the shocking killing formations rushed over. As an invincible king family, the Teng family was very terrifying. They had a lot of killing formations. 5 of them were activated instantly. One was as red as blood, and it carried flames that filled the sky. The other was as black as ink, and it looked like rolling demonic clouds. There were also sword chi that filled the sky, terrifying saber lights, and violent lightning. The 5 killing formations shrouded Lin Xian in an instant, intending to kill him completely. The momentum was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the 5 of them attacked together, and they could kill an almighty. Therefore, the Teng family's martial artists who were in charge of killing revealed a sinister expression. Buzz. Lin Xian did not hesitate either. In an instant he activated the Dragon Sword domain. The domain continued to expand, and instantly enveloped the 5 killing formations. Thousands of sword chi flew out quickly, and instantly pierced through the 5 killing formations. Not only that, the thousands of martial artists in the 5 killing formations were instantly annihilated. Boom boom boom. The sky split open, and black holes appeared one after another. Countless blood sprinkled down. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Chapter 2400. The elders of the Teng family roared crazily. No. Damn it. Stop it. Kill him, we must kill him. No matter what price we have to pay, we must kill him. At this moment, the second elder roared. His eyes were red and filled with madness. The other elders were also filled with killing intent. More cultivators from the Teng family rushed over. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted and pointed his sword to the sky. Beside him, Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly stood out and emitted a terrifying aura. Not only that, but Xing Tian also stepped out. The aura on his body was like that of an ancient demon mountain, pressing down. The dark red holy dragon transformed into 100 Zhang-long divine dragon and roared. The bloodline power of the Teng family cultivators trembled. What, you want to fight? Do you believe that I won't destroy the Teng family today? The sword intent on Lin Xian's body became even more dazzling. In the sky, the black demon ship slowly descended. 100 young cultivators jumped off the ship. They flew quickly and their auras suddenly burst out. They were too excited and couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, when they received Lin Xian's order, they quickly rushed out. Not only them, but dozens of deacons and elders also walked out. The auras on their bodies were even stronger. In an instant, the figures behind Lin Xian were densely packed, and each of them was incomparably powerful. Damn it, why does he have so many people? The people from the Teng family were truly dumbfounded. Each of them began to tremble. Even the elders' pupils shrunk. The aura of an almighty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Heavens, how is this possible? So many. They realized that there were several almighties on the other side. In addition, the auras of the young cultivators were also abnormally terrifying. This is a group of geniuses, a group of powerhouses. Damn it, who is this kid? How does he have such a terrifying force? The Teng family cultivators were stunned and their faces were filled with fear. They didn't dare to make a move anymore. Indeed, they had more people, but their overall strength was no match for the other side. Unless they let all the warriors of the Teng clan come out and use their so-called trump card. In that case, they might be able to kill him. However, for the other party to be able to send out so many cultivators in an instant, the power behind them must be even more terrifying. In fact, he had even surpassed them. If they really offended such a figure, the Teng family would not have a good time in the future even if they killed those people. This was especially true when they saw the mysterious smile on Lin Xian's face. They were extremely frightened. You dare to attack us? You really don't know what's good for you. Ghostly sneered. The martial artists from the Teng family gulped. The Teng family's elder had a grim look on his face. Who knew? A cold voice was heard coming from the depths of the Teng family. Then, a terrifying force tore through the clouds, and a figure stepped through the air. Upon seeing this person, the Teng family's martial artists turned around and exclaimed, "Patriarch! Greetings to the Patriarch! Welcome, Patriarch!" It was great that the human race was here. The Teng family's martial artists roared madly. Even the elders heaved sighs of relief. This was because their patriarch was an incredibly fearsome being. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The other party had finally appeared. When he took a step forward, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a middle-aged man who wore a white robe and had black hair draped behind his back. His eyes were long and narrow, and they shone brightly. "I'm surprised that you're still alive. Your strength is also beyond my expectations. Why don't we stop here? How about we each take a step back?" The Teng family's patriarch looked at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "Take a step back." Upon hearing this, the Teng family's elders were shocked. The martial artists were also in an uproar. Was the Teng family going to admit defeat? This was truly an earth-shattering event. The Teng family was an invincible king clan. They had never given in to anyone before. Now they actually gave in to a young man. This made them in disbelief. However, when they saw the many fearsome powerhouses behind the young man, they fell silent. "Take a step back?" Lin Xian sneered when he heard this. "When you sent the Teng family's powerhouses to kill me, did you ever think of taking a step back? Now that you've seen my strength, you're telling me to take a step back? Do you think there's such a good thing in the world? Today, you and these elders must die." "What?" As soon as he said that, all of the Teng family's martial artists were stunned. The other party was too arrogant. The Teng family had already given in, but the other party was still unyielding. He still wanted to kill them? He even wanted to kill their patriarch? This was too much. They roared angrily. The Teng family's patriarch's face darkened. "Young fella, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that you can contend against the Teng family just because you can summon so many powerhouses. The Teng family's foundation isn't something you can imagine. Is that so? Isn't he just an invincible king? Let him come out and see if I have a way to deal with him." Lin Xian did not care at all. Buzz. His eyes became incomparably cold, and the aura on his body suddenly burst out. He pointed his long sword forward. "Cut the crap. Go to hell." When he slashed out with his sword, the vast sword light caused the entire sky to tremble. "Stubborn. Today, I'll suppress you." The Teng family's patriarch was also furious. Next, he waved his sleeve and slapped out. At once, a purple flying snake flew out. The snake's shadow kept growing in the sky like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. Its enormous body filled the sky, crushed the space, and fiercely collided with the sword Qi. Boom! An earth-shattering sound spread out in all directions. The Teng family's martial artists vomited large mouthfuls of blood and kept retreating. It was too terrifying. Just the aftermath of the energy was enough to make them unable to withstand it. Everyone retreated into the defense formation. A few elders shouted crazily, and they kept retreating. On the other side, Hu Yidao and the others also retreated to the big black ship. In front of them, only the Teng family's patriarch and Lin Xian were left. Boom! Boom! Seeing that his clansmen had retreated, the Teng family's patriarch no longer had any scruples. The light on his body became more and more terrifying. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was like a god of swords. The two of them fought crazily like two gods that had descended into the mortal world. Boom! Lin Xian punched out, and the sky was filled with light. The terrifying fist turned into a black sun that pushed out in the sky. Burning sky, scorching sun fist. This was the war tribe's divine ability. When it appeared in Lin Xian's hands, it was extremely terrifying. Watch me swallow your son. The Teng family's patriarch stretched out his 10 fingers, which turned into 10 ferocious snakes that danced in the sky. Each snake was 3 kilometers long and crushed the void. At this moment, the 10 snakes moved together as if they were going to destroy the world. Chapter 2401. Each Teng snake was 1,000 feet long. Their huge bodies spun in the air and crushed the void. At this moment, the 10 Teng snakes moved together as if they were going to destroy the world. The 10 purple Teng snakes waved in the sky, opened their bloody mouths and swallowed all the black suns in the sky. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if they were going to devour the world. The martial artists of the Teng family clapped and cheered. After Lin Xian saw this, he sneered. So what if they swallowed his fist technique? Watch me refine your Teng snakes. As he spoke, he stretched out a palm and grabbed. This palm was extremely terrifying. It kept growing bigger and bigger, covering the entire world. One couldn't see the end of it. Not only that, but the sun, moon, and stars revolved in his palm. It was very mysterious. Sun Moon Divine Palm. This was also a terrifying divine ability. At this moment, Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul again. Boom, boom, boom. The Sun Moon Divine Palm fell mercilessly and enveloped the 10 Teng snakes in the sky. Air waves rolled and light shone. The sun, moon, and stars revolved as if they could destroy everything. The 10 Teng snakes roared crazily and counterattacked crazily. However, their bodies started to rupture. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies. Then they exploded with a boom. Between heaven and earth, countless spiritual chi appeared. The 10 Teng snakes had disappeared. They were destroyed. How was this possible? The martial artists of the Teng family couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, they screamed. This was because they realized that after the palm destroyed the 10 Teng snakes, it once again grabbed towards their clan leader. Buzz. In an instant, the Sun Moon Divine Palm appeared in front of the Teng family's clan leader. The terrifying energy directly cracked the void. Damn it, get lost. The Teng family's clan leader roared crazily. Mysterious patterns appeared on his body and the power of his bloodline was also activated. At this moment, he was like a demon king, resisting the Sun Moon Divine Palm in the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Sun Moon Divine Palm was boundless and mysterious. It completely grabbed the Teng family's clan leader and slowly closed its 5 fingers. Finally, it closed completely. Clan leader. When the Teng family warriors saw this scene, they roared crazily. The hearts of the Teng family's elders pounded wildly. They did not dare to imagine that their clan leader had been captured by the other party. The reason for that was because the power of the sun, moon, and stars was simply too frightening. Even a peerless expert would be injured. Boom. Just as they decided to take action and save the clan leader together, the situation in front of them changed again. The palm that was originally closed slowly opened at this moment, and a figure rushed out quickly. Damn brat. I'm going to kill you. I will definitely tear you to shreds. The person who rushed out was the Teng family's patriarch. His hair was disheveled at the moment, and his white robe was torn, revealing a blue armor. There was a black demonic tripod cauldron above his head, which gave rise to monstrous demonic flames. Not only that, but there was also a terrifying soaring serpent coiling around his body. Brat, I will never forgive you. The Teng clan patriarch's voice was cold as he clenched his fist. Suddenly, the shadow of the soaring serpent behind him flowed into his hand and transformed into a purple long spear. Brat, you will pay the price for your actions. The Teng family's patriarch waved the purple long spear in his hand, and the void in front of him was completely split apart. A terrifying power charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian wielded the Dragon Abyss ancient sword to resist it. The two of them fought again. On the 99th move, Lin Xian's ancient sword suddenly emitted a light, and 2 of the runes disappeared. As for that power, it instantly burst forth. Boom, The sword slashed down and collided with the purple long spear, causing cracks to appear on the purple long spear. Another 3 slashes were made, and the purple long spear was directly shattered. As for the Teng family's patriarch, he kept retreating. Damn it! How did this happen? The Teng family's patriarch's face was gloomy, and the others were all stunned. What's going on? How did the other party suppress their patriarch again? They could not believe it at all. Buzz. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in Lin Xian's left hand again, and he directly turned toward the black demonic tripod cauldron. The sword cut the black demonic tripod cauldron in half. The black demonic tripod cauldron was originally a defensive treasure, and it was very powerful. However, after it was cut in half, the Teng family's patriarch immediately suffered from the impact, and he vomited blood as he flew backward. Good chance. When Lin Xian saw this, his body flashed, and he charged toward the patriarch. Runes flickered in his left eye. The floating light phantom flew out and immediately pulled the patriarch's soul into an illusion. Then he struck with both swords and slashed the patriarch's body. In an instant, the Teng family's patriarch's body caved in, and he was even cut in half at the waist. Blood spurted out, dyeing the sky red. The Teng family's martial artists went completely crazy. Their patriarch was cut in half by a sword. It was truly unbelievable. Ah! The Teng family's patriarch roared crazily in the sky, and soon, something shocking happened. Countless purple snake shadows suddenly appeared at the cut in half of his body, and they quickly intertwined. His severed body actually healed once again. In the next moment, the Teng family's patriarch's body appeared in the distance. He was panting heavily, and his face was abnormally pale. However, his eyes were extremely ferocious, and they shone with purple light. Damn it! The Teng family's patriarch was furious. If he did not have the Teng snake bloodline, he would have been killed by this sword. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned when he saw this. He's not dead? Moreover, his body healed? What technique is this? It's so strange. Young fella, this is the Teng snake bloodline power, a kind of divine ability. As long as it's not a fatal injury, it can usually heal. He too explained through voice transmission. The Teng snake has such a divine ability. Lin Xian was surprised. This is equivalent to an immortal body. However, if it was a fatal blow, he would definitely be killed. Even if the patriarch could heal, it would probably be useless. In front of him, the Teng family's patriarch took out a few pills from his interspatial ring and quickly swallowed them. He also consumed a purple Ganoderma and a bottle of black liquid. Then his exhausted physical strength and injuries were quickly healing. So what? This sword strike is enough to kill you. Seeing that the patriarch had recovered, Lin Xian did not go forward to stop him at all. He took a deep breath, and a piercing cold light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Then, the great dragon sword in his left hand and the ancient dragon abyss sword in his right hand merged together. Buzz. He held the sword with both hands and slashed. Snake swallows heaven and earth. On the other side, the Teng family's patriarch also launched his strongest attack. He twisted his body and turned into a giant purple snake in the sky. It was 50,000 meters tall, and then it swooped down. The snake opened its mouth and swallowed the entire world in an instant. The sky instantly darkened, and only endless sword lights flashed. Chapter 2402. Everyone, including the Teng family's martial artists, exclaimed in shock. On the other side, Hu Yidao and the others frowned. Teng Jia's clan leader is so arrogant. How dare he swallow all of us? Isn't he afraid that he'll die from overeating? Sure enough, before they could make a move, the biting cold sword light in the sky collided with the giant python. Boom, boom, boom. A sonorous sound resounded in all directions like a sudden clap of thunder. The darkness in the surroundings quickly faded away. The sky regained its clarity, and there was even a rain of blood falling from the sky. The Teng family's clan leader screamed in agony as his body split open. The giant flying serpent that he transformed into was slashed apart by the sword. Ah! The Teng family's clan leader screamed crazily. The two halves of his body rolled in the sky, forming countless snake shadows that circled around each other. It seemed like they were about to recombine. Umph! Lin Xian scoffed. How could he give the clan leader such a chance? Next, he activated the soul-burning secret technique in his right eye and burned the clan leader's soul. Ah! The Teng family's clan leader screamed in agony as his body rolled in the air. It was impossible for him to guard against this kind of soul attack. At the same time, Lin Xian's long sword emitted a dazzling light again. He slashed his sword at the clan leader's head. Boom! 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 Terrifying lights vibrated as the sword slashed off the clan leader's head. Moreover, the soul creation brought about by the soul-burning secret technique was also effective. The Teng family's clan leader's soul was completely burned. This time, even if he had an immortal body, he would not be able to survive. Sure enough, the Teng family's clan leader's body stiffened in the sky and fell to the ground. Clan leader! Seeing this, the Teng family's martial artists were all stunned. The Teng family's elders were also stunned. What's going on? Their clan leader had the purest flying serpent bloodline and was known to have an immortal body. No matter how heavy his injuries were, he could still recover. However, their clan leader was motionless and did not react at all. Could it be that their clan leader was killed? Thinking of this, they gasped. How is this possible? Swoosh! Swoosh! In the sky, the elders moved quickly and arrived beside their clan leader in an instant. They quickly probed. Next, their scalps went numb. Patriarch! They roared out crazily, because they discovered that the clan chief's aura was already gone, his body ice cold. His life force was clearly extinguished. Oh, damn it, I don't believe it. The patriarch had an immortal body. They roared crazily. In the distance, the Teng family's martial artists were dumbfounded. Pumph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. What immortal body? Under his great dragon sword spirit and heavenly secret god eyes, everything would be destroyed. Next, it's up to you old fellows. Kneel down obediently and I'll give you a quick death. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and the long sword in his hand flashed again. The elders roared madly. They had truly gone mad. They had gone too far. Fight it out with him. The remaining 7 or 8 elders roared at the sky and charged over. Boom! Boom! A great battle broke out. However, Lin Xian did not hold back. At this moment, the heavenly fate divine eyes, great dragon sword spirit, and ancient dragon abyss sword were fully utilized by him. His speed was as fast as a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 5 elders. The remaining 3 elders fled crazily. With another 2 slashes, the other 2 elders were split in half in the sky. In the end, only the 2nd elder was left. He was also a peerless almighty. At this moment, his body was covered in blood, and his eyes were red like a demon. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful that he could kill so many elders in the blink of an eye. He could not believe it. He did not make a move. Instead, he roared crazily. Great Ancestor! Supreme Elder! He was really afraid. He knew that he was no match for the other party at all. However, the Teng family would not be so simple. They had their own foundation. Sure enough, as the voice sounded, a few powerful auras recovered. The auras were too terrifying. They were like prehistoric beasts that crushed the void. They were even more terrifying than the previous elders and the Teng family's patriarch. The living fossil elders had come out. Seeing this, the Teng family's martial artists exclaimed. They knew that the Teng family was fine. Each of these living fossil elders had lived for more than 3,000 years. It could be said that they were very terrifying. Normally, they would not come out. They would only make a move when the family was in danger. Now that they had come out, they could suppress everything. The 5 living fossil elders stood in the air. Their hair hung down to their heels, and their faces were full of vicissitudes of life. They leaned on crutches, and their bodies were trembling. Nevertheless, when they saw the scene in front of them and even the Teng family's patriarch who had been killed, they were all furious. They roared at the sky, and their bodies burst out with a biting cold aura. Their turbid eyes instantly became sharp and dazzling like divine lamps. Who are you? The 5 living fossils stared at Lin Xian and the martial artists behind Lin Xian. They frowned deeply. Buzz. All of a sudden, clouds and mist rolled in the sky. A huge human face appeared. The face was very demonic. It looked like a human, but it was covered in scales. In particular, its eyes were purple and flickered with a strange light. As soon as the face appeared, its aura was even more terrifying than the 5 living fossils combined. This was because it was the aura of an invincible king. Greetings, great ancestor. At this moment, the tens of millions of martial artists of the Teng family respectfully bowed and congratulated him. Even the 5 living fossil elders in the sky bowed one after another. This was because the face was the projection of the Teng family's great ancestor. It was an invincible king. In the sky, as soon as the invincible king's face appeared, his purple eyes shot out 2 purple lightning bolts that struck Lin Xian. It contained the power and will of an invincible king. It was very terrifying. The surrounding people were shocked. Even Hu Yidao and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and the saint's hand bone appeared above his head, emitting the aura of a saint. In an instant, the 2 purple lightning bolts were destroyed. In the next moment, his expression was incomparably cold. At the same time, Xing Tian, who was beside him, also shouted angrily and stood out. Very well. How dare you attack my young master? Do you want to die? His voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. It was the aura of a saint. In the sky, the demonic human face ignored Xing Tian. Instead, it stared at the saint's hand bone. In the next moment, its eyes shone brightly. It did not expect to encounter a saint's treasure. Perhaps this is the opportunity for me to break through. Buzz. Beside the human face, a terrifying hand appeared and grabbed downward as if it wanted to grab the saint's hand bone. You're courting death. Seeing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Chapter 2403. A black mirror appeared in the sky and floated above his head. Then, a black ray of light flew out. It blasted towards the terrifying palm in the sky. Boom! The palm was instantly pierced through. Then, it turned into spiritual qi and dissipated in the void. Seeing this scene, the Teng family's martial artists went crazy in disbelief. That was the palm of an invincible king. It was extremely terrifying. Even living fossils couldn't resist it. However, the other party destroyed it so easily. What exactly was that black mirror? In the sky, the demonic human face was also angry and shocked. Damn it, how dare you destroy my attack? All of you must die. A cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only was he stunned, but his demonic face was also filled with shock. This was because the second elder raised his hand and threw out a golden scroll. The aura of this scroll was too terrifying. Even the invincible king was terrified. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. He felt that the aura on the scroll was very similar to the aura of his saint's hand bone. Thinking about it, it should be something passed down by a saint. No wonder the invincible king was afraid. Damn it, who exactly are you? The demonic human face didn't attack. Instead, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are we? Don't you know now?" That elder shouted coldly. The golden scroll above his head shone even more brightly. It even formed mysterious runes that surrounded the surroundings. What? It's actually you? When the demonic human face saw the shape of those runes, his pupils immediately constricted. His purple eyes were filled with shock. Obviously, he recognized what it was. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face when he saw this scene. Since they recognized him, things would be much easier. He didn't believe that the other party would dare to fight against Immortal Palace. So what if they were from an invincible king family? Immortal Palace had 6 protector elders, and all 6 of them were invincible kings. This was only the strength on the surface. Immortal Palace's foundation was probably terrifying. Sure enough, the demonic human face was no longer arrogant. Instead, it asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?" "You'll have to ask our palace master." Immortal Palace's elders said coldly. What? Palace Master? The demonic face looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. However, in the next moment, he still asked, May I ask, Hallmaster, what are your plans? I've said before that I'll let the Tang family live if I kill your patriarch and the 10 great elders. Now that the Tang family's patriarch was dead, only one of the 10 great elders was left. Tell him to obediently roll over and accept his death. What? Did he really have to kill all 10 elders? The Tang family's martial artists were shocked. The demonic face in the sky was also silent. Damn brat, you've gone too far. Second Elder Zhang roared crazily. The 5 living fossil elders didn't expect the other party to still want to kill them. Their faces turned gloomy and their eyes emitted a biting, killing intent. This was because they still didn't know what kind of power the other party was from. However, they did not dare to act rashly. They could tell that their patriarch was very wary of the other party. Otherwise, with their old ancestor's character, he would have killed everyone with a single slap. However, their old ancestor didn't do that. This meant that the other party's identity was definitely not simple. In the sky, the demonic face was silent for a moment, then it asked, Is what you said true? Are you willing to let the Tang family go? Of course, as long as you issue an apology to the Tang family and spread it throughout the 9 Li dynasty, I can let the Tang family go. Okay, it's settled then. The demonic face nodded and said, Do it then. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They simply could not believe their ears. What did our great ancestor say? Do it? Are we really going to let the other party kill our only remaining second elder? God, what exactly is going on? At this moment, the Tang family's martial artists were all dizzy. The 5 living fossil elders were also dumbfounded. But our great ancestor doesn't care? How's this possible? Who exactly is the other party? How can he make our great ancestor afraid? They dared not imagine. Second elder's vision turned black, and he almost fainted. He looked at the figure in front of him, and his body trembled. Next he turned around and fled. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered in disdain, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, the demonic face in the sky once again sent down 2 purple lightning bolts, directly killing Second Elder. What? Second Elder was killed. Seeing this, all the Tang family's martial artists did not dare to say anything. The 5 living fossil elders' mouths twitched. In the sky, the demonic face said, Don't worry, I will announce to the entire 9 Li dynasty that I apologize to you. That would be best. Lin Xian said coldly, then he put away the ancient sword, turned around, and waved his hand. Let's go. Behind him, the Immortal Palace's martial artists boarded the Black Demon ship one after another. Then, the Black Demon ship swayed, turned into a black light, and disappeared into the sky. Below, the Tang family's martial artists were dumbfounded. Today's scene would probably become a nightmare for them for the rest of their lives. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others left the Tang family and set off for the Great Xia dynasty again. Lin Xian returned to his room and went into seclusion to comprehend the 5-element sword. Although he had only used one sword in the previous battle, the power of the metal sword was beyond his expectations. It seemed that if the 5-element sword was mastered, it would definitely be terrifying. At this moment, the Great Xia dynasty could be said to be in turmoil. All the sacred grounds, peerless sects, and powerhouse families in the 5 continents had rushed over. This was because the ancient tomb of a saint had appeared here. Moreover, there was the legend of the nest of 10,000 dragons in Zhongzhou. Every piece of news moved them. Therefore, countless powerhouses would come to the Great Xia dynasty. The martial artists of the Great Xia dynasty were extremely nervous. Especially the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty, they had mobilized all their forces. However, they were not too worried. This was because they believed that even if those people came to look for treasures, they would not dare to touch the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty. They had this foundation. After all, the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty had produced a great emperor. Moreover, there were extreme weapons in the palace. With the suppression of extreme weapons, They believed that no one would dare to cause trouble in the imperial capital. They also sent powerhouses to the ancient tomb of the saint. Moreover, they were the closest, so they had already sent people when the ancient tomb was first discovered. Not only the royal family, but all the major families in the Great Xia dynasty had also sent people. However, the ancient tomb of the saint was extraordinary. Even though they had been deciphering it for 1 or 2 months, they had not been able to crack it at all. In fact, they had even triggered a trap, causing many powerhouses to fall. Chapter 2404. In the past few days, with the arrival of experts from all over the world, some of the restrictions outside the ancient tomb had been removed. Therefore, the ruins outside the ancient tomb had also appeared in front of everyone. Although they were dilapidated, there might be 1 or 2 treasures after so many years. Therefore, those experts were searching the surrounding ruins. At this moment, in one of the ruins, there were 2 groups of warriors confronting each other. Their auras were very heavy, and there were even countless cracks in the space between them, as if it would collapse at any time. Get lost, this is the territory of the Great Xia dynasty. The rest of you leave. A middle-aged man shouted coldly, his body full of murderous intent. The people behind him also looked solemn. They were emitting a terrifying aura, and the weapons in their hands were shining with a cold light. It was as if they would start a fight if there was a disagreement. On the opposite side, there was also a group of people with powerful auras, and most of them were women. The leader was even more beautiful. Her appearance was like a fairy, and her purple dress was shining brightly. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens, descending to the mortal world. The woman in purple said lightly, "This is an ancient ruin, and it doesn't belong to anyone. You want to take over this place just because you're from the Great Xia dynasty? Aren't you a little too overbearing?" So what if you're overbearing? At this moment, in the opposite group of people, a young man snorted coldly. Then he held a long sword and stabbed it over. The sword flashed and turned into a long rainbow in the sky, quickly stabbing towards the woman in purple. Buzz. Seeing this scene, the woman in purple didn't panic at all. The people behind her were also expressionless. When the long sword was close to her, the woman in purple slowly stretched out her jade-like hand and slapped it forward. With one slap, the wind and clouds changed. The long sword was shattered, and the young man vomited blood and flew out, landing in the distance. Those martial artists on the other side had faces full of terror. This woman was so powerful. The young man who attacked just now was also a genius of their family, but he couldn't even take one slap from her. Who is she? Damn it, who are you? A middle-aged man asked. Jade Lake, Murong Qingqing. The woman in purple answered coldly. What? She's from the Jade Lake sacred ground. Hearing this, the faces of the people on the opposite side became extremely ugly. The Jade Lake sacred ground was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the royal clan of Grand Xia. However, it was nothing compared to the Jade Lake sacred ground. Therefore, in the next moment, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Let's go. Soon these people left. A smile appeared on Murong Qingqing's face as she waved her hand and said, "He searched the entire ancient ruins, not missing a single detail." Yes, Saintess. The martial artists behind him moved quickly. Things like this often happened in the surrounding ruins. Not only the Jade Lake sacred ground, but all the great sage lands in the eastern wilderness had also come, and their leaders were all saints and saintesses. Of course, the princes of Zhongzhou state also came. The experts from the clans of the Western Desert, Northern Plains, and Southern Ridge had also arrived. In a short period of time, it could be said that heroes and geniuses rose together. There were more battles in the past few days than in the past 10 years. There were often people who directly attacked without saying a word. Or, if they were not convinced of each other's strength, they would also start fighting. Boom! 2 figures soared into the sky, exploding a part of the world. In the distance, everyone exclaimed. That was the 5th prince of the 9 Li dynasty, right? Who was fighting with him? Looking at the lightning aura, it seemed to be the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground Saint. Huh, I've long heard that there are many outstanding people in Zhongzhou State. Today, I'll experience it for myself. A young man with a red giant sword on his back stood in the void and laughed loudly. Terrifying sword chi bloomed from his body, piercing through all directions. For you, someone in the crowd shouted coldly. Seiko Dian, Xiang Wenyan. What? It's actually him. No wonder his aura was so powerful. Many of the older generation looked at the sky in shock. I'll fight you. In the distance, a green stream of light spun quickly and instantly arrived nearby. Then, the green light that filled the sky disappeared, and a handsome young man appeared above everyone. For you? Xiang Wendian asked coldly. He was tall and looked like a demon king, looking down on everyone. Great Xia dynasty, Marquis Qing. The person's voice was equally cold. What? It's actually Great Xia's Marquis Qing. The surrounding experts were shocked. They had heard that a very impressive young genius had appeared in Great Xia dynasty. At such a young age, he had been conferred the title of Marquis. One had to know that that was a status second only to the Marquis. Those marquises, which one of them hadn't lived for 1 to 2,000 years and were experts who shocked the ancient and modern times. There were very few people who were conferred the title of Marquis at such a young age like Marquis Qing. This was definitely a peerless genius. Good, you're worthy of my attack. Xiang Wendian laughed loudly, and his sword chi surged into the sky. Most of them slashed towards Marquis Qing. Marquis Qing snorted coldly, and his body bloomed with green light like a demon king. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. There were many young battles like this. At this moment, the saints of the great sage land, those princes, and the geniuses of the aristocratic families were all unconvinced after meeting. Therefore, there were many exchanges. Ha, old man, where are you going? Suddenly, a voice came from the sky like thunder, shaking everyone below and making them unable to stand steadily. These people raised their heads and looked at the sky in horror. Heavens, who is this? Just the voice alone was so terrifying? Needless to say, it must be a peerless expert. In the next moment, they saw an old man in front of them fleeing frantically. That old man's hair was disheveled, and his body was broken. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his body was burning with light as he fled quickly like a stream of light. What? It was a peerless mighty figure. A peerless mighty figure was actually fleeing? Who was it? Was he chasing after a peerless mighty figure? The surrounding experts were stunned. They didn't dare to believe it at all. From the current situation, although the major forces from all over the world had come, most of them were mighty figures, and the powerful ones were peerless powerhouses. The invincible king hadn't appeared yet. In other words, the strongest person now was a peerless mighty figure. But now, a peerless mighty figure was actually being hunted down? This made them unable to believe it. Old man, you can't escape. In the sky, a sneer came again. Immediately after, 2 auras rolled over from afar. One of them was shining brightly like a Buddha. The other half of the sky was as black as ink, as if a demon king had come out. 2 completely opposite auras coexisted in the sky and rolled forward. Who was this person? What a terrifying aura! Sensing the phenomenon in the sky, everyone's scalps went numb. In the next moment, they were even more terrified because they saw a figure standing in the golden light and demonic sword. Chapter 2405. This person's body was very tall, at least 3 meters tall. What was even more strange was that he had 4 hands and 2 heads. It was as if 2 people were sharing the same body. That was the twin kings of Zhongzhou. They did not expect that they would come as well. Many people were terrified, and their scalps went numb. When the others heard that name, they were also extremely shocked. What? They were the twin kings of Zhongzhou? Legend had it that they were incomparably terrifying and were very strange coexisting entities. The elder brother, the virtuous one, had the aura of light. The younger brother, the evil one, had the aura of darkness. The 2 of them shared the same body, but they could cultivate separately. It could be said that it was very strange. There was probably no other person like them in the entire world. At this moment, not only the elders, but the saints and saintesses of the great sage land also raised their heads and looked at the sky. Their eyes flickered, because they could feel that the aura of the twin kings of Zhongzhou was very terrifying. They were not weaker than them. Moreover, the other party was equivalent to 2 people. If they really fought, it would be 1 against 2. Probably not many people could really contend against them. "Old man, stay here for me." Above, the evil one sneered. Boundless demonic chi rolled and turned into 4 demonic pillars that rushed over. In an instant, the peerless powerhouse in the distance was trapped. He was trapped. All the martial artists below exclaimed, but the expression of the peerless powerhouse in the sky changed drastically. His palms moved, wanting to shatter the 4 demonic pillars. The red palms slapped out, instantly shattering the void in front of him. Endless red light swept through the 9 heavens like a wave. Boom, boom, boom. Intense collisions sounded in the sky. 2 of the 4 demonic pillars were shattered, and the old man was able to escape. However, at this time, the twin kings of Zhongzhou had already arrived near the old man. "Old man, you still want to run? Stay here for me." The evil one slapped out, and a large black palm descended from the sky. The peerless old man resisted, and the 2 of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. However, at this time, the virtuous one also made his move. "The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and be saved. I really don't want to make a move, but you're better than me." Although he said that he was unwilling to make a move, the virtuous one's attack was not weak at all. There was a golden Dharma wheel in his hand. With a wave of his hand, golden lights filled the sky. They were like sharp swords that pierced through the void. The evil child and the good child, both of them were equivalent to supreme almighties. At this moment, the 2 of them were attacking together, and it was 2 against 1. Perhaps even peerless almighties would not be able to resist it. Sure enough, when the old man saw this scene, his face turned pale with fright. The next moment, he roared and waved his hand. Something appeared in his sleeve. That thing flickered with 5-colored radiance and floated in front of him as soon as it appeared. The 5-colored radiance blocked the virtuous child's golden Dharma wheel. What was that? How terrifying! The martial artists below also exclaimed when they saw the 5-colored light. He didn't expect the old man to have such a precious treasure. The virtuous and evil children smiled when they saw this. "Old man, we found this in the ruins. I didn't expect that you would dare to snatch it. Now, kneel down obediently and hand over the treasure. I can give you a quick death. You'd better listen to him. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state." The virtuous son also said indifferently, "This was clearly found by me. You were jealous and wanted to snatch it away. You 2 monsters, kill me if you have the ability. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to get this ancient treasure in your lifetime." "Monsters? You called us monsters?" The virtuous child's face was gloomy, while the evil child roared angrily. Half of the sky was filled with demonic aura. The 2 of them hated it when others called them monsters the most, because it was unbearable for them. "Old man, you've angered me. Today, I will definitely kill you." The evil child roared angrily. Boundless demonic aura rolled in his hand, forming a death scythe. Black aura surrounded the scythe, emitting fluctuations that made one's heart tremble. On the virtuous child's side, there was also a golden Dharma wheel in his hand. As it spun, heaven and earth shattered. "Die for me, you old bastard!" The evil child roared angrily and quickly slashed out with the death scythe in his hand. A huge black blade light shone in the sky, forming a crack that was almost 10,000 meters long. Boom! The old man was instantly sent flying. The void behind him was completely shattered, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, the 5-colored radiance in front of him blocked this attack. He was only affected by the impact. However, just as he stopped, his expression changed again. That was because, at some point in time, a golden halo had appeared above his head. It was spinning non-stop like a sun. At that moment, it pressed down mercilessly. The heavenly Dharma wheel. It bloomed with tens of thousands of rays of light, and it even carried a trace of divine power. It directly descended like a golden mountain, shattering the void. Boom! In the vast expanse, the peerless old man used the five-colored divine light above his head to defend himself. At the same time, countless shields and battle armors rushed out of his body. However, he was still sent flying, and the injuries in his body were even more serious. One had to admit that the virtuous child and the evil child were too terrifying. Each of them could contend against a peerless, mighty figure individually. At that moment, the two of them attacked together, causing the old man to feel an unprecedented crisis. When the surrounding powerhouses from all over the world saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Their scalps went numb. That was because they realized that the twin kings of Zhongzhou were too terrifying. They were simply invincible existences. Perhaps only an extremely terrifying peerless mighty figure could suppress them. Ordinary peerless mighty figures would not be a match for them at all. At that moment, the saints and princes also had solemn expressions on their faces. They realized that they were definitely a peerless enemy. Below, everyone watched as the battle between the two sides continued. And it was getting more and more terrifying. The entire sky was completely shattered, and violent energy surged for 100,000 kilometers. However, the people who came this time were all powerhouses, so the aftermath of the energy was blocked by the light curtain that everyone had formed together. Therefore, those people did not retreat and continued to watch from a close distance. After 300 moves, the old man screamed in pain, and one of his arms was cut off by the death scythe. After 400 moves, he was hit by the heavenly treasure Dharma wheel, and half of the bones in his body were shattered. Finally, after 600 moves, the five-colored ancient treasure was snatched away by the twin kings of Zhongzhou. After 650 moves, the old man was killed. What? A peerless mighty figure was killed. Many young martial artists exclaimed in surprise. Even the older generation figures felt their scalps go numb. They realized that the twin kings of Zhongzhou were too terrifying. Moreover, they seemed to be mentally unstable. In the future, they must not mention the word monster in front of them. Boom! The old man's corpse fell from the sky and pierced through the ground. The surrounding people retreated one after another, afraid that they would be stained by the blood. After all, that was the blood of a peerless mighty figure. A drop of it could kill an ordinary king. Chapter 2406. In the sky, Zhongzhou's twin kings held the five-colored light and laughed heartily. Only then did everyone see clearly that the colorless light was a fragment. It seemed to be left behind by a broken shield. Just a fragment was enough to block Zhongzhou's twin kings' attack. One could only imagine how terrifying an intact shield would be. Needless to say, this should be the ancient castle found in the nearby ruins. Hurry up and look for it again. The surrounding people were excited. If they could find such an ancient treasure, they would be rich. Therefore, many people were looking for it. In the sky, Zhongzhou's twin kings also snorted coldly. Their bodies flashed, and they disappeared into one of the ancient ruins. Seeing Zhongzhou's twin kings leave, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had no choice. Their auras were too powerful, like the combination of a demon and a Buddha. However, in less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the sky changed again. A terrifying aura came from afar. It was like a wave, crashing in all directions. The sound was very loud, as if 10,000 thunderbolts were surging. All the cultivators around the fish raised their heads and looked into the distance. Then they cried out in alarm. That was because there was a sky full of light swaying in front of them. It was like a divine red light, flying over quickly. A large amount of clouds and mist rolled, and roars could be heard. A terrifying aura spread across the world. Those were demonic beasts. An old man cried out in alarm. The others felt their scalps go numb. Could it be that the demonic beasts had arrived? At this moment, everyone narrowed their eyes. Soon, someone snorted coldly. It's not the demonic beasts. Look, there are people sitting on those demonic beasts. They're humans. Heavens, which faction are they from? Why are they riding on such terrifying demonic beasts? Those people were stunned. In the sky, those demonic beasts rushed over quickly. They stepped on the void, and their bodies were covered in auspicious clouds. They were extremely terrifying. When they got closer, everyone realized that these demonic beasts were extremely huge. Each of them was like a mountain, and their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. Not only that, they were all wearing armor. Obviously, they were demonic beasts that had been tamed by humans. At the front was a gale beast. It was a demonic bird. It was extremely huge, and its entire body was green. A terrifying gale surrounded its body. It spread its wings and green light surrounded it. A young man in green armor sat on top of it. His aura was extremely sharp. Not only that, but there was also a large flag behind him that was fluttering in the wind. The flag was 1,000 meters long, and runes revolved around it. It was obvious that it was a terrifying treasure. What is this? Everyone's gaze followed the large flag. Soon, they saw 2 words written on the flag that was fluttering in the wind. Light-shaking realm. This was the wavering light holy land. Everyone's scalp went numb. They were all too familiar with the people from the Eastern Barren Territory. The faces of the people from the other continents also changed. They had all heard about the wavering light holy land. This was an extremely terrifying sacred ground. It was the only sacred ground that had never produced a great emperor but possessed an extreme weapon. Boom, boom. After arriving in the vicinity, the hundreds of Yao kings in the sky quickly descended. The people below automatically dispersed, creating a large vacuum. Although there were only a few hundred demon kings, there were quite a number of people who came. This was because some demon kings could have hundreds of people standing on them. For example, there was a flying python that was nearly 10,000 meters long. It circled in the sky like a winged dragon. Among them, the most eye-catching one was a demon king that looked like a qilin. There was a young man sitting on it. He was surrounded by 108 halos like a god. He was very dazzling. The wavering light saint. Everyone exclaimed. That's right. The young man who looked like a god was a very famous peerless genius in the eastern wilderness, the wavering light saint. Beside the qilin, there was a green phoenix that was surrounded by multicolored light. There was also a woman sitting on it. She was extremely beautiful. She was the wavering light saint. As soon as the wavering light saint appeared, she attracted the attention of countless young geniuses. It couldn't be helped because the wavering light saint was too beautiful. They couldn't take their eyes off her. Boom. However, at this moment, the sound of thunder came from the distant sky again. Everyone's gaze shifted away from the wavering light saint and looked into the distance. Is that a dragon? Many people exclaimed. Because in the distance, 9 huge black figures had appeared. Each of them was a few thousand meters long and shone with spiritual light. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were surrounded by auspicious clouds. This scene was like a giant dragon. Soon, an elder shook his head. It wasn't a dragon, but it was close. It was a flood dragon. 9 dragons pulling a chariot. Heavens, which family are these people from? Isn't it too terrifying? They're using flood dragons to pull their chariots. How extravagant! How extravagant! Many people exclaimed. At this moment, the saints of the great sage land also turned their heads. The people of the wavering light sacred land who had just landed also looked into the sky. Behind the 9 serpents were mighty war chariots that were pulling them toward them. On the chariots, runes flashed and formed a mysterious ancient word. It's the Yi family. The Yi family of the ancients. They're here too. Everyone exclaimed. The Yi family was a family that had produced a great emperor. It was an extremely terrifying family of the ancients. For a moment, everyone's heart sank. The 9 flood dragons came close and stopped in midair. They roared into the sky, and their terrifying voices shook the 9 heavens, causing the blood of the people below to churn. What terrifying flood dragons! Everyone's heart trembled. However, the terrifying monster kings of the wavering light sacred land who had just landed also roared as if they were demonstrating their power. Boom, boom. It was as if thousands of beasts were roaring in the sky. Terrifying cracks even appeared. Wavering light, you're here early. At this moment, a majestic voice came from one of the chariots in the sky. The Yi family is not late either. Below, there was also a response from the savage beasts. Peerless figures. Although there were only two voices, it was more terrifying than the roar of the beasts. Everyone's heart trembled. Needless to say, those were two extremely terrifying figures. They did not expect that both the Wavering Light Sacred Land and the Yi family would send such terrifying figures. It seemed that they were determined to win this time's saint's tomb. However, it was not over yet. After the Yi family, countless rays of light flew over. One by one, the terrifying sacred lands, great sects, and aristocratic families arrived. The sky was filled with rays of light. Countless beasts roared, and divine lightning fell from the sky. The chariots were filled with a barbaric aura. It was really a grand occasion. However, those terrifying scenes lasted for a while before those people from the major forces began to descend. They explored the surrounding ancient ruins. Therefore, the sky gradually returned to its original tranquility. However, everyone's heart could not calm down. Almost all of them had arrived. A few young people heaved a sigh of relief. Although the battle had not yet begun, just this scene alone made their blood boil. This was only the saint's tomb. If the nest of 10,000 dragons appeared, the scene would probably be 100 times more spectacular. Chapter 2407. Is the nest of 10,000 dragons really there? Yes, it's rumored to be the land of dragons. Do dragons really exist? Many people exclaimed. It was as if another fluctuation appeared in the sky. Everyone raised their heads again. Someone else is coming. Indeed, someone else was coming. A large black ship was flying quickly in the sky. Endless dark light surrounded it, and demonic clouds rolled as if it had come from the underworld. Which faction are they from? Everyone frowned. The other party only had a large black ship. It could be said that it was much smaller than the remote antiquity families and the sacred ground. However, the aura emitted by this large black ship was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, for a moment, everyone was confused. The large black ship flew in the sky, and thousands of rays of light shone down. Its appearance attracted the attention of many people. For a moment, many people pointed and discussed. This ship was the black demon ship that Lin Xian and the others were on. At this moment, the black demon ship gradually slowed down. The figures on it swayed and looked down, exclaiming one after another. There were so many people down there. How terrifying! That's a chariot pulled by 9 dragons. Heavens, that's the Yi family. Voices sounded one after another. Xing Tian also stood up and came to Lin Xian's door. He said respectfully, "Young master, we're here." "Got it." Lin Xian's voice came from the room. In the next moment, the door opened, and Lin Xian walked out. This is the aura of the 5 elements power. Xing Tian was surprised when he sensed the remaining aura on Lin Xian's body. It seems that the young master has mastered the 5-element sword. To be honest, he was too shocked. Although he knew that the young master was talented, this was too fast. After all, the 5-element sword was a heaven-grade technique. It would probably take decades to master it. However, Lin Xian actually mastered it in a month or 2. It was really shocking. After Lin Xian came out, the dark red dragon beside him also came out. It laughed like an old monster. "Ha, I've finally developed a few new formations. Kid, I'll show you their power later." "Damn, it's a flood dragon." Before Lin Xian could reply, the dark red dragon exclaimed. Not only him, but many people on the black demon ship also looked over. After all, the sight of 9 dragons pulling a carriage was too spectacular. 9 huge Jiao dragons circled in the air. Their scales shone with a cold light as if they were made of divine iron. Which clan was this? Lin Xian asked. Xing Tian said. It was the Yi family. The runes on the chariot were exclusive to the Yi family. The Yi family, a family of the remote antiquity. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. Previously, he had interacted with the Yi clan. He even had a friendly relationship with a genius from the Yi clan. Yang Qi wondered if Leaf Dao Denier had come this time. In addition to Yi Wudao, there was also Gu Santong from the Gu clan. He was the one who had helped the All Beginnings Holy Maiden become the All Beginnings Holy Lands All Beginnings Holy Lands Holy Maiden. Other than that, there were also a few enemies. For example, the 10,000 Lightning Saints' son and the people from the other branches of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Tuoba family. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. I wonder if those old friends of mine are here? In the next moment he asked, who else is here? Young master, there are quite a lot of people here this time. In addition to the Yi family, Alcade, Jade Lake, and other sacred grounds have also come. Not only that, but those peerless sects have also come. It could be said that all the heroes had gathered. Are the people from the Gu clan here? They are here. By the way, are the people from the Purple Dawn Holy Land here? Lin Xian asked. He remembered Xin Jingqiu. She had entered the Purple Dawn Holy Land. It had been a long time since he had seen that little girl. I haven't seen her yet, but I think she will come. Xing Tian said. Lin Xian nodded, his eyes flickering. It seemed that the saint's tomb had really caused a big commotion this time. However, he knew that a large part of it was caused by the nest of 10,000 dragons. After all, the saint's tomb alone was not enough to alarm the entire world. He swept his gaze below, and the light in his eyes became sharper and sharper. It seemed that this trip to the ancient tomb would not be too simple. That was because there were too many powerhouses below. In fact, some of them were not weaker than the Immortal Palace. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The black demon ship floated in the void and did not descend. The people below were extremely puzzled. What's going on? What is this person doing? Indeed, they were very puzzled. That was because until now, they had not recognized the other party's identity. The other party did not send anyone out, nor did they descend. Instead, they floated in the sky. At this moment, a tall man rushed up and asked coldly, "May I know which sect you are from?" "Immortal Palace." Lin Xian looked down and said indifferently, "What? Immortal Palace?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Immortal Palace, what kind of organization is that? I've never heard of it. Immortal, it seems that their background is not simple. They discussed animatedly. It couldn't be helped. The Immortal Palace had been very low-key before. Although they were powerful, not many people knew about them. Therefore, at this moment, when the name came out, many people were puzzled. Originally, they thought that it would be some peerless sect or sacred ground. Unexpectedly, the other party was not one. Instead, it was an organization that they had never heard of. What Immortal Palace? At this moment, someone sneered. Even the clan of the ancients did not dare to use the name Immortal. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself Immortal Palace? That's right. I don't even know if there are immortals in this world. Isn't it too arrogant to use the name Immortal Palace? For a moment, many people sneered. Those who came here were all the top forces in the world. Naturally, they were not convinced. Why did the other party dare to use the name Immortal Palace when even the clan of the ancients did not dare to do so? Buzz. Hearing these words, the people of Immortal Palace on the Black Demon ship frowned. Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, Ghostly, who was behind him, suddenly disappeared. Several screams came from the crowd below. Several heads flew up, and blood spurted out. This scene caused panic on the ground below. At this moment, Ghostly's voice also sounded. Those who dared to provoke the Immortal Palace would be killed without mercy. What? There's an assassin. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were shocked. The others shouted angrily, "Damn it, do you want to start a war with us?" This scene attracted the attention of everyone in the surroundings. In an instant, the great sage land, the peerless sects, and the aristocratic families all looked over. Among them, some of the saints and saintesses frowned when they saw this scene. What is the background of the Immortal Palace? How dare they attack? Moreover, the other party's strength was not bad. He had killed several geniuses in an instant. This should be an incomparably terrifying assassin. However, The clans that had been killed were enraged. What kind of joke is this? How dare the other party attack us? He's courting death. Chapter 2408. If they did not fight back and kill the other party, how were they going to survive in the future? One had to know that the people here were all top forces. Therefore, they could not swallow their pride, and they could not afford to lose face like this. Boom. The martial artists from these families shouted coldly, and a powerful aura swept out, causing everyone to retreat in fear. The terrifying airwave turned into a sharp sword, slashing in all directions. Ghostly sneered and quickly retreated. In an instant, he retreated to the black demon ship and looked down coldly. Damn it, go to hell. Immortal Palace? How dare you kill our people? You're dead meat. Among them, a young man roared. He formed a seal with both hands and spat out balls of flame from his mouth. The terrifying flames soared into the sky as if they could burn everything. The entire void was completely melted. The surrounding people also kept retreating, their faces full of fear. What a terrifying flame. However, Ghostly sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, his pale hand reached out and grabbed in front of him. In an instant, the divine flames in the sky were extinguished. Not only that, the void split open, and a black claw crossed the space and appeared in front of the young man. In the next moment, it hit the young man. Bang! The young man vomited blood and flew backward, smashing into a mountain in the distance and shattering 2 peaks. What? How could this be? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were shocked. The people from the other 2 forces had ugly expressions. Damn it, who are you? Do you know that we are from 5 Elements Palace? Below, the martial artists roared. 5 Elements Palace was a large sect in the eastern wilderness. They cultivated the 5 Elements technique and were a very terrifying sect. They did not expect that someone would dare to challenge them, and they did not know who the other party was. This made them extremely angry. The people on the other side also sneered. We're from the 9 heavens holy ground. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, when the experts from our holy ground and the saint arrive, you're dead meat. 9 heavens holy ground? They're from the holy ground. The surrounding people were in an uproar. They did not expect that the people who were killed would have such a powerful background. In fact, it made sense. Those who could stand here were all from holy grounds and large sections. Ordinary families would not dare to get close. I don't care about your 9 heavens holy ground or 5 Elements Palace. Since you dare to provoke my immortal palace, there is only one outcome. At this moment, another cold snort came from the black ship. In the next moment, Hu Yidao also flew down. He stood in the void and looked around. Those who refused to submit could come up and die. Damn it! They had gone too far. The cultivators from 5 Elements Palace and 9 heavens holy ground were enraged. When had they ever suffered such contempt? In the next moment, the people from the 2 forces quickly attacked. A middle-aged man from the 5 Stars Palace waved his hand and shot out black water that filled the sky. The water surged in the sky and turned into a black flood dragon that pounced over. On the other side, the people from the 9 heavens holy ground snorted coldly and displayed a terrifying skill. An immortal palace condensed in the sky, descending from the sky, wanting to suppress Hu Yidao and Ghostly. Humph! Hu Yidao snorted coldly as he pulled out the full moon scimitar from his waist and slashed out. One blade slashed toward the sky, while the other slashed forward. The 2 saber lights seemed to have come from the sky, bringing with them an astonishing aura. Boom! As the saber fell, the black flood dragon in the sky was split into 2 halves. It wailed and scattered in all directions. With another slash, the 9 heavens immortal palace above was split into pieces. Boom! 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 As for the 2 people who had attacked, they were retreating nonstop. Their faces were pale. They looked at this scene and were shocked. Damn it, impossible! How could the other party be so powerful? They were going crazy. Who was the other party? How could they have so many experts? When the other experts saw this scene, they frowned one after another. This immortal palace was not simple at all. On the black demon ship, Lin Xian and the others looked at this scene and smiled. Very good, such an appearance was very suitable for Immortal Palace. It was a good opportunity to intimidate these people. Anyway, Immortal Palace had changed their strategy and did not plan to continue hiding. At this moment, a white light flashed on Lin Xian's shoulder and the little white monkey jumped out. It looked forward with its big black eyes and blinked excitedly. Wooji wooji. The little white monkey pulled Lin Xian's head and pointed forward anxiously. When Lin Xian saw this, he asked softly, "Why? Is there a treasure in front?" The little white monkey nodded and seemed to be urging Lin Xian. Lin Xian said with a smile, "You little guy, don't you have a treasure bowl? Go get it yourself." Little White puffed up its cheeks and sat on Lin Xian's shoulder. It took off the little broken bowl on its head and mumbled. It looked like a little charlatan. Gradually, its body emitted a white light. Qian Fang's small bowl also emitted a mysterious energy. In the next moment, a light flashed and a treasure appeared in the little bowl. It was a jade pendant, but only half of it. The qilin engraved on it was also only half of it. However, there was a savage aura on it. It should be an ancient treasure. Seeing that it was really caught, Lin Xian was surprised. The surrounding people also exclaimed. The little white monkey was very happy and kept clapping its hands. What kind of method was this? Telekinesis? Universe shift? The surrounding Immortal Palace martial artists were also stunned. They had seen the little white monkey before and thought that it was only used for cuteness. They didn't expect it to have such a method. It was simply a sharp weapon for snatching treasures. Lin Xian was also surprised because he realized that this treasure was not simple. It seemed that Little White's strength had increased recently. However, it made sense. After eating so many treasures every day, it would be strange if it didn't grow. But, damn it, who did this to him? Who dares to snatch my treasure? I'll definitely kill him. I don't want to do it. Obediently give me the treasure and kowtow 10 times, and I'll spare your life. Two voices sounded. One was as crazy as a demon king, and the other was as deep as a god. The two voices exploded in the air, shattering the sky. What's going on? What happened? All the surrounding experts were stunned. That was because the voices were too terrifying. In the next moment, they looked around. Soon, they saw countless rays of light rushing out from the distance. Half of the sky turned into black demonic clouds, while the other half was golden as if a Buddha had descended. Those were the twin kings of Middle Ground. Heavens, who dared to oppose the twin kings of Middle Ground? Were they not afraid of death? Was it those saints and saintesses? Cries of surprise sounded one after another. It seemed that someone had snatched the twin kings' treasures. Those people were too shocked. This was because not long ago, the Central Continent's twin kings had killed a peerless almighty in front of everyone. That method was shocking. Chapter 2409. Golden waves and billowing demonic aura covered the entire sky. This scene attracted everyone's attention. Damn it, who was it that stole my treasure? Was it you? The twin kings were domineering, and they stared at a martial artist. This was also an old man, and he quickly shook his head. However, he was sent flying by the demonic aura in the sky. Was it you? They warned another young man. This young man snorted coldly and ignored them. You're courting death. You're not answering. You're suspicious. The twin kings were furious. The evil one waved his hand, and a black demonic aura appeared and shot forward. The demonic aura was fast and accurate, and it arrived in front of the young man in an instant. The crowd exclaimed. The twin kings of Middle Ground were too domineering, and they attacked without saying anything. The young man's body swayed, and he instantly dodged the terrifying attack. The next moment he looked forward, and his aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying aura rushed out, and its power was no weaker than the twin kings of Middle Ground. The twin kings frowned when they felt the other party's aura. Supreme Mystery Sect, Taishin Saint. A cold voice sounded. The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect the twin kings of Middle Ground to meet a young saint. Most likely, there would be a world-shaking battle. The crowd was excited. The The twin kings of Middle Ground snorted coldly. So what if he was the Taishin saint? Hurry up and tell me, did you steal my treasure? Do you think I care about your treasure? The Taishin saint snorted coldly. I'll know if you stole it or not when I see it. The evil one stretched out a black demonic claw and tried to grab him. Seeing this, the Taishin saint was furious. How dare the other party attack him? The next moment he waved his hand, and a shocking light lit up the sky. It was like a shocking divine light that rushed up. In an instant, the black demonic aura was split open. If you dare to be presumptuous again, don't blame me for being impolite. The Taishin saint's cold voice sounded. You're courting death. The evil one was furious. The good one said solemnly, Brother, stop. It's not him. He doesn't have the aura of that treasure. Then who was it? Was it you? The evil kid looked in another direction and stretched out his palm. However, in the next moment, a shocking sword chi rushed out and pressed down like a mountain. The two collided in the sky, releasing a shocking aura. What? Someone actually blocked the attack of the Central State Twin Kings. Who was this person? The next moment, everyone cried out in surprise. It was Seiko Dian. It's not him. The virtuous son shook his head. Hearing this, the evil son immediately gave up on his opponent. The next moment he attacked again. In an instant, one figure after another appeared, and the crowd cried out in surprise. Their cries of surprise even shook the entire world. The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun. Saintess of all beginnings. The 7th Prince of the Skyscraper. The 3rd Prince of Yin Shang. One by one, the young geniuses appeared and stood in the void, causing the entire void to distort. These people's eyes were cold. They frowned as they looked at the Central State's Twin Kings. Even though the other party was strong, he was way too brazen, wasn't he? To think that he would dare to strike out at these supreme geniuses one after another. What was he trying to do? For a moment, the atmosphere was incomparably heavy. However, the Twin Kings did not pay any attention to these people. Among them, the virtuous son's eyes suddenly burst out with a piercing cold light. His eyes flickered as he turned his head to look into the distance. There was a large black ship there. Then he said, Brother, I found him. He's on that large black ship. What? A large black ship? Hearing this, the evil son's eyes emitted a piercing cold light, like two black heavenly blades, directly piercing over. The void in front of him broke open, and the evil son's demonic aura surged into the sky. It was as if he had turned into a beautiful demon king. The twin kings of Zhongzhou's figure flashed and directly rushed over. Were they going to attack? The 1000th Thunder Saint was standing in that direction. Seeing this scene, his face turned gloomy. Although the twin kings of Zhongzhou were powerful, if the other party really wanted to attack, he would not hold back. Boom! An endless sea of lightning surged in his body, and he was about to attack. However, soon he was stunned, because he found that the twin kings were very fast and passed by him in an instant. It seemed that they were not going to attack him. So in the next moment, he suddenly turned around and looked behind him. He wanted to see who the other party was going to attack. He wasn't the only one. The other saints and princes also turned to look. The surrounding powerhouses were also staring intently. In the next moment, they exclaimed in surprise. It was that large black ship. They were attacking that large black ship. Was that the organization that called itself Immortal Palace? Everyone was shocked. However, the 9 Firmaments Divine Emperor and the people of the 5 Elements sect sneered. Let's see what Immortal Palace will do. They'll probably be beaten down in an instant. At that time, I'd like to see if they still have the face to call themselves Immortal Palace. For a moment, everyone was discussing animatedly. On the large black ship, Lin Xian frowned. In front of him, Ghost Li and Hu Yidao shouted coldly, and their auras suddenly erupted. Damn you, stop right there. Ghost Li waved his hand and took out the white bone banner. Boom. Endless vengeful souls and malicious ghosts screamed miserably. The entire space turned into a ghost realm, and everyone's scalps went numb. Hu Yidao, who was at the side, slashed out 3 times. The terrifying saber light tore through the void and formed a fan shape as it slashed forward. How dare you block my way? You're courting death. The evil son shouted coldly. He raised his hand and slashed forward with the death scythe. The virtuous son at the side also activated the heavenly treasure Dharma wheel in his hand. Thousands of rays of light shot out like a golden galaxy, dancing in the air. Boom, boom. In the sky, the sound of an intense collision rang out. Terrifying energy exploded and swept out in all directions. After that attack, Ghostly and Hu Yidao kept retreating. The blood in their bodies was boiling. Zhongzhou's twin kings had only slowed down a little, but they were still flying forward. The difference in strength between that attack was immediately obvious. Seeing that scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. It had to be said that the twin kings were too powerful. That was because both Ghostly and Hu Yidao had displayed powerful strength before. They were definitely the top young geniuses. But now, the two of them together were unable to stop the twin kings. One could only imagine how terrifying the twin kings were. Damn it! Seeing that, Ghostly's face darkened. In the next moment, a cold light appeared in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. The black robe on his body suddenly fluttered, and a powerful and terrifying force erupted from his body. It was as if he had turned into a ghost king. Feeling that aura, the evil son's face changed. However, he still snorted. You dare to compete with me in terms of aura? The virtuous son at the side shook his head slightly. No, brother, that's not demonic chi, but ghostly chi. Chapter 24:10. He cultivates the ghost path. Be careful not to be entangled by those vengeful spirits, lest you have nightmares at night. Although it was a reminder, the virtuous son was not too worried. He even teased him a little. What ghost chi? Even if he's the ghost king, I can still tear him apart today. The evil son snorted coldly, his face full of malevolence. The death scythe in his hand became even more terrifying. It brought about a huge shadow as it slashed forward. Ghostly waved the white bone banner and fought with him. On the other side, Hu Yidao was fighting against the virtuous son. The two of them were also very intense. The battle erupted. It was very terrifying. Everyone watched the battle and discussed animatedly. However, not long after, Ghostly and Hu Yidao were forced back again. This time, blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. You two can't do it. Get the powerhouses on the ship to come down. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you. The evil son's voice was cold. The others felt their scalps go numb. The twin kings were too terrifying. Perhaps even the saints and saintesses might not be able to defeat them. Damn it, how dare you look down on us? Hearing that, Hu Yidao and Ghostly were instantly enraged. The two of them still had ultimate moves and trump cards that they had yet to use. In the next moment, the two of them were furious and were about to attack. On the black demon ship, Peacock also snorted coldly and wanted to attack. However, she was stopped by Lin Xian. This guy is a little special. We just arrived, so we can't fight him head-on. We have to use some special methods. Let me do it, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, his figure flashed and he headed towards the corner below. Soon, he arrived in front of Hu Yidao and Ghostly. Seeing another figure come down from the black demon ship, everyone was surprised and discussed animatedly. Is Immortal Palace going to send more people? Previously, when they joined forces with Ghostly to attack the Twin Kings, no one thought much of it. After all, the Twin Kings could be dealt with as two people. But now that it was 3 against 2, it was different. Even if they won, it would be an unfair victory. Moreover, these people were all young geniuses and peerless powerhouses. Everyone was incomparably proud. They didn't like this kind of fighting style where they outnumbered their opponents. What immortal palace? They actually used despicable human wave tactics. The people from the 5 Elements sect sneered. The martial artists from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground also had a look of disdain on their faces. How dare they compare themselves to the 9 Heavens Holy Ground? The difference was too great. Discussions broke out one after another. However, there were a few people in the crowd who frowned. He didn't even make a sound. This was because they recognized the figure in front of them. Of course, this was only a small number. In the vast sea of martial artists, it was practically negligible. Seeing this scene, the twin kings of Zhongzhou were also stunned. Then the evil one sneered disdainfully. What? You want to outnumber me? Come on. The three of you are not enough. Let's start with 10. I'm going to kill you all today. He was extremely arrogant and did not put the three people in front of him in his eyes at all. I'll give you one last chance to live. Kneel down obediently and hand over our things. The virtuous one said in a deep voice. At this moment, his expression was like that of an enlightened monk, his face full of compassion. However, everyone knew that when the benevolent son took action, he was not merciful at all. Everyone thought that it would be 3 against 2. However, soon they were stunned. This was because when Hu Yidao and Ghostly saw Lin Xian coming down, they greeted him respectfully. But we just arrived. There's no need to risk our lives. If you want to fight, you'll have plenty of chances in the future, Lin Xian said calmly. The two of them responded and did not attack again. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. What was going on? Wasn't it 3 against 2? Also, who was this young man? How could he make 2 young sky prides so obedient in an instant? For a moment, everyone was speculating about Lin Xian's identity. They were very curious. Could it be that he was another top expert from the Immortal Palace? Come on, hurry up and attack. I'm not afraid of you, the evil one said coldly. All right, I'll play with you guys. Lin Xian took a step forward and the aura on his body became fierce. However, Ghostly and Hu Yidao did not attack. The two of them retreated until they were near the black demon ship. What? He wants to fight one-on-one? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that it was not 3 against 2. It was a one-on-one. This young man actually wants to fight the Twin Kings one-on-one? Heavens, who exactly is he? I'm afraid that even the saint and saintess would not dare to do this, right? Kitori. The Twin Kings of Zhongzhou's face darkened. They felt humiliated. No one had ever dared to challenge them one-on-one. I'm their boss. The thing you want is in my hands. As Lin Xian said that, he stretched out his hand and a half-jade pendant appeared. Seeing this, the twin monarchs were thoroughly enraged. Damn it, you really took our things. Kid, you're dead meat. In your next life, be a sensible person. The benevolent son's expression was also cold. You want to kill me? Who do you think you are? How dare you kill me? Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. As soon as this voice came out, everyone around was stunned and could not believe their ears. Heavens, what is this kid saying? How can he be so arrogant? Could it be that he doesn't know the Twin Kings? That must be the case. Seeing that this kid was in that immortal palace, his status should not be low, but they did not expect him to be so arrogant. He did not even know the Twin Kings of Zhongzhou. It seemed that the so-called immortal palace was really nothing much. When the Twin Kings of Zhongzhou heard that, they were furious. Among them, the evil one said coldly, Kid, listen carefully, I'm the Twin Kings of Zhongzhou. We're invincible in Zhongzhou, and we're the strongest prodigies of the younger generation of Zhongzhou. How about it? Do you recognize us now? I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and accept your death, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll taste the pain of being devoured by 100 ghosts. Twin Kings of Zhongzhou? Hearing that, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had heard of that name before. However, he had his own plans. The next moment, he snorted coldly and looked very disdainful. What Twin Kings of Zhongzhou? In my opinion, you're just a two-headed monster. How dare a thing like you, who is neither human nor ghost, come here and make a fool of yourself? Get lost. What? His words were like a bolt from the blue, causing the surrounding people to feel dizzy. Even the saints and saintesses furrowed their brows. Who is this guy? Isn't he too arrogant? He doesn't know what's good for him. They thought that he was a genius, but he turned out to be an idiot. The saints and saintesses snorted coldly. They did not know Lin Xian, so they made that judgment at that moment. However, a few people did not think so. In the void, a woman's body was covered in light and a chaotic aura. She looked very mysterious. Her eyes flickered as she looked ahead and smiled bitterly. Chapter 24:11. On another mountain peak, a beautiful woman in purple also had a trace of a smile in her eyes. Beside her, a few young women said, "Saintess, do you really not need us to do anything?" A black-haired woman beside them also shook her head with a helpless expression. "Junior sister, I really don't understand. Why do you like him? This kid is so arrogant. Who knows when he will be killed by someone?" In the sky, 9 flood dragons were circling, and there were chariots behind them. At this moment, the young geniuses of the Yi family who were standing in the chariots were also discussing. When they saw this scene, they also frowned. It was said that Immortal Palace was a very low-key and mysterious organization. The people in such an organization should be elites. They did not expect that such an idiot would appear, and it seemed that his status was not low either. What was going on? Could it be that he was not from Immortal Palace? A middle-aged man frowned. The other young disciples also sneered. How dare he provoke the twin kings like this? He would probably end up miserably. That might not be the case. At this moment, an opposing voice was heard. Hearing this voice, everyone turned around. When they saw the chariot, they secretly swallowed their saliva. That was because the person who spoke was the Yi family's saintess. However, what made them puzzled was why their saintess would say such a thing. Could it be that the two of them knew each other? Oh, how did they know? At this moment, the elders of the Yi family were also very puzzled. The Yi family's saintess did not explain anything. Instead, he said with a smile, "Elders, you will know what I said next. I am definitely not wrong." Hearing the saintess's words, the elders were also interested. One had to know that the saintess was a very proud person. Moreover, his strength and talent were terrifying. If nothing unexpected happened, his future achievements could be said to be shocking. He could even be compared to the great emperor. Therefore, the elders were very curious about the person who was favored by the saintess. They wanted to know what the other party was capable of. Meanwhile, the people around them went crazy. They could not believe their ears at all. What did that kid say? He dared to say that the twin kings were monsters? Oh heavens, he was simply courting death. Just watch, he would be torn to pieces soon. Everyone sneered. That was because they knew that the twin kings of Zhongzhou hated it when others called them monsters. Sure enough, when the Gemini king heard this, his face immediately twisted. The evil child roared, demonic clouds rolling around his body. The virtuous child's face also sank. His face was no longer full of benevolence. Instead, it was replaced with coldness. To make the virtuous one show such an expression, one could imagine how monstrous the killing intent in the hearts of the twin kings was. "Brat, you're dead meat. How dare you call us brothers monsters? I will let you know the feeling of living a life worse than death. You will be judged by the heavenly Tao and fall into the 18 levels of hell." The virtuous son's voice was also extremely cold. Behind them, Ghostly, Hu Yidao, and the people on the black demon ship also paled. They could not understand what the Hall Master was doing. Why did he deliberately provoke the other party? Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Angered? That's great. He could proceed with his plan. In his opinion, the other party was powerful and stood at the peak of the younger generation. However, there were also fatal flaws. That was psychological distortion. Under normal circumstances, this kind of dark mentality would not cause any problems. However, under his heavenly secret god eyes, nothing could be hidden. If he wanted to destroy the other party, it would take no effort at all. Boom! In the sky, the death scythe turned into a terrifying light shadow and descended from the sky, directly cutting the void in half. Lin Xian's figure flashed and instantly dodged the terrifying light shadow. However, in the next moment, a golden Dharma wheel appeared above his head and pressed down like a golden mountain. Boom! 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 The void shattered as if it was directly obliterated. Terrifying energy enveloped Lin Xian. How terrifying! It seemed that the twin kings were really angry. Yes, the power of this technique was much stronger than before. That brat was definitely dead meat. Seeing this scene, the surrounding experts all began to discuss. However, in the next moment, their pupils suddenly shrank, because they realized that the Dharma wheel had missed and did not hurt the other party. That brat was so fast. No wonder he dared to contend with the twin kings. It turned out that he had such an extreme speed technique. So what? Speed alone was not enough to contend with the twin kings. Just wait and see. He would soon regret it. The twin kings looked at this scene and sneered. So that's how it is. You're relying on speed. However, this bit of movement technique of yours is nothing in front of me. The evil one sneered. The virtuous one's eyes flickered. Like a Buddha, his body shone with boundless light. That's enough. A golden rune appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. An illusion attack was instantly launched. That was the heavenly secret divine eyes, and it was launched so suddenly. Therefore, the twin kings did not have time to react before they were hit by the illusion. Lin Xian did not use floating light to pull their souls into a strange space. Instead, he used a low-key illusion that no one would notice. He did not plan to do it himself. He wanted to let the two brothers kill each other. What twin kings of Zhongzhou? You're just a two-headed monster. You're just a little stronger than the others. However, that still doesn't change your identity as monsters. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely tear you into pieces. The evil one roared crazily. The demonic qi in his body surged and instantly formed a huge black vortex in the sky. Countless black lightning bolts pierced through the void and enveloped the space where Lin Xian was. Buzz. Lin Xian's demonic 8 was extremely fast and dodged in an instant. Do you think you can escape? The virtuous one's low voice sounded. Save all living beings. Golden light shone in the sky, forming a golden cage that completely sealed the entire space. It was also mercilessly squeezing. He wanted to completely crush Lin Xian. This method was extremely terrifying. There was nowhere to dodge. Lin Xian's dragon sword domain instantly appeared and turned into a defense to resist. For a moment, a sonorous sound rang out. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes became even more mysterious. In the next moment, he continued to speak coldly. Save all living beings? You can't even save yourself, and you want to save others? What a joke! However, I have a way for you to save yourself. Kill that black monster and you can monopolize the entire body. Of course, black monster, you can also do the same. Kill this blonde. This entire body will be yours. From now on, no one will say that you're a monster. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned and the corners of their mouths twitched. Chapter 24:12. They originally thought that he had some powerful methods, but they did not expect him to sow discord. Who did he think he was? He was not the first person to use such a method, nor would he be the last. However, no one had ever succeeded. Central Continent's twin kings were peerless geniuses. Regardless of whether it was their temperament, will, or talent, they were all top-notch. How could a mere provocation make the two brothers turn against each other? Was that the genius of Immortal Palace? How laughable! What immortal palace? It was just trash. Cold laughter could be heard one after another. The elders of the Yi family also frowned. Indeed, what was the use of sowing discord? However, their holy physique was full of confidence because he knew that the other party must have his reasons for doing so. Sure enough, Central Continent's twin kings were stunned when they heard that. Then they revealed disdain. A mere attempt to drive a wedge between the two of them was enough to turn the two brothers against each other? What a joke! However, they soon frowned. Especially the evil one, whose face was full of malevolence. At that moment, a mysterious rune appeared in Lin Xian's left eye. He quickly constructed an illusory space and guided the evil one's soul into it. Previously, he had already used an illusory technique as a foundation, so for a moment, the evil one did not realize that he had been pulled into a fantasy world. He felt as if there was a voice in the bottom of his heart. Then, a scene appeared in his mind. It was a scene of only one head. He occupied the entire body, invincible and respected by the world. No one would call him a monster anymore. He would reach the peak of martial arts. This kind of scene was what he had been dreaming of since he was a child. However, the reality of the past few years made him realize that he and his older brother could only coexist. It was impossible to kill him. However, for some reason, the dream that he had when he was young appeared again, and it was becoming more and more intense. In fact, it was not only the evil one. The good one was also slowly being guided to have such thoughts. At that moment, the evil one spoke. "Brother, I think what he said is reasonable. Why don't you die? Return this body to me." The good one snorted coldly. "I am the true owner of this body. You were just added later. Now, I want to return myself." What? Hearing that, everyone was dumbfounded. They did not dare to believe it. Their minds went blank. What was going on? Did the twin kings of Central State really turn against each other? Heavens, what kind of joke is this? If it was so easy to sow discord, how could the twin kings of the Central State live until today? Most likely, he would be killed the moment he debuted, right? Obviously, ordinary sowing discord was impossible. Damn it, what did this brat do? To think that the twin kings of the Central State would turn against each other. For a moment, everyone was shocked. However, the situation ahead had changed greatly. The evil kid's expression was ice cold, his face sinister like a demon king. "Since you aren't willing, then don't blame me for being impolite." As he spoke, the death scythe in his hand slashed towards the virtuous one's head. What he wanted was the body, so he only wanted to get rid of the virtuous one's head. The virtuous one had the same idea. The celestial treasure in his hand smashed towards the evil one's head. In an instant, the two of them attacked, and the sound of intense collisions rang out. Half of the black demonic chi in the sky clashed with the other half of the golden light in the sky. This scene was not at all inferior to the confrontation between the two saints. Everyone's face was full of shock. This made them even more confused and frightened of Lin Xian. What kind of method did he use? Among them, the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground and Five Elements sect looked gloomy, as if they had eaten a dead rat. This was because they had mocked the other party before, thinking that he was an idiot and would never succeed. But now, they were quickly slapped in the face. The other party made the twin kings of the Central State fight with just a few words. This method was heaven-defying. The other people who had mocked him also felt their faces burning, as if they had been slapped. Now, they did not dare to speak carelessly, because the young man in front of them was too mysterious. Not only them, but the saints and saintesses, as well as the older generation experts, were also staring ahead with flickering eyes. It can't be, how did this guy do it? The 9 dragons pulled the chariot. On the Yi family's side, the disciples of the Yi family were also puzzled. An old man said in a deep voice, "If he guessed correctly, it should be an illusion." The twin kings fell for the other party's illusion. "Wu Dao, this friend of yours is not simple." Illusion? No wonder. After the other disciples of the Yi family heard this, they also understood. It must be a very high-level illusion that directly affected the twin kings of the Central State. After hearing this, Yi Wudao's eyes flickered. He had already guessed this result, but he did not expect the other party's illusion to be so terrifying. The saints and saintesses also guessed this situation. So for a while, they became more vigilant of Lin Xian in their hearts. They even put on their soul defense treasures and jade pendants. After all, no one knew when they would fight with the other party, so it was better to be prepared in advance. How did this guy do it? On another mountain peak, a woman looked stunned. The woman in purple next to her smiled. "Senior sister, I told you not to worry about him. Qingqing, I feel that he is so strange. He subdued the twin kings so easily." The one who asked this question was none other than Zhao Zhiro. The woman in purple next to her was Murong Qingqing. Behind them were the people of Jade Lake. The others, like the saintess of all beginnings, were also surprised. However, the saint son of Thousand Thunder, the Toba family, and the saint son of all beginnings looked gloomy, because they recognized the other party. Damn it, it's that kid. Not only them, but the people of the Tai dynasty were also here. At this moment, they also noticed the other party and immediately gnashed their teeth in anger. That kid is not dead yet? And he joined the immortal palace? No matter where he joined, this is his death date. He dared to kill General Xianing. He has committed an incomparably heinous crime. Go and inform Zhang Wuhan that the kid has come out again. I don't believe that the war tribe will spare him. They were the people of the Tai dynasty's eldest prince. This time, many princes came. Among them, the eldest prince and the third prince came. However, the eighth prince did not come. He was now the crown prince and was supervising the country in the palace, so naturally, he could not come here. In the sky, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking very calm. On the other side, there was a fierce battle. The twin kings of the central state had completely fallen into madness, and the violent battle shocked everyone. Soon, the twin kings of the central state retreated while fighting and went far away. Along the way, everyone who saw them made way for them and did not dare to get close at all. Chapter 24:13. The incomparably terrifying twin kings were sent away just like that? It was really unexpected. For a time, everyone's eyes were on Lin Xian. Let's go. In the distance, Murong Qingqing's figure flashed and flew towards Lin Xian. Behind her, Zhao Zhihua and the young geniuses of the Jade Lake's sacred ground quickly followed. Brother Xian. A delicate cry attracted Wanda's attention. So beautiful. Who is that woman? She is the saintess of the Jade Lake's sacred ground. Why is she here? Does she know this young man in front of her? Everyone was puzzled. After all, not many people knew about the relationship between Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. But from now on, the world would know. Allure. Seeing Murong Qingqing fly over, Lin Xian also smiled. In this kind of situation, although Murong Qingqing didn't jump into Lin Xian's arms, judging from the two's expressions, everyone could already guess what was going on. Heavens! The relationship between these two is too close. He actually dared to hold the Jade Lake Saintess' hand? My goddess! Damn it, I must duel with him! Exclamations and screams sounded. They didn't expect the two to have such a deep relationship. It was hard for them to believe. Because that was the Jade Lake Saintess. She was the goddess of heaven in the hearts of countless people. But now, she was taken. How could they bear this? However, this was only the beginning. What shocked them was yet to come. In the distance, another hazy figure floated over. Surrounded by terrifying chaotic light, it quickly stepped on the air. Young Master Lin, we meet again. This is someone from the All Beginnings sacred ground. Looking at this chaotic aura, could it be the Saintess of All Beginnings? Heavens! Don't tell me that the Saintess of All Beginnings is also having an affair with this kid. Everyone was about to explode. When the Saintess of All Beginnings heard this, she almost fell from the sky. What do you mean by having an affair? Her face darkened. She coldly snorted and swept her cold gaze below. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged downwards. The people below shrunk their necks and didn't dare to speak anymore. Long time no see. Lin Xian looked at him and greeted him with a smile. Everyone below was extremely shocked. Heaven, they actually knew each other. Who was this kid? However, this was not the end. After that, a figure walked out of the chariot behind the 9 dragons. Suddenly, the world shook as if it was about to split apart. What a terrifying power! Everyone was shocked as they looked into the distance. Then, their pupils constricted. Some people even cried out in surprise. That seemed to be the Yi family's holy body. What? Holy body? That was an extremely terrifying existence. Perhaps not many people could suppress him. Sure enough, the Saint of All Beginnings, Seiko Dian, and the other great sage sons and saintesses felt the pressure as soon as the Yi family's saint physique appeared. The Alcade Saint also focused his gaze, forming 2 divine lamps. The halo around him became even brighter. Boom! In the next moment, it exploded with a loud bang, forming streaks of shocking light. A mysterious voice sounded between heaven and earth. What a terrifying aura! The Alcade Saint is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. In the sky, Yi Wudao felt a powerful battle intent. He looked at the Alcade Saint below and was also shocked. Unfathomable. That was his evaluation of the other party. However, he did not come to fight with the other party. He came to see Lin Xian. Brother Lin, long time no see. Yi Wudao walked over with a smile. Lin Xian also smiled and cupped his hands. Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to come too. What? This kid even knows the Yi family's Saint Physique? And it seems that they have a good relationship. Everyone's heads were about to split open. The other saints and saintesses were also shocked. Not to mention them, even the people on the Black Demon ship were stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to know so many saints and saintesses. He even knew the Yi family's Saint Physique. It really surprised them. In the sky, in addition to Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, the saintess of all beginnings, and Yi Wudao also greeted each other. They even chatted with each other. This scene naturally attracted the attention of everyone. For a time, many figures rushed over from afar. These people should have rushed over from the distant ruins. Or maybe they had just arrived. In short, they were all gathering here. Even the people of the 9 heavens sacred ground below exclaimed because they found that their saint had returned. Jiuxiao Seiko, wearing a battle suit, had a cold face, and exuded a powerful aura like a sharp sword. After he landed and learned what had happened, his face suddenly darkened. The next moment, he looked up at the sky, and a touch of coldness appeared in his eyes. However, when he saw the other figures in the sky, he frowned. Especially when he saw the Saint Physique, his pupils shrank. Why is Yi Wudao here? On the other side, the people of the 5 Elements sect also exclaimed, Elder, you are here. Their holy son hadn't arrived yet, but their elders were already here. Therefore, the martial artists of the 5 Elements sect seemed to have found a pillar of support and told them what had happened. After the elders heard, they were furious. Who dared to be so bold? Did they have a death wish? How dare they attack the 5 Elements palace? However, when they saw the scene in the sky, they were also shocked. For a time, they did not immediately make a move. However, on the other side, Jiuxiao Seiko's figure flickered, and he flew directly into the sky. Soon, he arrived near Lin Xian and the others. Whoosh! Lin Xian turned his head and looked. Murong Qingqing, the saint of all beginnings, and Yi Wudao also looked at him. For a time, the space around Jiuxiao Seiko condensed, and he was under great pressure. But the next moment, he snorted, and a majestic power gushed out of his body, instantly dissolving the pressure. What do you want? Lin Xian looked at the other party and said coldly. He naturally knew that the other party was the saint of the 9 heavens sacred ground, and he must have come here for no good reason. Boy, you have mercilessly killed the people of the 9 heavens sacred ground. You have to give us an explanation. Do you really think that the 9 heavens sacred ground is easy to bully? Jiuxiao Seiko said coldly. Although the other party had a few friends of the saints and saintesses, and even knew Yi Wudao. But so what? He was also a saint, and he thought that he was not afraid of the other party. What's more, what happened just now happened in front of everyone. He must give the other party an explanation. Otherwise, how could the 9 heavens sacred ground survive in the future? Jiuxiao Seiko, it seems that you have not figured things out. Why don't you ask your subordinates, who started the fight first? Who insulted the people first? Do you think that with our status, we can endure being insulted in public? If you received merciless ridicule as soon as you arrived, what would you do? The one who spoke was naturally Murong Qingqing. Chapter 24:14. Upon hearing this, Jiuxiao Seiko was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, the other party was the Jade Lake Saint. Her strength was terrifying. He did not want to fight with her. Therefore, he stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Brat, how about it? Do you dare to fight me alone? Don't stand behind a woman if you dare." "Fight me alone? How do you want to fight me?" Lin Xian asked calmly. His expression was extremely calm. It was just a saint of the 9 firmaments. He did not take him seriously. Simple. A life for a life. Tell your subordinates to kill themselves and this matter will be over. Upon hearing this, the martial artists below were in an uproar. Those from the 9 heavens sacred ground and 5 elements palace sneered. Behind them, Ghostly and Hu Yidao were infuriated. How dare he tell them to kill themselves? He must be tired of living. In the next moment, the two of them snorted and emitted a terrifying aura again. Boss, leave this matter to us. We can deal with it ourselves. Hu Yidao said quickly. By the side, Gilly also coldly snorted as a ghost aura spread out from his body. Lin Xian waved his hand to stop them. He looked at Jiuxiao Seiko again. A life for a life? Are you sure? What's there to be uncertain about? Jiuxiao Seiko snorted. He had to kill those two today. Otherwise, everyone would think that the 9 heavens sacred ground was a pushover. Alright, that's what you said. Lin Xian revealed a cold smile as he quickly called out, Ruffian Long. Got it. On the Black Demon ship, Ruffian Long also smiled. Not only did Lin Xian call him, but he also sent him a voice transmission to tell him the plan. In the next moment, the dark red divine dragon's dragon aura surged and transformed into a person. This was a body of pure energy. It was illusory, but it looked exactly like a real person. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell. After that, the dark red divine dragon waved its claw and the red-robed young man flew forward quickly. Soon he arrived near Lin Xian. Seeing another person disembark from the black demonic ship, the surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly, their faces full of doubt. Even Murong Qingqing, Leaf Dao Denier, and the Saintess of all beginnings were puzzled. Hu Yidao and Li Tianlan were even more stunned. Jiuxiao Seiko was also taken aback, but soon after, he said coldly, What, you want your trash to die in place of those two? That won't do. Whoever killed him would have to commit suicide to atone for their crimes. Alright, whoever killed him will have to commit suicide to atone for their crimes. That's what I like about you. Lin Xian's smile deepened. Just as Lin Xian finished speaking, the eyes of the red-clothed young man nearby flashed with a cold light. Then, he lifted his hand and pointed to the front. What's going on? Do you want to fight? Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. Even Hu Yidao and Ghostly were stunned. Who was this young man? Why hadn't they seen him before? They didn't know that he was condensed by dragon qi, let alone Jiuxiao Seiko. He thought that the other party was going to attack, so his aura surged out and he was about to attack. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Because the red-clothed young man didn't attack. Instead, he pointed at him and spoke. You're Jiuxiao Seiko? You're nothing special. How dare a trash like you behave atrociously in front of our immortal palace? The 9 heavens sacred ground is nothing in our eyes. If you dare to be presumptuous again, believe it or not, I'll slap you to death. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Hu Yidao and Ghostly were stunned. On the other hand, Murong Qingqing and the Saintess of all beginnings' mouth twitched. Leaf Doudinier's eyes flickered because he had figured out what Lin Xian was going to do. However, Jiuxiao Seiko didn't understand. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. What's going on? Someone dared to point at his nose and scold him? Don't you want to live anymore? Damn it, you're courting death. Jiuxiao Seiko took a step forward. The aura on his body suddenly erupted, and a terrifying phantom appeared behind him. A huge pressure pressed down on the area ahead of them. However, the red-clothed young man didn't react at all because he was condensed by dragon qi and could ignore any pressure. Unless the other party attacked. However, if the other party attacked, he would have a bigger surprise waiting for the other party. After ignoring the pressure, the red-clothed young man continued to curse. I advise you to get lost quickly and don't make a fool of yourself in front of me. By the way, don't call yourself Jiuxiao Seiko. Just call yourself Gigi and be our little brother. What do you think? I think your talent is not bad. Why don't you be my little brother? In 2 years, I'll take you to be promoted and rich. The more the red-clothed young man spoke, the more arrogant he became. Everyone's scalp tingled and they were terrified. Who was this? Were the people of Immortal Palace all so arrogant? First, it was Lin Xian who scolded the twin kings of Middle Ground as monsters. Now, someone dared to point at Jiuxiao Seiko's nose and even wanted to take him as his little brother. This made them feel dizzy. This is too much. Jiu Seiko was really angry. Ordinary sky prides couldn't take it, let alone him. Therefore, in the next moment, two sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. Like a heavenly blade, they cut through the void and struck forward. Boom! The red-clothed young man didn't defend at all, nor did he dodge. He was directly hit by the two rays of light. Then he exploded and turned into a cloud of snow. He was killed. The surrounding people were shocked. Below, the people of 5 Elements Palace and 9 Heavens Sacred Ground sneered. Especially the people of 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, they cheered happily. This is great. This brat is so arrogant. How dare he insult our 9 Heavens Sacred Ground? He's dead for sure now. That's right, let him know the power of our 9 Heavens Sacred Ground. On the Black Demon ship, the people of Immortal Palace were also stunned. What kind of show is this? They didn't understand, so they asked the Dark Red Divine Dragon. The Dark Red Divine Dragon said, "Just wait, the show is about to start." Clap, clap, clap. In the sky, Lin Xian clapped his hands and gave a thumbs up. Jiu Seiko, you're really strong. Even your gaze can kill. You're just a piece of trash. You can't even block one of my attacks. Jiu Seiko snorted. Brat, don't play tricks. Now, let's talk about our business. Indeed, it's our business. Lin Xian retracted his palm. His eyes were extremely cold. Jiu Seiko, how dare you? How dare you kill someone of Immortal Palace in front of everyone? Do you really think that Immortal Palace is easy to bully? This voice was like a clap of thunder, piercing through the void. In addition, it came out of nowhere, so everyone was shocked. Everyone shivered and looked up at the sky. Lin Xian continued, "Earlier, you were the one who said in front of everyone that a life for a life. Now that you've killed a martial artist of Immortal Palace, you should kill yourself to atone for your sins." What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. They were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that the other party was actually waiting for Jiu Seiko here. The people of 9 Heavens Sacred Ground were ashen. Damn brat, how dare you plot against us? They were crazy, really crazy. Chapter 24:15. Jiu Seiko's face also became extremely ugly. Now he naturally understood what the other party meant. Damn it, I was fooled. So that's how it is. Murong Qingqing and the Saintess of All Beginnings suddenly smiled. Yi Wudao's lips curled up. He had already guessed this plan. In the rear, Ghostly and Hui Dao were also surprised. However, they did not know that the person who was killed was a fake, but a mass of energy. Fortunately, Peacock was on the Black Demon ship and quickly transmitted her voice. Soon, Yidao and Ghostly's eyes lit up. The Temple Master was really a good strategist. Without the slightest effort, without even sacrificing a single person, they were able to counterattack. Now, the unlucky ones were not them, but Jiu Seiko. They wanted to see what Jiu Seiko could do. On the Black Demon ship, the warriors of Immortal Palace also clapped their hands happily, their faces full of excitement. The Dark Red Dragon snorted proudly. "You dare to fight with us? Let's kill you. Damn boy, you dare to frame me." Jiu Seiko roared. Of course, he now knew that he was fooled, so he was furious. However, on the other side, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. "Frame you? If I don't slap your face swollen today, my surname is not Lin." So the next moment, Lin Xian sneered. "What, you don't want to admit what you just said? Who said in front of the world that the murderer must pay with his life? Who was it that said in front of the world that they couldn't replace him, that they had to kill him, and that he had to be punished for his crimes? It's only been a minute, and you've forgotten what you said? Are you a pig?" Jiu Seiko was so angry that he vomited blood. His lungs were about to explode. The other party dared to scold him? He couldn't stand it. "Damn it, you deliberately provoked me. Of course, I have a reason to kill you." "Really? Deliberately provoking you is a reason to kill? Well then, we, the Immortal Palace, have just arrived here. We haven't offended anyone, nor have we said anything. Yet, you guys from the Nine Heavens Holy Land are already scolding us. Does that count as a deliberate provocation? Since you guys from the Nine Heavens Holy Ground are deliberately provoking me, why can't I just kill all of you? It's over. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Originally, they had planned to take revenge and slap his face, but Jiu Xiao Seiko had completely ruined it. Now that Jiu Xiao Seiko had fallen into his opponent's trap, there was no way he could turn the tables around. No matter what he said, he would be slapped in the face. The people of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground were even more enraged. Each of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They could not wait to rush up and fight with the other party. Jiu Xiao Seiko was so angry that he vomited blood again. He didn't expect that the words he had said before would be used by the other party. His face was slapped swollen. What was he supposed to do? Since your Nine Heavens Holy Ground is deliberately looking for trouble, then you deserve to be killed. What right do you have to seek revenge from me? Lin Xian's sonorous voice shook the Nine Heavens. Jiu Xiao Seiko, you'd better get out of here. We don't welcome you here. After that, Murong Qingqing and the Saintess of All Beginnings also laughed. On the Black Demon ship, everyone cheered. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the crisis of the Immortal Palace would be resolved so easily. Those saints and saintesses also stared at Lin Xian with flickering eyes. It seemed that the other party was not only powerful, but also resourceful. It could be said that he was a very terrifying opponent. However, Jiu Xiao Seiko was obviously mad. He had never been so humiliated in front of so many people. So the next moment, he roared, "Boy, I don't care what you say. Today, those two people must die. Is that so? What's the reason?" Seeing the murderous look on the other party's face, Lin Xian did not care at all. Instead, he asked with a sneer, "I don't need a reason to kill people." Jiu Xiao Seiko's voice was cold. He strode over like a killing god. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "You don't need a reason? If you don't need a reason, why did you say so much before? It seems that you are not only an idiot, but also a shameless and hypocritical person. The Nine Heavens Sacred Ground chose a person like you to be the saint. Did your elders have water in their heads? Or is it that the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground was originally a despicable gathering place, and the people inside are all despicable? It's just that you are even more despicable and shameless, so you became the saint." This set of face slaps could be said to have slapped Jiu Xiao Seiko so hard that he could not fight back at all. At this moment, except for the people of Five Elements Palace and Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, the people of the other forces and clans all laughed. They looked like they were watching a show. Oh, the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground is in trouble this time. Yes, they were in the right at first, but now they have become shameless and despicable people. Jiu Xiao Seiko's face was probably swollen from the slap. That guy from Immortal Palace was really powerful. First, he made the Twin Kings go crazy with just a few words. Now, with just a few words, he made Jiu Xiao Seiko's face swollen and even stepped on the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground. This method was really powerful. However, not everyone agreed. There were some who sneered. His sharp tongue and a little scheming weren't much at all. In this world, strength was still the most important thing. If he was not strong enough, he would probably be killed by Jiu Xiao Seiko on the spot. At that time, face slapping would not be important. Yes, who would care about a dead person? In the sky, Jiu Xiao Seiko roared crazily. The aura in his body was like a wave, instantly sweeping in all directions, and the whole sky trembled. A terrifying and frightening power surged out. "Kid, no matter what you say, you will die today. You have completely angered me." With that, Jiu Xiao Seiko shouted coldly, and his big palm directly slapped out. The void shattered. This palm was so fierce that it directly shattered the whole world. The terrible power enveloped Lin Xian. Yi Wudao snorted coldly, and the golden sacred domain in his body protected him. The Saintess of All Beginnings was surrounded by chaotic qi, like a goddess. A lotus flower appeared under Murong Qingqing's feet, and the huge petals wrapped around her. Lin Xian's figure changed and disappeared in an instant. He dodged the terrible fist. Kid, no matter how you dodge, you will die today. After missing his attack, Jiuxiao Seiko's murderous aura became even colder. His eyes were like lightning, staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face also darkened. Why are you so angry? You want to kill someone because your face hurts? But do you think you can beat me? I just didn't want to fight with you before, but since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The sword chi on Lin Xian's body flashed rapidly and went straight into the sky. The terrible aura made everyone tremble. Swordsman, he is a swordsman. Many people exclaimed because it was the first time they had seen Lin Xian fight. Buzz. Chapter 24:16. You want to kill me? Who do you think you are? Today, I'll let you know the power of my 9 heavens sacred ground. Jiuxiao Seiko roared and punched out like a divine king, wanting to shatter the whole world. Boom, boom, boom. The two attacks collided in the sky, bursting into bright light, and then the two retreated 5 kilometers each. Then they quickly attacked again. Everyone was shocked by this scene. He blocked it. He could actually block the attack of the Holy Sun. God, this kid is too scary. Needless to say, he was also a holy son. Unexpectedly, he was so strong. Exclamations came one after another. Indeed, when Lin Xian fought with the Twin Kings before, he didn't use any terrible attack at all, and the Twin Kings went crazy. Everyone didn't think that Lin Xian was strong, but now it seemed that was not the case at all. The other party was definitely a holy son, otherwise it would be impossible to compete with Jiuxiao Seiko. The two exchanged dozens of moves, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Damn it, how could he block it? Jiuxiao Seiko roared wildly. He didn't expect the other party's strength to be so strong, on par with him. Today I'll kill you, Lin Xian shouted coldly. The aura on his body became even more terrifying. The invisible sword chi rushed quickly, and a golden sword light fell from the sky like a golden wave. It covered the whole space. A trace of golden light came out and scattered around, suddenly causing the surrounding mountains to collapse directly. One could imagine how terrible this sword was. This sword chi was so terrifying. Everyone was stunned. It couldn't be helped. The golden sword was originally an offensive sword chi, and Lin Xian had a heaven stage treasure in his hand. Coupled with the great dragon sword soul, it could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Not many people could block it. At this moment, even the holy maiden of all beginnings exclaimed. Yi Wudao's eyes flickered, and his expression was dignified. Below, the Alcade Holy Sun burst out a terrible halo again. The other holy sons and holy maidens also exclaimed. Because this sword was indeed beyond their expectations. Damn it, how could this kid be so strong? The 10,000 Thunder Saints' son gnashed his teeth, while the members of the Mophead family looked gloomy. The warriors of the Tai dynasty and the first prince were even more shocked. Who would have thought that the other party's strength would actually increase again? He was so strong that they were trembling. Damn it, go to hell. Jiuxiao Seiko roared madly. Naturally, he could feel how terrifying this sword was. Therefore, he also unleashed his power without regard for anything else. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and the power in his body exploded. His palms danced quickly. 9 heavens divine palm. A terrifying palm blasted out. 9 giant palm imprints appeared in the sky, like 9 ancient demonic mountains. Their auras were overflowing, wanting to suppress everything. Boom, boom. The 9 giant handprints collided with the golden sword light, producing a shocking sound. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless bolts of lightning circled the area. The surrounding mountains were instantly shattered into fine powder and vanished into thin air. Not good, this attack is too strong, hurry up and defend together. An old man roared angrily. Those experts all made their moves. A terrifying light curtain flickered. Countless experts made their moves, forming a strong defense, blocking the aftermath of this energy. In the sky, Murong Qingqing, the holy maiden of all beginnings, Yi Wudao, and the others also retreated into the distance. Ghost Li and Hui Dao's figures flickered, and they came to the black demon ship. The black demon ship shone brightly, resisting the attack. At this moment, everyone was watching the battle with rapt attention. Boom, boom, boom. The terrible roar was still ringing out, and the golden light became fainter and fainter. That's great. Seeing this scene, the warriors of the 9 heavens holy land cheered. It seemed that their bodies had suppressed the other party. However, halfway through their exclamations, 4 of the 9 giant palms in the sky were directly split apart. The remaining 5 were bitterly holding on, but they were also cut off in an instant. What? The 9 heavens divine palm was broken. How could this be? The warriors of the 9 heavens holy land went crazy, and the others also exclaimed. Jiuxiao Seiko's pupils shrank. His figure was like lightning, retreating instantly. Wanna leave? Sword of Earth. Lin Xian snorted coldly, waving his long sword. The earth trembled, and pieces of rocks condensed, forming swords of earth. They protruded from the earth and slashed into the sky. 5 swords of earth surrounded Jiuxiao Seiko. Lin Xian used the sword of fire again. The terrible black flame sword slashed down again. 1 sword, and the sky was broken. The terrible sword chi was unimaginable. Jiuxiao Seiko roared, and the sun, moon, and stars appeared around him, as if turning into the universe, resisting the swords of earth around him and the swords of fire in the sky. This was the 9th heaven. Seeing this scene, many saints exclaimed, because they knew that the 9 heavens holy land was very terrifying. It was said that there was a kind of magic called the 9th heaven, which was very terrifying. It seemed that now Jiuxiao Seiko was using this kind of magic. Sure enough, there were 3 light shadows around Jiuxiao Seiko, like the sky, superimposed around him, blocking the terrible attack. 3rd heaven. Jiuxiao Seiko used 3 skies to block all the attacks. Then his eyes lit up. Kid, you've completely angered me. Today, I'll show you the ultimate skill of the 9 heavens holy land. With that said, 3 superimposed skies appeared above him. It was very terrifying. Another 3rd heaven. At this moment, Jiuxiao Seiko used the 6th heaven. 3 layers of defense and 3 layers of attack. It was really terrifying. This scene was too terrifying. Could you imagine someone using 3 skies to fight? The current Jiuxiao Seiko was like that. He was like a god, waving 3 skies and pressing down. Such a terrible attack made everyone's scalp tingle. No one could withstand it. Perhaps he would have to use his super speed to dodge it. This kid is definitely dead. The martial artists of the 9 heavens holy land clenched their fists. The 1,000 thunder saints sneered, and the people of the Mophead family looked ferocious. On the Tai dynasty's side, the crown prince's people were even more nervous. It was best to let Jiuxiao Seiko kill the other party. This way, they could save themselves the trouble. In the distance, Yi Wudao's eyes flickered. The 9th heaven was indeed terrifying, although Jiuxiao Seiko had only used the 6th heaven. But it was not something that could be resisted by ordinary skills. I wonder what kind of divine ability Brother Lin will use to resist? It should be no problem. Murong Qingqing was also very nervous. On the Black Demon ship, the people of Immortal Palace were also very serious. Because this battle was related to the reputation of Immortal Palace. The dark red divine dragon Quan Man was panting. He knew that Lin Xian's trump card was definitely beyond imagination. So, he waved his dragon claws and said fiercely, "Kid, kill him for me." No. Whitey stood on the dark red divine dragon, cheering. In front, Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. This type of cultivation technique was truly frightening beyond compare. It was as if 3 universes were falling from the sky. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.